Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. And today, we are back for more CPAC action. So, we'll see how long this one lasts. I looked at the lineup today, and I'm like, oh, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe there'll be some surprises like the wide boy yesterday. That guy was great. James O'Keefe crushed it yesterday. The rest, just some mediocre stuff. There's some mediocre stuff. So, we're going to see how it goes. And if it's horrifyingly boring, we'll end it. That's how life is. What wide boy? He was the lieutenant governor of North Carolina. That guy came on stage. He's like 4 minutes out there, and he was entertaining and engaging as heck. I like that guy. But, yeah. So, we're going to see if anybody's useful today. No idea. AFPAC was so much better, and it was only a couple hours long. That could be true. That could be true. Oh, hold on. We gotta unmute this guy. Gemke. Oh no, I got the wrong.
Of more than 70 books on international relations.
70 books!
Online World Forecast News Service. I respect President Trump and American conservatives. President Trump fought against Chinese communists in order to protect the entire free world. President Trump,
I love this guy.
He's a real American samurai. I want to make US-Japan alliance stronger. I want to build solid friendship with...
I want to be in alliance with this guy.
American samurai. Let's fight together for freedom. Let's slash the cancel culture. Let's start US-Japan samurai to samurai alliance.
That's the only guy I want to hear from. What are you doing? I want Gemke Fuji to talk at the conference. I don't want to hear from these Republicans pretending to be populists. I want to see that guy. See, this is my takeaway from yesterday. I was talking to some friends, had a nice discussion with Ty Beard, who's going to be on the show tonight. There will be a show tonight at 11. I was going to do one yesterday, but I couldn't. Getting a guest on yesterday was proving to be challenging, and I knew I had today to cover here. So, I talked to Ty. I lined up Ty for tonight instead of yesterday. So, but what it felt like after kind of processing and talking to a couple people, it felt like the Republicans are trying to put on a suit of populism. They don't understand it. Trump was like wrapped up in it. They don't understand populism, and they're trying to figure it out. It felt like a little kid putting on their dad's shoes.
Absolutely. That's isn't it good to be at CPAC?
It's great to be back at CPAC. Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome.
Sorry that was loud. Let me turn them down
talk
just
about
a hair.
California. Everybody here knows California is not like Las Vegas. What happens in California doesn't stay in California. and we're seeing a lot of that with the Biden administration. You've been there, you've been representing California for some time. what do people need to know about what's happened in California? I mean, a state that used to be the emblem of middle-class success in America, where the middle class has now been hollowed out by these progressive policies. What is it that people need to know?
Well, it's really how I got into politics was because of these radicals that started in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I always tell the story that I'm in the big San Joaquin Valley, the agricultural mecca of the world. And all right, we got somebody from the San Joaquin Valley back there.
One guy.
And
I love this.
what I always joke is in the 60s and 70s, they would drive through our area, smoking pot probably, and they'd smell some cows and they'd see some dust and they'd say, "Oh, we got to get rid of all this," you know. And then they'd go up into the mountain, smoke some more dope, and then they would go back. And you know, then they became radicalized and they figured out that they could take over the government of San Francisco, they would take over the university. So a lot of this stuff that you see started in the 60s and 70s in the Bay Area. And they went on to Hollywood, they went on to the institutions. And we were essentially the guinea pigs because they used the green movement, right? Which is really
green
what I
like
call the
weed.
watermelon movement. It's green on the outside and red on the inside. And they
So this is
targeted
probably
farmers,
Devin
right? And it
Nunes.
was
This is Devin
always to
Nunes.
save a little fish, and you know who wants to kill the little animals, and they turned it into
Okay.
that agriculture is
Come on,
somehow
Rumble.
bad, and you know slowly they've been taking farmland out of production, and that's what got me into politics because I said, what in the hell's going on here? I mean, we're good farmland is being idled, and a lot of people would say, how, you know,
This is
they
probably
don't
better
understand.
than looking at him.
We initially had people within the state said, well, let's just give up a little bit. And then let's just give up a little bit more. And it is now, you know, soon going to be about 1 million acres
This
of
is
farm ground.
terrible.
Farm ground in the world that's going to be idled. So that's what got me into politics was this radicalization. And then, of course, I've been warning people to the rest of the country.
And they have a plan.
I'm going to
do
try
that, right?
refreshing it.
Night.
Nope,
in
it's
part
their
to
feed.
bribe other states to follow California's lead. Is that right?
Yeah, so what people have to understand, this bill that
So I want you guys to appreciate something.
Bill, this is about, it's a slush fund. And these guys are very
For all of
predictable.
its faults,
they ran this play call before.
YouTube
People may
is
forget,
very,
but
very
when
good
Obama was first
at what it
elected
does
back in
with live
2009,
streaming.
What did they say? We have to have a stimulus bill or the whole economy is going to collapse.
This is
And
Rumble.
so they passed roughly an $800 billion
Here,
bill.
let's see how many people are watching.
That money was then used over the next 4 years to buy
2,700
votes to give to their
people
buddies,
are
and I
watching.
guarantee most of that
2,800
money did
people.
not end up in red
And it's,
states
I mean,
or
it was
Republican
struggling.
districts. You know, it went to things like, this is another California special, high-speed rail.
Which now is working great, right? In California.
Yeah, so I get a little bit offended because they call it the train to nowhere, but nowhere is actually where I live, so I don't really like that. But it's a little over 100 miles long. They went through and they carved through and took people's land away from them.
A fuzzy creature.
And it's
I'm not
essentially, if
actually
any of you
like
have seen it,
slamming
it's
Rumble
worth
with that.
actually seeing because
Sorry.
You'll be driving
To be clear,
down the Central
I'm trying to
Valley
point
of
out
the
how
freeway,
hard
and
it
you'll
is
look
to
up
do.
and you'll think that you're looking
How
at-
hard it
you
is
think
for
you're back
startups
looking
to
at some
do. That's what
Roman
I
or Greek ruin.
probably didn't communicate that well because it's
you've
in the
got these
morning and I'm
huge
tired.
pillars that are standing up, going across the freeway, and this thing's like not even half built, and we're tens of billions of dollars in, and we're going to do tens of billions of dollars more. And I wouldn't be surprised if
Why
this
not
slush
support
fund that
watching
they
it on
passed,
Right
if they're
Side
not gonna
Broadcasting
put more
Network?
money into this high-speed rail.
I'm
I mean,
watching
we
it
already know that
directly
that part of
from
this money is gonna go to
CPAC.
build a tunnel from Silicon Valley to San Francisco. Now, look, these tech oligarchs are the last people that need anybody's money.
I'm using
And they
CPAC's
sure
Rumble
don't need a tunnel
channel
from
right
Silicon
now.
Valley to San Francisco.
They don't want to have to sit in traffic in their Teslas, though, right? I mean, that.
Well, the other funny thing about these guys in Silicon Valley that continue to do this, I thought everybody's panicked with COVID, and who the hell's going to get into a train or a bus? I know they're not going to.
Yeah. So, I mean, the left is always really good at consolidating their power, right? When they take power, they figure out how to tip the playing field in their direction. We're seeing that with H.R. 1 in Congress, which I interpret, and I want you to tell us if this is right. that H.R. 1 is basically about taking California election practices and trying to force them on the
RSBN
whole
can be
country. Is that
awesome all
right?
day,
But
but
what have you seen
I'm
in
using
California
the,
for
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely. So what
I'm
happened in
commenting and using
California, I
the
think it's
source
important.
material
It's a
for the
good
commentary. That's
question
what I
so that
try and
everybody
do if
understands
it's,
what they did.
you know, if the source material's available, I
At
try and
first,
use
we
the
had
source
we
itself.
had absentee voting. A lot of people liked it. You know, it was very convenient. You could sign up for it, signature, and then eventually, then you could actually, then they moved to permanent absentee voting, which that was very simple, you know, reduced paperwork, it was not a problem. Then they came along and said, well, we're gonna, when you go into the Department of Motor Vehicles, you're gonna register to vote. Even if you don't want to register to vote, they register you to vote. And if you, and the first little game they played is, if you walked in and said, no, I don't want to be registered to vote, then they'd say, okay, and they'd not only register you to vote, but they made you a permanent absentee. So then the ballot was being mailed directly to your home.
Okay.
Then what they said, so essentially then over the last, I don't know, 5 years, virtually everybody's registered to vote, and ballots are just flying out everywhere. The next thing they did is they made it so that you could actually go and pick up the ballots. So, in matter of fact, any of you that are in here, even if you're a foreigner, you can actually go to California and you can go door to door and harvest ballots if you'd like. Okay? So imagine that replicated across the whole country. And that's kind of what you saw. That's why, if people forget, right when this pandemic hit, one of the first people to come out and say we were going to have to do absentee voting was Obama. And they said that back in May. I think it was April or May is when he first said that. It's the first time that I had seen it.
It's bad because Obama.
And then, of course, they went to all their friendly places they could get this done, and they essentially started the first step of saying that, well, everybody has to absentee vote, and you know we know what happened.
Well, it's amazing because
It was Obama's
they
master
talk about being
plan.
progressive, but they're really rolling back progress, right? I mean, progress in elections used to mean allowing people to vote in private, where they couldn't be.
We don't have to
intimidated,
name drop.
And having a
We know
reliable
absentee voting was
process
a
that sort of
was a
transparent.
disaster. We know.
How do we explain to the American people? You mentioned, voting by mail seems very simple. A lot of people, including a lot of Republican voters, especially older folks, they hear that and they say, well, it's easier, and we've got this pandemic going on.
Yeah.
How do we help people see how
if they were
dangerous
actually doing it because they were trying to make it easier for people to vote, that would be one thing. And there are ways you could do it if you were truly trying to make absentee voting work and be safe and be secure, right? But they're not into it for that. So you might as well not even get into a dialogue about how to make that
Dialogue.
So is there, this is a tough question, but what's the hope? I was going to say, is there hope for California? But there's always hope, right? I mean, this is a state that used to export John Ford movies and Ronald Reagan, and now it's exporting socialism to the rest of the country. But give us a glimmer of hope for the Golden State.
Well, look, we have this recall effort that's going on. And
Yay. Devin Nunes is so
it's going to be
muted.
fascinating to see how this is going to work, because essentially there's two questions. So one is, do you want to recall Newsom, yes or no? Yes, okay. The second question is, then anybody who wants to run can be on the ballot and run. So Republicans, Democrats, Independents, and it's essentially, so if the answer is yes to recall, then you have to vote who you would want to replace Newsom with. So Newsom can't be on that ballot.
Yeah.
So what we're going to have to do as conservatives, we're going to have to rally behind one candidate. There's a lot of good candidates that are talking about it right now. At the end of the day, when it comes time to push this, we're going to have to really rally behind one. Those candidates will have to work it out. They need
Who's
to
it
get
going
out
to
and
be?
Campaign and rally behind one.
What's the timeline for that?
And the thing to watch for is when the left starts eating their own. So as soon as a prominent Democrat announces that they're going to run, that's when it will probably slide, and Newsom will have a good chance of actually being recalled. Because they take a big risk of not putting a prominent Democrat on that ballot and only leave it to Republicans.
So what's the timeline? How does this play out in California?
Well, they're gonna delay it, but most of the experts believe that the recall election will be sometime in the fall, so October, November, December. Yeah.
So back to Congress. Where does this big slush fund bill go? I mean, it's heading for the Senate. Obviously, there's a one vote.
Yeah, and it is a slush fund. You guys understand that. They're doing this, it's a Trojan horse. They're using COVID. We just passed a COVID bill 45 days ago, that Donald Trump signed into law. They haven't even spent all that money yet. And so this is going to be their slush fund for the next 4 years. To buy votes, give money to their friends. I mean, remember Solyndra? Remember that? Everybody forgets this stuff. Cash for clunkers, all those good things. That's, they'll probably won't make those mistakes, but they are going to do this tunnel supposedly.
And that is headed over to the Senate. I mean, that's
headed to the Senate, and look, my guess is that eventually, look, you're talking about $2 trillion. They're going to be able to get the 50 votes. They're going to buy the votes off.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you join me in thanking California Representative Devin Nunes?
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Devin. Not really. Not what I would call electrifying or energizing. This is supposed to be like a rally, in my opinion. But I guess it's a conference, not a rally. But I want energy. I want plans. But I really liked what James O'Keefe did yesterday. Here's what I'm doing. Here's what we've done. Here's what we're doing. Not, oh, we need you guys to do it for us. We need your help doing stuff. That's not what James O'Keefe was saying, and that's not what I want to hear, and I don't think that's what Republicans want to hear. Because we're like, we gave you years to do stuff, and you didn't do it. Why should we think now that you're going to suddenly come out on our side and start working if only we give you money and support again? So that's kind of the feeling I've been getting from a lot of these speakers is they're telling us what we need to do to help them accomplish stuff for us. And it's like, I don't want to hear that, frankly. I want to hear how you're accomplishing stuff, and I want to hear how you're going to keep accomplishing stuff. And I don't want you to ask me for help. I want you to sell me on the reason I should help on my own. Let me read these. Mr. Leon says, we got to do a Let's Watch of Gemke's International News Show. That sounds funny. Phoenix Arm says, Kermit voice, we'll have to try here. Hello, kids. Violence is not the answer. It's the solution. Go out and Kermit some crimes. Godspeed. I just got Valheim. We should play sometime with Phoenix Weebs. Yeah, I need to figure that thing out. Phoenix Arm says Phoenix Weebs community server. Shout out to producer Tim. He's in bad shape. Could I grab an F in chat and a shot for him from whatever you have on hand? Hope everybody in your family as well. I will give a little bit of a. I'm not gonna do a full shot because I just woke up. But we'll do a little sip of bourbon for producer Tim. So anyway, how are you guys doing today? I of course have been dealing with increasing harassment from the South Dakota weirdo, and I also received some new communications from Ray Gordon Chess. So fun times all around. Okay.
Our moderator, Tudor Dixon.
All right.
Welcome to the most important panel
Her name is
see
Tudor
today,
Dixon?
because, as you know, everything
on.
here is powered by energy. And energy is more important than you realize. Energy is probably something we all take for granted, But we just learned a couple weeks ago in Texas what a mistake it is to take advantage of our energy grid and how important it is to keep our energy grid safe. I want to talk about that to start this off. We want to make sure we get in as much as we can so that you understand what the future is and how this group of people will be helping to frame your future in the right way. But it is truly impossible
I can tell
to keep
you
our
at
country safe
Lib
without safe energy. Senator Lemus, tell
Lib
us
Pac or
about
whatever,
the importance of keeping
the ladies would be a lot lower
We saw
quality.
this during Texas, where the
Whoa.
wind turbines iced up, and people who had inadequate insulation in their homes had to deal with the problems of just keeping warm and having hot water. So it can be that essential. It can also go to the fact that so many of the things we're doing now, whether we're transitioning to electric cars or
This is
using more
Senator
technology,
Cynthia Loomis
it's
from
all
Wyoming.
energy-driven. So having affordable, redundant power is essential to keeping our economy strong and keeping our nation safe and secure.
But now we're told that we have to have one form of energy or another. If you're listening to the Biden narrative, we have to get rid of emissions, and that means all coal and oil is wrong. But that's not how you feel, Congressman Kelly, is it?
No, not at all. In fact, when you hear this mantra out there that we have to deal with all the above, and I
Mantra.
said, let's not forget what's all below. We have great stores of energy right now. Our old standards now, we have more than we've ever realized before. Pennsylvania is called the Saudi Arabia of natural gas. And that's all because
no.
of Marcellus Shale. If you look at Marcellus Shale, you know, below that is Utica and below that is Rutherford, and that's what geologists tell us right now, but there's possibly more. And what has that made us? Not only energy independent, but the biggest exporter of energy in the world. And if you want to keep friends close to you, and you tell them you got to separate, you got to get away from some of these bad areas because they're going to take you down, and they'll say, that's fine, but we rely on them for our energy. What can you do about it? Said, we got the answer, and we'll get it to you right away. We build those strong global relationships. We have to have it if we're going to survive in this new world.
That's
But we're not
Pennsylvania
only gonna
Rep
survive
Mike
in
Kelly.
this new world, we will
He
be the leaders in this
filed
new
Kelly
energy world,
versus
and that's going to come from the
Pennsylvania.
party of innovation.
One of the better
Congressman
lawsuits
Beaupre,
following
tell
the
us
election.
about this party and how we will reinvigorate energy and marry this green energy that we hear so much from the Democrats about. We can marry our energies together and be a world leader.
See, that's,
When you marry
that's
your
the
energies together, you
critical
get Captain
point.
Planet.
Mike and Cynthia just set the stage very well. It wasn't even a generation ago, and the thought of energy independence was like fantasy island. I mean, we could dream, but did anybody really think it was going to happen? And fracking technology, that wasn't some government program, that was created by good entrepreneurs and smart scientists. And now the move to clean energy has become so critical, and everybody's bought into that. Everybody wants a clean environment. We're all part of that clean environment. Where is the solution coming from? I read just, I think this last week, Net Power in North Carolina is where I think they're headquartered. They announced that they're going to build 4 zero-emission natural gas-powered electric generating stations.
Zero-emission natural gas.
Zero-emission natural gas.
How about nuke
And now
plants, please?
We've got a Biden administration telling us, no, you've got to get completely rid of those fossil fuels. That's absolute insanity.
Insanity.
At a time when we...
Let me tell you guys about natural gas,
energy
okay?
Of all shapes and kinds.
This is gonna be great.
And this party, conservatives,
I've
are
got
the
some natural
entrepreneurs
gas right
to figure
now.
out how to use it safer, cleaner, wiser. So abundant, sustainable supplies of energy. Cynthia said it very well. That's what keeps an economy going. And if you pull the plug on some of that, you risk not only your
You can't
energy
unplug a
supply,
power
but
plant.
security of your
This
very
is
nation.
Well, there's been a manipulation.
It's bad
out
to
of the
unplug a
Biden
power
administration
plant,
'cause
okay?
They've come out and they've said,
If you
hey,
do
we're
that,
not
then
going
you
to
lose
ban
the
fracking. We're just going to ban new fracking.
It's like a
But
heater.
new fracking
It's
is
like
every
a-
3 to 5 days because
a
once
heater.
you have gone to one well, you move on. And so new fracking was done. All fracking was done 5 days after that statement was made. How dangerous is this administration for our energy grid?
Oh, it's terribly dangerous because directional drilling is enhanced by hydraulic fracturing. The opportunity to have a diverse portfolio is really threatened by this administration. You look at
You
the
have too many
president's
scarves
appointee,
on.
For Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland. You know, I wish desperately that she would go to President Biden and explain to him how important it is to have energy production and pipelines on federal land, but she desperately wants to implement.
Can you imagine wearing a
his
scarf in
agenda,
Florida?
Which is no oil, gas, coal pipelines, no trapping on federal land, public land. My state is half
trapping?
federal land. Utah is 2/3 federal land. Nevada is 7/8 federal land. Alaska is 9/10 federal land. These states will be shut down. And the ability to cross federal land with pipelines will be so deeply impaired that we'll have to turn to things just like solar and wind.
You know, if we could just capture energy from the California wildfires, we would never even need a new power plant.
But it's terrible for our land quality. The pads to make these industrial scale wind farms takes our fragile topsoil and scrapes it off. So there's a much more environmental impact from wind energy than there is from oil and gas on the surface of the land. So we're only looking at one factor. We're looking at the air and the climate, and we're not looking at what we're doing that has other detrimental environmental impacts. We have to look at the whole picture, and that's where hydraulic fracturing and directional drilling is such an important thing. It is made, like Bob Beaupre said, our energy.
How many people want to do some hydraulic fracturing
and
on
our
Tudor
ability
Dixon, though?
to export,
That's the
so
question.
strong.
And wind and solar, as great as they may be, they are not reliable. You need that constant, reliable source of coal and natural gas.
I mean, in
that
some
can-
places,
that
wind is
has to
really,
be
really
there. But
reliable.
that's not there if you have wind and solar, which is what we saw in Texas. But we also know
Tudor
from
Dixon
our
is the chick in the
northern
green
states
dress,
that if
by
you
the way.
have solar power,
Just so we're
when
clear.
those solar panels get covered in snow, they are not effective. And there's no, I mean, that sounds silly, but this is something that we deal with every day up north. We have snow all the time, and we don't have the reliability of solar panels. That's not to say that solar panels don't have a place.
But
They can
not
be
a real
married
green
into
dress,
to
that's
this
cruel.
grid, but the grid has to be controlled by what is sustainable, what will keep us going. It's not just, though, that there is a danger of us not continuing, our energy stopping. There's also a concern about the finances of our people, because when we lose jobs, when we lose energy jobs, we have all kinds of things that hurt. Even our school systems are hurting from this. Can you explain this a little bit more?
Well, I think people sometimes become confused between the government picking up the tab on things and the American people.
Colstro, you don't add extra capacity to wind when you need it. I'm just saying, in some places, it's fairly consistent.
And when we look at the loss of revenue and look at this and say, okay, so how are we going to do this? So we turn away from our old standards. We turn away
But it
from
should
our-
never
our
be your
basic,
sole source
employment
of power.
level. How
Look,
are we
I
gonna
played
replace those
SimCity
62%
2000. Wind
of what we
turbines are
generate in power
trash.
today?
Get that
Same
nuke
like
or that
same
microwave
as all of a
gun.
sudden. How do you replace that? Listen, I have friends that think the greatest thing in the world are these windmills, that they think solar, oh, we got to go with solar. I said, how are you going to replace what you're going to take out? And the idea somehow that we're just going to eliminate fracking on federal lands, that's not the answer. That's just fulfilling a promise that the President Biden made when he was running for office. But when it really comes down
That he
to
made,
what
then
happens,
he took back, and then he made again.
yeah, but you can't. It's a back and forth that takes place, and I just think that we know what works. We know what we rely on. And when you talk about technology, clean coal technology, people think we're burning big chunks of coal. It's powder. It's powder. We can control it. We can,
No,
it's-
don't
it's
tell
clean.
Hunter
And
Biden.
The idea that somehow it's not.
He'll take care of that coal real quick.
But they rely on people not knowing what they don't know and putting a narrative out there. I will just tell you, where I'm from in Pennsylvania, it is incredible, the stores of energy we have right below the surface. It is going to be available for us for centuries, not decades, centuries. Why would we turn away from that type of an asset to follow a dream team? It just doesn't make sense.
If the dream
But if we
team
do
doesn't
turn
include
away from
nuclear
that
power,
type
it's
of
not the
asset-
dream team. The little micro
do
nuke
turn
plants are
away from
great.
that kind of an
Let's
asset because
decentralize
that
the
looks
energy
like
grid.
That's the direction this administration wants to go. We end up going overseas. And how dangerous is that? Because we have to have that reliable energy source, and we've already established that solar and wind are not those reliable energy sources. How dangerous is that?
Well, it's not only dangerous, Tudor, it's stupid.
Whoa!
Well, it is.
I love this guy already.
It's
You can
just
tell he's
flat
had a couple.
Stupid.
It's stupid.
Here
It's
we
dumb.
sit, as Mike just laid out, Cynthia's done the same thing. We are sitting on an abundant supply of energy that God has blessed this nation with. Now we have the technology.
God
to
really
harness
likes
that
us.
energy, safer, cleaner
I was talking
than
to him.
humankind has ever been able to do in our existence. And by default, we want to put all that wonderful asset aside, that blessing aside, and say, well, we'll go down this other path and hope it all works out. I've got a wind turbine on my ranch back in Colorado.
I
It
got
works
like
great.
4 of those
I'm happy
wind
to have
turbine
it.
things.
But I always make sure I've got propane in the tank, too.
I got a little gas left in the tank, Tudor.
Sometimes the wind
You
doesn't
want to
blow.
talk after this
And
little
that's
conference?
what happened in Texas. We don't have to look very far. I'm afraid my state of Colorado, on this quest to be 100% renewable, some want to do it as quick as the end of this decade, by 2030. And we're going to wind up someday exactly where Texas found themselves. And not that you don't have energy most days, but on those critical days that you need it, you don't have what they call capacity energy. You don't have storage. You don't have food in your pantry when it really gets dire and you need it. It's just stupid economic planning.
I like this
to,
guy.
to say we're not
He's
going
great.
to use the abundance that we've been given and the ability
It's
to
former
harness that
Representative Bob
You can't
Beauprez.
assume that energy
He's
will
now
always be
on the
there, and
American
if
Conservative
this
Union Board.
administration has their way, your energy costs are going to go way up. Senator Lemus, I want to talk about nuclear. Some people say this
Angry
is the
Bainling, you
cleanest
missed green
energy
dress
out there, but
waifu.
There's a lot of fear
Actually, she's
around
right here. You
nuclear.
didn't miss her.
Talk about that a little bit.
Well, it's zero emission. It can be done safely, especially when we do it with small distributive nuclear. So rather
Yes,
than have
yes.
very large nuclear plants along rivers and oceans, the technology exists to have smaller nuclear that is away from large waterways and can
Nuclear.
fuel a city and power a city and do it on an individual distributive basis. And we have the uranium in the United States to do it. We have the
Uranium.
ability to convert it and use it for
I
fuel.
miss George
And
Bush
so
sometimes,
this is an
though.
important component that is zero emissions that the Biden administration has not embraced. I hope they'll look at it again.
I hope so too. I want to talk now about the increased costs of gas because we see gas going up. We're
Hey,
going to see
Laura
gasoline
Powers, just to
prices
let you know,
going up,
like
but we're gonna
nuclear
see
has been
energy costs
responsible
going
for
up.
less deaths
Who
than
does it hurt
any
the most
other
when energy
power
costs
source.
Go up? Because it's not the upper class, and generally it's not really the middle class. But we know that our lowest class people are people that have the least amount of money. They all
Lowest
have to
class
pay their
people.
energy costs.
Ooh.
And our administration that's in right now doesn't seem to be thinking about the financial impact on our people that are hurting the most in the midst of a pandemic. So tell us, what exactly will be the impact if we go this route?
You know, the people that always get hurt are low-income people. And this idea that somehow this is going to be an advantage to
Low-income
them as we
people,
go forward is
not
absolutely
bad.
ridiculous.
Low-class people,
The district
little
that I come
cringe.
from, the average annual is about $70,000, right? So we have a lot of people, that's the average. There's a lot of people working in the 40s, 50s. That's where they're trying to raise a family on, right? Put a roof
Hey,
over
what
their
up,
head,
Aiden?
prepare for
Welcome
the
back.
future. We are going to put a heavier burden on them because these people don't walk out their front door, go down the sidewalk a couple blocks, and go to their job. Some of them drive 30, 40 miles one way to go to their job. How do you get there? Well, there's not public transportation that's available to everybody everywhere, and especially if you live in the rural areas. This is absolutely insane. So the people who bear the heaviest burden, who are going to have to absorb all these costs, are the ones we're telling, don't worry, this is going to work out in the long run. Of course, the left's idea is always that you penalize people by adding taxes and regulations, and you reward a far left agenda that says this is the way we have to go into the future. My only question is, have you ever actually sat down with people who are going through these great tough times? Have you ever actually heard what they have to say? Have you ever actually walked that walk with them? Have you gone into their factories? Have you gone into their minds? Have you seen what they have to do to put bread on the table for their families and then turn around and tell them, in the long run, this is going to be good for you? Yeah. And they're saying, yeah, but in the meantime, I'm trying to raise my children. Yeah. I'm trying to get them ready for a future, and you're making it harder for me to get there. I always thought being able to get from point A to point B the most economical way is probably a great advantage for us in America, because so many of us live far from our jobs, right? You want to live in the suburbs, you want to live in the country, and you're going to go to work wherever the work is. Why would we penalize the hardest working Americans with this foolish agenda and tell them that somehow this is going to work out in the future for them? They work. I will tell you, listen, some of you know I was an automobile dealer. I would sit down with people across.
Oh,
the
he's a
table,
car
right?
salesman.
And we would be working on a car when you want to purchase a car and not purchase a car. They always talk about one thing: how much a month, how much down, how much a month. The man, the husband, would turn to his wife, and she would pull out one of these spiral tablets, and he'd say, "Honey, can we actually go another $7 or $8 a month on a payment?" Now, other people laugh at me and say, "Oh, come on, Kelly, the $7 or $8 a month, that's nothing." I said, "Maybe to you, but not to these people." She would pull out that spiral tablet, and she goes, "You know what? We can do about $3 more per month on a car or truck payment. We can't go any higher than that." So our job was always to marry the product with what the needs were on something that made sense to them on a monthly budget. We were turning away from the people that need us the most are the people we're turning away from. I am so tired of addressing this dream team that has no idea what it's like to work 40 hours a week as a minimum.
Yeah,
as a minimum.
That's right.
Our people are working harder than ever, and some of them aren't even allowed to go back to work. So I'm asking people, if you haven't been there, please don't tell them how they're supposed to live. Yep. They disconnected from us a long time ago.
That's why you hear so many people saying that the Democrat Party left them.
Listen, I'm an Irish Catholic, right? If you were ever to go
to
a Thanksgiving dinner or after Mass, would go over to my grandmother Kelly's. Now, they had two pictures in the dining room, one of the Lord and the other of FDR, and they constantly got mixed up which one was really God.
Oh.
They were Irish Catholic, and they believed they were so blue-collar that was Navy blue-collar. My dad was the first Kelly to ever wear a white shirt to work. He was a parts picker in a Chevrolet warehouse before the war, came back from the war, and got to actually go on the road for Chevrolet selling parts. And when you talk to the blue-collar people, we are the party of the blue-collar worker.
That's right.
We are the only hope they have. So, Republicans, we may be red on the inside and red in our policies, but we are so much for the average, everyday, hardworking man and woman that lives in America right now.
Yep.
He's right. I mean, it's switched.
There are also ways,
it's switched. Republicans are now the party of the working class.
Rising. Don't believe that means that if you go toward cleaner sources that our energy costs have to be higher, because there are innovators, as you've talked about, that know how to marry our energies together and still keep our costs low for the American people. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Well, when you take choices out of an economy, whatever they might be, I mean, if they're cars, if they're cattle, like I dealt in for a lot of my life, buffalo, which I do now, if you limit the choice of the buying public to one kind, one source, it's going to drive prices up because you eliminated competition out of the marketplace. Mm-hmm. That's the beauty of a free market economy, which Joe Biden and
Max Mercer, the Republicans are more the party of the working class than Democrats right now. The Democrats are the party of the class that doesn't work.
They have no understanding,
big difference.
No basis of understanding how an economy works. Look, I've put it this way before, and I think it's a fairly simple choice. Do you trust in people, the goodness, the genius, the creativity of people, or do you trust in government? And you know, those of us in this room, I think the answer is probably pretty obvious. We trust in the genius of especially American people and American entrepreneurship. When the challenge showed up, what, a generation or thereabouts ago, We wanted to clean up our environment. We needed cleaner energy. The marketplace took care of that. I just mentioned zero emissions, natural gas, fossil fuel power plant. Now, who would have thought that was possible? It's possible.
Oh,
Our
I
clean
think that's
coal
possible.
Technology today is absolutely remarkable. We can use nuclear safely and as clean as possible. Unleash the genius of the American people, the American entrepreneurs and scientists, and then let the American public, oops, almost, let the American public figure out what choice is best for them. Economies expand, jobs are created, opportunity is seized.
Opportunity.
When you begin with clean, affordable, sustainable supplies of energy, and everything the Biden administration is doing right now is in absolute opposition to accomplishing that goal. Absolutely.
I will tell you, before I came into this political world, I spent my life in a steel foundry, working hard right next to all the people that were melting steel, grinding steel, heat treating steel. And I saw the transformation in that industry, the transformation of making steel in a clean way, making sure that our factories are the cleanest factories in the world. And today, when I read the Green New Deal, I see mandates that go out that shut down factories that I worked in, that shut down factories that I sold to, that shut down the factories that make our farm equipment, that make our construction equipment, that make our roads safe to drive on, that make our food safe to eat. All of these things happen in American factories that are held to the highest environmental standards in the world. If the Green New Deal goes through, all of our factories go to China. And there are no regulations in China. There is nothing close to what we do here in the United States. And if our factories go to China, what is the point of the Green New Deal? Yeah. There is no point to the Green New Deal. The United States will lead the world in clean energy, in clean manufacturing, in a clean environment. The United States will be the leaders, and these people will be helping us get there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tudor.
Thank you.
Yeah, and let's remember, the greatest energy in America is right here, right now.
Yeah, Mike. Get that please, drunk guy. Ah, dang it. I wanted the drunk guy to be like, yeah. Buy a truck. Agrilith, the female, and I'm not joking, her name was Tudor Dixon. Fantastic. Okay, so the next segment is in the left's own words, disrupting the nuclear family, with Jack Brewer, Burgess Owens, Leo Terrell, Morgan Zegers, who's from Young Americans Against Socialism. And then it's moderated by Mary Vaught. So we'll see how that goes. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I like the drunk guy. He was good. Mike Kelly was fine. The old lady was okay, but she's kind of weird. But there are the advance in nuclear technology is so astounding, and we don't even get to explore its uses. That's the frustrating thing. There are small-scale nuke plants that are available to be made. They could power small cities. They could power parts of large cities. They fit in like the size of a semi-trailer truck, and they don't have enough nuclear fuel to melt down. It's like, why aren't we doing this stuff? Why aren't we doing this stuff? Funny Ginger, what Democrat? Aiden, to her credit, she may have married into the Dixon name. Oh, wait, my guy, Gemke. I'm going to watch every Gemke commercial.
Samurai is right back. Hello, America. Hello,
I love
American
this guy.
conservatives. My name is Genki Fuji. I'm a Japanese journalist and an author of more than 70 books on international relations. I run online World Forecast News Service. I respect President Trump and American conservatives. President Trump fought against Chinese communists in order to protect the entire free world. President Trump, he's a real American samurai. I want to make US-Japan alliance stronger. I want to build solid friendship with real American patriots or American samurai. Let's fight together for freedom. Let's slash the cancel culture. Let's start US-Japan samurai to samurai alliance.
I love that guy. I want Gemke to talk. Is he going to be
Ladies
there?
and gentlemen, in the
Okay. Get rid of their stupid music. If Gemke's not at CPAC, I'm going to be pissed. Okay. All right. So. Oh no. The jokes. I'm holding my tongue. This is a daytime show. You got to go on locals. You got to go on locals to get the joke that should have been said there. Holy shit. Woo.
Yes.
Good
Love that
afternoon,
number. Love that
CPAC.
number.
Good afternoon. How excited are you all to hear from Donald J. Trump tomorrow? How excited, right? Gosh, I have missed him. I am Mary Vogt, the Executive Director of the Senate Conservatives Fund, and we have an awesome panel for you guys today. Yes, I'm so excited about this. We have Morgan Zegers. She is the CEO of Young Americans Against Socialism.
Okay.
She is also the host of a weekly podcast called Some Sanity. And I'm sure you've all seen her on national TV, completely slaying it, defending free speech, and she's an example for women everywhere. Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan.
And we also have Leo Terrell. He is an...
The blonde chick has that annoying vocal affectation where it sounds like her voice is cracking constantly.
He is an American civil rights attorney, a Fox News contributor, and he is a radio talk show host. And previously, Leo was a lifelong Democrat, and in July of 2020, he switched parties and he endorsed Donald J.
I love Donald Trump. I love Donald Trump.
Whoa, get it, Leo.
Yes. We also have Representative Burgess Owens.
This guy's like, why am I here with these two?
And his biggest fan is here that we discovered. He is a congressman from Utah's 4th Congressional District. He has started several successful businesses, and he is the CEO of a nonprofit that works to help troubled and incarcerated youth in the African American community. And we have Jack Brewer, another former NFL football player. He is a Trump presidential appointee, and for over 2 decades, he's invested his life in life-changing advocacy for the underserved African American youth. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, where is Jesse Lee Peterson?
So our panel today is going to focus on how the left
This is a
hates the
stripping
nuclear
name.
family, and in their own words, how they're attempting to destroy it. And we honestly don't need to look very far, but a recent Washington Examiner article that stated, no joke, that in Europe,
She just said no
nurses are
joke.
saying that we should no longer call breastfeeding breastfeeding. We need to call it chest feeding. I'm not making this up, not fake news, because we need to be inclusive
to those biological males that are transgendering. Not only is that ridiculous,
Give me some chest
but
feeding.
it devalues the role of biological women. And it's an attempt, yeah. It does. It is an attempt to destroy our very unique, God-given role in a family. And so, panelists today, I'm curious of your thoughts, where you have seen this, the left in their own words, as an attempt to destroy the nuclear family.
Should I start?
Yes.
Okay.
Whoa, he wasn't even listening. I love this guy.
I was very fortunate to grow up 4 hours away from here, Tallahassee, Florida, and went to school about 4 hours south in University of Miami. And it was during the days in which the KKK, Jim Crow, segregation was very prevalent. But here's the difference. My community, just like the German community, the Italian community, the Jewish community, we might not have been assimilating, but we had certain things in common. We loved our country. We believed in meritocracy. We believed that the way we command respect from each other was through hard work and outstudying, outworking anyone else around us, so we commanded respect in that way. Now, it's important to understand that what I'm talking about right now is not hypothetical. I grew up in a community that literally, because of the tenets we believed in, education, faith, the free market, and the family, everything was about that. We led our country in the 60s in the growth of the middle class. Men matriculated from college. Men committed to marriage. Percentage of entrepreneurs over 40%, which equated to 56% of black Americans in the 1960s being part of the middle class. Because we're a segregated community, everything stayed within, and we turned within. That has been turned upside down. So we stand here as a warning buoy. Don't let the hard left do to our country what it did to my great community. We're now on the very upside down on everything I just talked about. And a lot of it is, first of all, you take away manhood. You take away the idea of what men are supposed to do, which is sacrifice everything for that family, that wife, and their name. So this is an evil that's been coming at us for a long time. I'm going to pass it on real quickly. Just remember this. The reason why our country is such a unique country is because of the foundation of the Judeo-Christian values that allows us to see each other from inside out versus outside in. The left wants to turn us around in every way they can, divide us, devalue womanhood, devalue manhood, destroy our kids, because when you take God out of the equation, destruction is what's left. And that's all they have right now.
There you go. Based in Christian Pilled.
You know, as conservatives,
Angie Bainling says, "Be right back, Nick. I'm sliding into Tudor Dixon's DMs."
I haven't always considered myself a conservative. I was brainwashed, as my big brother, I like to call him, Burgess. He taught me a lot. He helped to wake me up to the conservative movement, but really the principles of what is being a conservative, right? And I challenge us all to do more. There's a lot of people like me out there. There are a lot of liberals, there are a lot of people who are Democrats who just don't understand what's going on around us. You see, I go into the inner city schools with my hands. And when I go into the schools, I see kids who can't read and write, and they're 15, 16 years old. I see mothers who have no clue how to raise their kids. You see, you have to take a driver's test to have a driver's license. Any profession you go into, you have to get certified. But to be a parent, we allow that to happen at free will. And so a lot of folks just don't know how to parent these kids. We don't have a problem with our children in America. We have a problem with our parents. And so as conservatives, we are the ones who have to teach. The Bible teaches us to go out and serve our neighbors. The Bible commands us to do that. It tells us, right in Scripture, right in James 1:7, pure religion and undefiled before God the Father is this, to serve the orphan and the widow. To serve the orphan and the widow. That's just not physically, but that's also spiritually. Like Burgess said, we have to get back to putting God back into our schools, God back into our families. But more importantly, as Christians,
I don't think we got to put God back into our schools. I think we got to get our kids out of
starting to
schools.
let these babies who may not have fathers in their house, bring them into your home. You got to go out into the communities and where the teachers that we complain about in our public schools, We can all do something. We all have community centers in the inner cities. We all have places to go where we can touch youth that need us. But do we do it? We're conservatives. Let's start acting like it.
You know, the family unit is one of the most important values in this country. The mother, the father, that makes us a great nation. The socialists want to take that away from us. You know, I am so happier now that I became a Trump Republican because American values includes the nuclear family. The nuclear family believes in conservative values. They want to protect their home, Second Amendment. They want the best for their kids, quality education. Quality education is why I'm here before you, because I had a mother and father who fundamentally felt that it was their obligation to improve our quality of life by making sure I had a better quality of life as well, by going to school. That's why the Democrats, I don't know what they are really, the socialists, they want to destroy the family unit and make everyone dependent on the government. I say no to that.
Right, Leo.
Yeah.
I say that we have an obligation to make sure that our conservative values, which really depends on how we look upon our families, to maintain, to prosper, and communicate, and keep that going on. One final point. The democratic socialist rhetoric of government does everything, that does not fly. What makes this country great is our individual choice, our freedom, our personal responsibilities, and that is why we have to keep fighting, why we have to win 2022 and put Mr. Trump back in the White House in 2024.
Whoa! I like Lou. I don't like the guy who's saying we got to put God back in schools. I don't want my school, public school, teaching God.
In a section of the book discusses how you take control of a group of people or take control of society. And he says you have to empty their soul, take away from them what makes them happy. And when we think of what the left is doing to us, they are telling us, don't have strong relationships, you don't need to be in a committed relationship, don't get married, don't have kids. In fact, be scared to have kids because they might die in a climate apocalypse. They are removing every aspect of natural happiness, fulfillment, and purpose in our lives, and they are creating this soulless, empty society. And that is so much easier for them to push a collectivist mindset on. So we have to be aware, and that brings up the elements of pop culture and the messaging that our generation is hearing. I think of groups like Teen Vogue. Their news and politics editor is an anarcho-communist trans person, and they go and speak at the Socialist Party convention. Just like we gather here today, the socialists gather as well. And they directly say they need to end the nuclear family in order to pass a collectivist socialist agenda. That's the stuff we need to be aware of. And like you were mentioning earlier with the chest feeding, they say that pregnancy is a tool of oppression and that they need to free women from having to bear their own children. Even at this discussion, at the Convention for the Socialists, they talk about creating a surrogacy system by the government so that women do not have to bear their own children. That's the kind of disrupting of the family that we're experiencing today.
No, I just want to bring up one other point because we have a lot of topics to talk about. I'm sure all of us remember the horrific attack on the Supreme Court nominee who is now a Justice, Amy Coney Barrett. A woman, a Catholic, a woman who had an extended family and adopted 2 minority kids. Remember how she was attacked by the left who said, oh, she's adopting black kids and it's sort of a front. Why does the left always, even attacking the family unit, why do they always have to play the race card? This woman has a heart of gold, a Catholic who wanted to expand her family, but that's the Democratic Kool-Aid. They attack any nature of the family unit. No mom in the house, no father in the house. Let the government do everything. We'll tell you who you can adopt. Really? That's what we have to fight against.
I think it was a Boston University professor that called that white colonization of her adopting those 2 children, which is, again, ludicrous. As much as we dislike Washington, D.C., it would be great if we could talk a little bit about what's going on there. I mean, obviously we have unemployment. People are looking for jobs because of the lockdown, and one of the first things that the Democrats decided to do was propose a rule change that would rename mothers, daughters, sisters, which is absolutely crazy and completely out of touch. But I'm curious of your perspective, Congressman, and if others wanted to chime in.
I tell you, I have, first of all, so much faith in American people because I was raised knowing my history. And I understand now beginning, and I realize there's a God in heaven who's blessed our country with the concept of freedom, and no country's done it better than we have. So the great thing we have right now, to keep this in mind, we all need in life contrast. The reason why we appreciate family and the great things that happen, because we sometimes go through those tough times. And when we come out of those tough times, not only are we learning, but we realize we can get through it, and we have more hope the next time it comes around. We're going through some tough times the next couple of years, but it's going to give Americans contrast. For the first time, we're going to have good Democrats, good independents, good Republicans having conversations that finally get we the people talking again. Because I tell you one thing I can say, guys, it doesn't matter what party you're part of. If you don't have a job, you're not happy. If your kid's not going to school, you're not happy. If you're sitting there waiting for a vaccine and they're getting the people at the border, you're not happy. People that are talking together, we the people, are the most important, the most powerful 3 words in the history of mankind. Because boy, we come together in a sense of harmony, no one can defeat us. So the next couple of years, have these good conversations with our friends. Let's lower the temperature, let's listen a little bit more, and at the end of the day, we give them so much rope, they're going to do themselves in by themselves. They're going crazy, they're nuts. They make no sense. They can't go far enough, fast enough to the left. And we say, wait a minute. So understand Americans across the board are feeling the same way. We're going to be okay, guys. In the end, good guys win. We're going to win this. So just hang in there.
I think it was Coach Denny Green after a game. He said, "They are who we thought they were." Y'all remember that?
I remember that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Biden and the Democrats are
who we thought
they were. And so as they pass these policies, I call this Equality Act I call it the Sodom and Gomorrah Declaration. I'm in the schools, and I get emotional when I think about this. You're talking about, in the African-American community, over 70% of kids born out of wedlock. You're talking about homes full of kids who don't have fathers in broken homes, and a bunch of mamas who want to do better for their babies. You talk about cities all over this country that are spending $25,000 per month per kid on education, and these kids can't read and write. Now you're going to force upon them that they can pick their gender when they're already broken and lost and don't know how to find their way anyway? This is a big deal. This is a really big deal. And we got to stand up and understand what kind of spiritual battle we are facing. This is just not about policy or Democrat, Republican. This is spiritual, y'all. We're talking about babies that are born that don't have any guidance now, that we're telling them that they can pick their gender. Boys can be girls and girls can be boys.
Preach, brother.
We're influencing our women not to need men. And we're influencing our boys to be soft.
Can I get an amen?
Men are not supposed to be soft.
Can I get a hallelujah? I love that. Thank you.
Christ
Thank you.
Jesus was not a soft man. Let's remember that. Read your scripture. And so we have to go back. I talk about scripture all the time because I don't have the truth. I don't have the answers. None of us do. But if we can't talk to the other side and agree on one thing, where we establish our truth. Are we going to establish our truth through the word of God? Or are we going to establish our truth through the desires of man? Sit back and think about that.
Can I make a quick point?
No.
I'm going to make this as quick as I can.
Can you make a quick point? I don't know. You're kind of old.
I was blessed, gosh, back in the early 90s, to be riding around in my car. I was a rep for Word Perfect, and I would set my appointments up every single day so I can spend time in the car listening to Rush Limbaugh. And I was fortunate and blessed to have actually called in and got Bo Snerdly. James Golden, a very good friend of mine.
Oh, God,
And it was a defining moment because
Very
that was
good
the first
friend of
time I had
yours.
a
You don't
chance
even
to
know his
talk to
name.
someone about the failure he had gone through a couple years before and coming out of that and saying this is a country of second chances. The first time having a conversation with Rush Limbaugh, we connected when I made a statement. I said at the end of the day, the black community will rise again when black people turn within and do our part. We'd love to have our team. It's we the people, we're gonna do it together. But who's gonna be at the tip of the spear? Black Americans who love our nation, who love our country, who love our culture, and are willing to speak the truth. That conversation led me to say one day I'm gonna write a book, which I did 20 plus years later, which allowed me to develop a lot of friends on Fox News, which allowed me, when I decided to make this run, to have support across this country. I'm thankful for the American people for everything they're doing to make sure we have the smallest margin in decades, so we can hold these guys' feet to the fire. I'm thankful for Heavenly Father who's given me this journey that I can learn that I truly have always been a conservative, and I will die a conservative. I will live as strong as I can to make sure that everybody understands the values that we have. And I'm thankful for a great man, Rush Limbaugh. Not his wealth. He lived the American dream by giving people hope, and that's something every one of us can do. We can all live the American dream by leaving as our legacy hope for those that watch this world.
I told you he couldn't make a quick point.
Yeah, can I just add just one thing back to what Jack said? Because, again, I'm a lawyer, but I was a former school teacher. I still have my teaching license. And if there's one value of how this country was built on the public education system, the teachers union that controls the Democratic Party want to destroy quality education. They deny opportunity for kids to pick their school of choice.
Thank you.
We have to fight against these outrageous teacher unions that are preventing our kids even today from going back to school because they like to stay home. Those teachers like to get a free paycheck. And I'm saying to you that school choice is the fundamental key to break the poverty cycle.
By the way,
It's the fundamental key. So let's make that one of the key components of our fight to gain this country back away
I'll be
from
talking
these
about
socialists.
this subject next Friday with someone who is building a school right now.
So important in the fight against socialism. Right now, 70%
Like
of my generation.
I shouldn't
says
say
that
is
they would be
building.
willing to vote
They
for
have
socialism.
built a school
I
and
doubt
they're
that
building
70%
more
of my generation
on it.
has ever heard
Next
the
Friday.
definition of socialism or understands what it means to nationalize an industry or to seize the means of production. But unfortunately, they view government as the only solution. We've created a dependency. And when we talk about Black Lives Matter, how they are trained Marxists, they are bringing the element of Marxism where you divide the classes against each other and hope for that class uprising. They're instead using cultural Marxism where they're dividing us on identity, they're dividing us by sexual orientation, by race. Every type of PC culture that they're using is now being used by the socialists. And I specifically am very concerned because they talk about how women and how other groups usually depend on men to survive. And instead, we can be empowered and instead rely on the government. We don't have to rely on men anymore. We can rely on the government to take care of us. Very, very scary.
And let me be very clear, sorry, because we used that word Black Lives Matter. I want to make sure everybody understands. I am against Black Lives Matter because they don't care about all black lives. Okay, they don't care about the black police officers.
Give Leo his
who are
own
out there
segment.
working,
Lou.
protecting our society.
Leo.
They don't care about the black-on-black crime in Chicago.
Give
but they
Leo his
care
own
about
segment.
shaking down companies a la Al Sharpton, collecting all that money. Where it goes? Pour into the schools. So I am totally opposed to that organization. It's socialist. They want to destroy the family unit. You look at their Marxist manifesto. It's outrageous. We have to protect our country's values.
Give that man his own segment.
And Leo, if listen, some people that say Black Lives Matters, they care about Black lives.
Some.
But they don't understand what to do because they have been brainwashed by this media. And so they're a part of the problem. If you really thought Black Lives Matter, then every black kid who doesn't have a place to go after school would have one. All the billions of dollars that they raise We'll go into after-school programs so these kids can read or write.
Yeah.
Our school to prison pipeline in this country was devastating. When I go into a school, I can look at a kid and say, man, he's probably gonna end up in prison. I teach in the prisons.
Racist.
And when I walk into the prisons,
Just kidding,
I see
just
men
kidding.
who have never had an opportunity to be taught. And these are the same men who are right now in these elementary schools. And we all know where they're gonna end up. We have, if you look at it, you're 20 times more likely to go to prison if you're fatherless. 71% of all the kids that drop out of school, and we've almost 2.5 million kids dropped out of school last year in America. 2.5 million. 71% of those kids are fatherless. What other population are we supposed to be focusing on? As conservatives, as Democrats, whoever you are, anyone listening, get out of your houses. Go touch an orphan.
No!
Get out of your houses. Get out of your bubbles.
Don't go touch an orphan.
We can sit up here on these
Oh,
stages
Lord.
in front of millions of Americans and talk to each other all we want to. We can sit up in our pews and praise the Lord all we want to. But the Lord told us to get out there and live our
Joe
words
Biden's like
by the work
activated.
of our hands.
Let me just say this.
Oh.
We're going to wrap it up real quick here.
He just mansplained her. He manned her out of her own panel.
To the black issue, black problem, when black Americans are given an opportunity, given the voice, to get to make a difference. We have a remarkable bench. We have people like Kathy Barnett, Claston Bernard running in Louisiana, Kim Klacik. This is just a few, but here's the point. Here's the point I'm making, guys. We cannot do what the Democrats do. Democrats use, abuse, and discard. They show up every 4 years and show people, and then they move on and don't think a thing about it. We have to be a party. We are the party of entrepreneurship. We need to start investing into our communities. We need to go into these communities where it's plus D, 30D, and say we're going to win this in the next 2 cycles because we're going to get the message out. And when the next voice, like a Donald Trump, comes up, we won't just have 18% of black men and a doubling of black women. We'll do so much more than that. Because we need to start understanding there are people who want to give the voice. The people who have the articulation, the history, the courage. And the last thing we want to hear when they go in there and they do their thing, and they come out of this cycle, and the last thing we want to hear is, we had no help. We need to help, and I'll say this, my black friends out there, my Dave Webb, my Jennifer Carroll, there are so many of us out there. Let's make sure we tune ourselves into where these voices are, put our voices out, our faces, our message, and let's start making sure they cannot be so cocky about thinking they're going to just show up. They're going to fight, because we're going to fight for them.
And can I just say one thing, 30 seconds, I promise. Do you see, remember we have the policies and the program, the Republicans and the conservatives. We have the issue. The Democrats have the rhetoric. Case in point, the Democratic National Convention, remember last year? It was just doom and gloom. But the Republican National Convention was the American best and brightest. You remember how great it was, all those speakers? My point is simply this. We need to get that message out every day. We have the policy, we have the program, we have the people. And that Republican National Convention was beautiful. It was resonated, it talked about American values. That's the message we have to get out every day of the year.
Right.
Stop letting anybody but Leo talk.
And honestly, if they actually cared about Black lives, they would not allow Planned Parenthood to go into the African American communities and target minorities.
Uh-oh.
They would actually stand up to this abortion provider and defend life if they cared about Black lives.
If they cared about black lives, they care about the family, they wouldn't have a $15 per hour wage to make sure our kids never get a chance to go to work. They'll make sure that our kids are protected. We have choice in school. You go to the litany. They could care less. When you hate God, you hate capitalism, you hate the family unit, which is what Black Lives Matter, Inc. is, you do not care about black lives. You don't care about American lives. Right. You care about an ideology of godlessness. So understand what we're up against. Jack said it before. It's spiritual, my friends. Let's make sure we know where the truth comes from and the power, and let's make sure we're fighting together, guys. Bring us together and make this thing happen.
Right.
And Burgess, and I'll be 2 seconds. What Burgess just said remember that a lot of folks, particularly the black leaders in the Democratic Party who claim and sit in pews and claim to be
way
preachers,
longer than 2 seconds.
They claim to be Christians, but yet they are pushing to kill our babies.
Right.
They're pushing to kill our babies and sacrifice our kids, young black kids. Over 20 million black babies aborted in America. It should all make us sick to our stomach to know that we live in a nation that not just supports that, but we promote it. And we prey on the most underserved women. And we talk about women's rights, but we prey on those little girls. We don't tell them they shouldn't have sex. We tell them, just use a contraceptive or go to the clinic. It's sickening, it's disgusting, and we have to stand up, just like Burgess said.
Address
just like Leo
hoism.
said. Get behind Leo Terrell. Get behind Burgess Owens. Get behind our black conservative leaders so that we can have voices.
Right. Yeah.
Get back. Have our back.
Thank you. Thank you. Our time is up. We need to go. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Good job, guys.
Good job, buddy.
Good job.
Okay.
Address hoism. We got to get rid of hoism. Liberty or Death says, I ran for office in New Mexico in 2020. I was looking at energy. We have the tech to build reactors the size of a small table with waste the size of a softball. Provolone Loaf says, Joe Biden is the Rex Grossman of presidents. Wolfgang Deo says, so Bongino was talking about things we might need if one wishes to say, oh, why don't you have it now? Well, they don't need it. Why do everything? I'm not quite sure what you're asking. Next, he says, have you gotten out and touched an orphan today? Dear God, no. The phrasing on that was terrible. Then we've got Night of Hope has a couple messages here. It says, we've done these things for years and these kids don't learn anything. The black community will only reform from within, same as Islam. The only thing that would actually help is taking away the perverse incentives that already exist, like welfare. Night of Hope says, these idiots won't talk about perverse incentives and getting rid of welfare, housing assistance, fixing child support, and all other things that create faith fatherlessness because they know people won't vote to stop stealing public benefits from taxpayers. How do you reason with a population that has an ideology and values that are different from yours, though? I've tried my entire life. These people don't listen or learn anything. It's effing ridiculous, dude. How is it on us to make them sane again? Jeez. And he says, everybody just needs to understand we gave these pussies the political power for the last 4 years to do something, anything. Well, not really for 4, only 2. To effect these changes, and they didn't do any of them. How the F will be any different next time? Never forget that. And Polio64 says, we must defend conservative values like bombing and pillaging countries, putting whites last, and sending money to Israel. I think there was so that panel was interesting for 2 reasons. It was 3 black guys and one young white woman, moderated by an older white woman. Slightly older, not that she was older. But okay. But it was supposed to be about disrupting the nuclear family, and so it was interesting to have that messaging come from 3 black men, with 2 of them really primarily talking about black families. It's interesting because, one, it shows just how bad the problem is in the black community, where any discussion about the nuclear family is about, or disrupting the nuclear family is about the black family demographic. But at the same time, I think it was a little short-sighted because I think they lost focus. I think they could have done a panel on bolstering the black family, addressing needs in the black community, conservative solutions to black issues. I think they could have done that panel with those guys better. I think that would have been a better panel, because I don't think the disruption in the nuclear family is solely limited to the black community, but that's how that panel came off. That's how that panel came off. So that one kind of went off the rails for me. But that's just my opinion on that. Feels like I'm at Rekieta Saturday Church. Kallstroh, I don't know. I don't even know who Kim Classic is, but who knows? She might be on a different panel. The next panel is hard questions for the hard cases. How to defend life with Emily Burning, Allison Centofonte, Michelle Fishbosh. Oh, that's the new Minnesota rep in my area. And moderated by Kelly Jane Torrance. So this is an all-female panel talking about how to defend life. So they're immediately eliminating the criticism of you don't have a uterus, you don't get a voice. That's why I think it's Fishbach. Fishbach, not Fishbosh. So they're going to get around that criticism. That's probably, I guess, one of the right moves to get people to listen. Hard question should have been moderated by Dixon. Why not teach God in school? This is really simple. Do you want, have you met a public school teacher, and do you want them teaching God to your kids? That's it. That's it. Instead of teaching God in public schools, support things like school choice and decentralizing schools where you can have your community school teaching God. I don't want a state education on God. I do not want the state of Minnesota to teach my kids about God ever, ever, ever. That's the worst thing I would ever want. That would be terrible. Decentralized schooling and school choice. COVID has shown us that we don't need the buildings. We don't need the buildings in the same way. We can get highly qualified teachers teaching subjects to way more than 20 kids. And we can weed out bad teachers. And we can have a tutor program. And we can adopt these technologies and these ideas to get really qualified teachers. Imagine if every class was taught by someone highly qualified rather than it being a crapshoot on if your teacher's going to be someone of use at all. And instead, we can have local tutors helping to implement the teaching and assist kids rather than trying to license every single teacher and pulling out these bottom barrel undergrad students to come out and teach kids about how to live. No, thank you. No, thank you. Decentralized teaching, decentralized schooling, and allow for maximum choice. You can have smaller school pods that are localized, that have a lot more control and flexibility over their curriculums. This is what we used to do, but we could do it way better now with technology. Oh.
Kelly Jane Torrance.
Well, welcome to Hard Questions for the Hard Cases, How to Defend Life. I want to briefly just give you a little more info on who our panelists are today. Emily Burning is the president and co-founder for Let Them Live, a 501c3 nonprofit.
Angry Baneling says, ask chat to hit like in black passive voice.
Now if you like the message, if you love the Lord, I'm going to need you to hit that like button.
You got to have the likes. You got to get the likes. If we get the likes, we get the love. If we get the love, we get the power. If we got the power, we spread the message. Hit the likes. I need you to hit like.
Affairs at Live Action, a nonprofit that exists to shift public opinion on the killing of preborn children and defend the rights of those most vulnerable. And finally, Representative Michelle Fishbach, who represents Minnesota's 7th District. She spent over 20 years in the Minnesota Senate, including 4 as president of the Senate, and she was the first woman to hold that position. She later served as lieutenant governor. She's from Minnesota and got her BA in political science and economics from St. Cloud State University and her JD from William Mitchell College of Law.
Oh, no. Oh, no. She went to a defunct law school. Everybody who went to William Mitchell's terrible.
I think it's great that CPAC is focusing on the hard questions, the hard cases. Even 66% of Americans who identify themselves as pro-choice are against third-term abortions. So there's certainly some issues that there's widespread agreement on. This is wrong. But there's the tougher questions come at the beginning or when there's medical issues. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So one of the first questions I'd like to ask is, if someone's a devout Catholic, for example, or has some other religious belief that prohibits abortion, it's easy. It's easy to
Yes,
tell them
I went
why
to
they
William
should be
Mitchell. That was the joke.
pro-life.
That was
What
the
if
joke.
you're talking to someone who is not religious, is maybe an agnostic, an atheist, they're not really sure, they don't have that easy in to being pro-life. How would you try to convince that person, try to bring them on board? What could you say to that person?
And I will just jump in. First and foremost, I think whatever, if it's a religious basis or you're an agnostic, whatever the case is, life is worth protecting. It is worth protecting. We respect one another because it is a life, and it's very important to do that. And I think it's just plain and simple that it's that simple. But in addition to that, science is showing us so much about the humanity of the unborn. Now I will say I'm the oldest on the panel. I have 5 grandchildren and another on the way. And when my children were born, you had those little grainy ultrasounds. And now you've got the 4D, and you can see if the baby's smiling. And so science is showing us so much about the humanity of the unborn that it is undeniable at this point that it is killing a human life. And so that is one of the things that you have to talk about, is make sure they understand that this is a human life, and it is certainly, and so much of the time we all probably add a gift from God. Yeah. But it is just simply a human life.
It's called a 4D ultrasound because
well, that's a great point, Michelle.
that's what they're called. They're actually really cool. No, she didn't mean 4K. 4D ultrasounds are really, really cool. Look them up.
They really tend to fall heavily on and actually accuse pro-lifers of being anti-science. But you bring up a great point. Science is actually helping us understand even better what a fetus looks like, what a fetus goes through, what a fetus
Probably
feels.
because you see a 3D image in full
Emily,
real
I thought
time.
you have some great things, because your organization, I understand, is a secular one.
Yes, and that was extremely intentional. Let Them Live, we reach so many women. We reach so many different types of women that aren't necessarily, just Christian. And we wanted to be a little bit different. We wanted to ensure that our support went to every single type of woman. And, like you had mentioned, Representative, the pro-life issue is not just a religious one. It is very heavily, religious as it is, but it is not just simply religious. So we do have scientific arguments, and it doesn't have to be religious. Supporting women, supporting unborn children, it's just something we should do as human beings. And so, that was a very intentional thing, like we did with Let Them Live, is making it secular, just so that we can kind of switch up the narrative a little bit and show that we are reaching a lot further than just the church.
Great, and thank you guys. So that was a question I thought was great, because we don't hear that perspective a lot. But here I'm going to ask a couple questions that you probably get a lot, and I'd love to hear what you have to say. I'll start with you, Allison. So what about people who say that there should at least be an exception for the life of the mother? What happens if a doctor says, you know what, this pregnancy is too dangerous for you, you may not live through it, it's life-threatening? What do you say then?
That's a great question, and we're seeing that come up often.
Hello.
The pro-abortion movement is heading in that direction, always highlighting these life of the mother cases, and I need to frame the argument this way. When we're talking about abortion, we have to make sure we know what we're talking about, defining the terms. And what's been said so far is absolutely true. You can make a religious case. You can absolutely make this a case from science. The fact that there's a heartbeat that starts at 21 days, it's detectable at 6 weeks, and at the moment of conception, there is life. That is a unique human DNA, and that is worthy of our protection. It's how we all started, and that's at the core of this issue. Yeah. So with that in mind, knowing that that's a little innocent baby, and then also knowing what the procedure does, I would be remiss if we had a conversation about abortion and didn't share what an abortion is. Abortion is the intentional and direct killing of that innocent baby via starvation, dismemberment. It's violent. It's terrible. And we at Live Action have videos that show a medical animation that change people's minds on this every day. So with that in mind, abortion kills an innocent preborn baby that's often got a beating heart already at 21 days. To the life of the mother argument, I will say this. I thought there were cases too at one point where you had to pick between mom and baby. Who's gonna live and who's gonna die? And we have done so much research talking to the
It's
world's
never a
leading
problem.
OBGYNs that they say no, absolutely not. Former abortionists have even said no. The
Life of the
goal
mother
always
is
should be
not
to save them
a
both.
thing.
So if a mother does find herself in a high-risk pregnancy, if she's experiencing preeclampsia, high blood pressure, then if that baby needs to be separated from that mother, the answer, guys, is early delivery, early induction, or C-section, not dismembering that child. There is no need to go in and intentionally kill that child. And we have talked to leading medical experts who agree. Now, obviously, if we do an early delivery or a C-section of a baby before viability, the odds are not great that the baby's gonna live, but that is incredibly different than intentionally killing that child. And in fact, I'll end on this. An emergency C-section to help that mother can be done in under an hour or two.
Under an hour or
Third
two,
trimester abortion
it's
that
under-
occurs after 24 weeks when
It's under
these
10
high-risk
minutes.
cases can develop, takes 2 to 3 days. So you tell me what's safe for that mother if we're really about making sure that they can be separated from their child in order to save their life. So we need to push back on that narrative, always try and save them both. And moms do better when they have a chance to be with that child, see that child, and not end its life.
May I just add a little bit to that? That was
We had a baby
And I will
born
say from-
by an
from
emergency
the,
C-section,
legislative
and I mean we're
perspective
talking
is when we do talk
from the
about
time
those
they
things,
determined it was
they
emergency
say, "Oh, it's the
C-section
health of
to the
mother,"
time the
and they
baby was out
define
was
that
under 30
so
minutes.
broadly in legislation that anything can be defined as health, and so it's not an accurate depiction when they say, "Oh, this legislation will protect women when it's the health of the mother." It's not. It just opens it wide up.
That's
so
a great
that's
point,
one of the
Representative.
fallacies that they can.
We talk about Roe v. Wade all the time, and I think everyone in this room is aware. There was a video last night, Roe v. Wade, all of that kind of stuff we know. But there's also Doe v. Bolton, which defined life and health of the mother so broadly to include financial, psychological. That's why we saw last year in New York the Reproductive Health Act. It was for any reason. And the left often asks us, I'm sure Emily and you guys get it too, why are you saying abortion is legal up to birth for any reason? And it's because of Roe v. Wade and Doe v. Bolton. It changed the game, and now you can get an abortion for literally any reason.
Yeah, that's actually an important point too. Is I find liberals often try to redefine terms to win since they can't win in the court of public opinion. And I think we've seen that with immigration, for example, on what counts as seeking asylum. We now have, financial reasons as an asylum seeker. And of course, originally a refugee was someone fleeing political persecution. So, they can't win with the public. They will redefine the term. So I think that's a great question. Since we're sort of focusing on the science right now, I'll ask this now. And so what if the doctor tells the mother, this baby is going to be born, would be born with serious disabilities or serious developmental issues? Either the child will likely die very quickly or will have a horrible, burdensome life. What do you say then? Who wants to?
Yeah, I have comments. I'd be interested if Emily has met any moms that have experienced that. But, we've talked to women who've had those fetal abnormality diagnoses. Maybe it's Down syndrome, or maybe it's anencephaly. You guys remember Zika, and we were talking about that, babies with really, really small heads and what to do there. And that's a very sad diagnosis. But we absolutely have to acknowledge the right of that child. That is a human being worthy of our legal protection. And also look at what the studies show is best for mothers. Mothers that have the opportunity to provide what's called perinatal and palliative care. So you treat the womb as a hospice. In the same way, if you have an elderly parent who is on hospice and you just eliminate pain and you keep them comfortable, perinatal and palliative care is the same way with a baby. You keep them comfortable, you eliminate pain, and you keep that pregnancy to go as far as you can. And then if early delivery or natural delivery happens, you are able to take care of and provide comfort and be with that child, even if it is, like you said, Kelly, for only a few hours. And there's a beautiful story about two sisters who were both pregnant. They both actually had the same diagnosis in utero of a fatal abnormality. One chose abortion and the other chose perinatal and palliative care. And this sister said, I have memories to share and a story to tell. And this one said, and I have a secret that I don't
That's
share.
powerful.
And that struck me as these moms, these families do better when they can deliver that baby, hear their little voice, take pictures, imprint those feet, and remember them. So that always struck me. That was beautiful. And I would say sometimes those diagnoses can be wrong. We'll hope and pray for that. But if it is right, perinatal and palliative care is the way to go. It's better for baby and mom.
Well, that's great, Allison. And I know women who have suffered miscarriages, and they feel awful. There's a real pain there. So, the idea also that it's just easier to get rid of that child. It's never easy. And, I love that a woman has memories. She spent that time with the child. But Emily, I'd like to hear from you too.
Yeah, and it's such a lie too. We experience this in our culture. Abortion is so available, and women are told, you can have this abortion. It's going to be over with. It's, one and done. You'll never have to think about it again. And that is such a lie. Oh my gosh, that is such a lie. Because when women have abortions, there are mental, physical, emotional, there are some major, major consequences to abortion that nobody in the abortion industry wants women to know, because they are making money off of women and they don't care about women. So women walking into that abortion, maybe they have a past trauma that happened to them. Maybe they are dealing with a situation where their child is going to be, born with a fatal deformity. Now, not only are they having to go through that, and if they choose to abort, they are also going to have to deal with the abortion on top of that. And one trauma does not heal if you slap another trauma on top of it. And that's exactly what abortion is. It's
One thing that's not being said here
and so
is
we
that
have
a lot
to
of early
dispel, this idea that
diagnoses
abortion is this quick solution, the easiest
of
solution to
fetal
all of our
issues
problems.
are
And
wrong.
That's something we see with the Let Them Live moms, and all of the moms that we encounter is they've bought into, or they've been told this lie that abortion is this quick fix and it'll just be gone. And we owe women a lot more to tell
One of our
Well,
children
I'm a journalist,
had
so I
one
have
of
to
the
push you
early
guys a little
tests,
bit.
and
Gotta
the
be a
early
little tough on you. That's
and they
my
had an
job, but I have
irregular
an easy
quad
job. I
test,
get to ask the hard
and they told us that our child
But
may
what if,
have
though, it's not a case where the child
one
is
of the
not viable
trisomies,
or, won't
and it
live well?
was
What if it is,
it was
the doctor
actually
says the child's gonna have
completely
a
incorrect.
miserable
Completely
life. They're going to be,
incorrect.
they're going to have
And
Down syndrome, they're
had
going to have
had some other family gotten that same diagnosis, they would have chosen to abort at that point.
How do you respond?
What is a fulfilled life by anybody's standards? That's such a subjective thing. It's like defining the health of the mother. It's such a broad thing. What is a fulfilled life? My life could be considered fulfilled.
And I actually know someone who did do an abortion based on one of those early tests. They'll never know. It eats them away. It eats away at them for the rest of their
I don't want to
life.
cut you off. Kelly, I was told that, when I was pregnant, they offered me prenatal testing early and said, it could show Down syndrome, and Down syndrome kids, they don't run as fast and they don't perform as well. And I was in shock. And I just want to push back on that for a second, because the fact that the medical community has the audacity to do an ultrasound on me and tell me my baby is X weeks along and doing well, but then if you just want to get rid of it, just in case it has Down syndrome, that's fine too. It's cognitive dissonance, and health professionals need to speak up and speak out and be done with abortion. It's not okay to treat women, pregnant women, and our children like that. And number two, I have coworkers on my team who have babies with Down syndrome, since that is, 9 out of 10 babies with Down syndrome are terminated in the United States. I'll say that again, 90% of babies diagnosed with Down syndrome in the United States are killed. And these are amazing children. These people hit the same milestones that I hit and my babies hit. It might take them a little bit longer. It absolutely does. But you know what? Things take me a little bit longer now that I have a baby, and you don't get rid of me because I'm not on time for everything anymore. And so we got to speak up and defend these vulnerable demographics like those with Down syndrome or other disabilities that are available you can see on ultrasound. I would say leave that practice, and I should have, and I found a different doctor there. But if your doctor tells you that, you should be very, very concerned.
Yep. Great. Now, a lot of people talking about abortion say if you make it illegal, if you criminalize abortion, there's not going to be that many fewer abortions. There will just be many more unsafe abortions.
That's not true at all.
The famous
That's a dumb
stereotype
argument.
of the back alley coat hanger abortion. The idea that if you criminalize abortion, make it illegal, women still are going to seek it out, but it's going to be much more dangerous for the women. What do you say to that, Representative?
I would say abortion's not safe now, just for starters. It's not safe for the baby, and it's not safe for a woman. It is not a procedure that is good for either of those people. And so to say that, I think it's one of those you mentioned earlier, one of those things that they just keep saying and try to make people believe that. But it is not a safe procedure. There are many, many women who have complications from it and all kinds of other, and perforated uteruses, all kinds of things like that happen. So it's not safe now, and it certainly, they are not making it safer in any way.
Well, that's a good point. And I notice in some jurisdictions, there's really a movement to, like this happened, of course, in Texas, where people want to make sure it can be as safe as possible. So they say, hey, the doctor has to have admitting privileges at a hospital. There needs to be this much, amount of care at the facility. And of course, pro-choicers push back on that because they think it's just a way to make abortion more difficult.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to me that they don't care about the women that are undergoing that you don't want the doctor to be able to admit to a hospital if something like that happens.
And I will tell you, when I was in the Minnesota Senate, I carried the clinic licensing bill. And the pro-abortionists pushed back on that, and we didn't get it past the year that I carried it, but this was a simple bill to license the clinic that they were doing this. And if they want to call it a medical procedure, then it should be licensed like a medical facility. And they absolutely, and it wasn't an attempt to lessen their ability to sell this to women in crisis pregnancy, but it was an attempt to make sure that the facility is clean when we're looking at things like happening with Dr. Gosnell. We want to make sure that those facilities are clean, and it was our responsibility as Minnesota legislators to make sure that those facilities were clean in our state.
And if you're, to back up what you're saying, Representative, abortion's not safe. Mm-hmm. Someone always dies in an abortion. Absolutely. A person always dies, and a woman is left harmed with countless complications that Emily talked about. And we have a media that refuses to cover when the abortion industry fails. So when they fight, these common sense admitting privileges, hallways being wide enough for a gurney to get through, they fight us tooth and nail. And the pro-lifers will go out and will say, hey, we hate abortion, we want it to end, but at least take care of that woman, make sure that if something goes wrong, because it does, that she's not left in the front bleeding out, which we've heard stories of. Women like Tanya Reeves, Cree Irwin died because of their abortion. And because the abortion industry gets to go unfettered, unlicensed, not held accountable, veterinary clinics and nail salons see more oversight than our country's abortion facilities. Every woman should be terrified to walk in to a Planned Parenthood. Absolutely terrified.
Yes. They're nasty places, man.
Shifting from the more scientific stuff, you often hear.
Huggernaut says, so when can we get you to host a Sunday sermon?
Oh, no. Gets pregnant, or a young girl, even a teenager, not even finished high school, say. They say this girl is making a choice between getting an education and actually being able to take care of herself in life and being able to have that baby. I mean, those are the choices.
There's more regulation on like barbers in Minnesota than there is on Planned Parenthood.
Pressure her to have an abortion. They think having a baby will ruin her life. Often at that age, the guy is not really in the picture. He's reluctant. He's probably putting some pressure on her as well. What do you say to that girl, Emily?
Yeah, well, this is something we unfortunately have to deal with every single day at Let Them Live and other crisis pregnancy centers as well. Anybody that is helping women with these decisions. The one thing that I want to say, if I could say it, is circumstances are temporary and abortion is permanent.
Yeah.
And
great,
that's
great line, yeah.
We are facing a situation in our culture where the slightest problem can arise and you're pregnant and the solution is abortion. But what if the solution is something else? And that's what we fight for at Let Them Live, is when women say, I am not going to be able to get an education and have this baby. I can't afford, my rent. I'm living in my car and I'm supposed to have this baby. I just can't do it. It's because we have this so anti-woman culture that's saying, if you have a baby, you can't do anything. You can't do it. You have to kill your child to be successful. That is what the culture is telling women, and we have to be so opposite of that. And that's what we do at Let Them Live. We tell these women, we are here for you, we support you, we are all surrounding you. And we love you, and we love your baby. And your circumstances right in this second, those temporary circumstances, do not define you as a mother. They do not define you as a person, and we will help you get out of that so that you can make a life-affirming
You guys are
decision.
missing
And,
what she's saying with the anti-woman culture by focusing on the words. Don't focus on the word anti-woman. Listen to what she said. She's right.
Been at the lowest of their lows, facing.
They're telling women that having a
pregnancies where
family
their
means that
husband
they
or
can't do
the
anything
the
else.
baby's father leaves them, and they have no family, and they are just scared, and they have no resources. You know, that's when we show that we're there for them. And tonight, Let Them Live, we're premiering our documentary at 6:30 p.m., and you will hear stories of Let Them Live moms who were at their lowest point.
It's not a
with no
propaganda
hope, with
buzzword.
abortions
She's
scheduled,
talking about what
to commit
what
suicide because they couldn't
the
handle
biological
decision that they
creation
felt
of
like
woman is. Like,
don't want women feeling
that's
like
not
they
a
have to be
propaganda
backed into
thing.
a corner,
She's doing
and
the
that corner
opposite
being
of
abortion.
propaganda.
We need to give them
She's
more
talking
options,
about
and more options means
what
stepping up for them
role
financially,
many
stepping
women
up
have
with
in the
for
world.
them with resources, love, emotional support. I mean, just surrounding these women. And politics is downstream from culture. So if we expect to change anything, we need to change the culture, and that starts with letting women know that we are here for them.
Yep. That's great, Emily. And, you know, you're so right about culture. You know, I don't know if you remember, I think it was like about a year ago or so, the actress Michelle Williams said
Women
that
don't exist.
she had an abortion when she was early in her career. And she was happy because she doesn't think she would have come so far in her career if she had had that child. And, you know, here's a, you know, well-known actress, you know, award-winning actress telling people, hey, you can't be an actress and have a baby early on. And I think we've seen many actresses who have proved her wrong.
Well, it's not one or the other. You know, why does our society say it has to be one or the other? You either choose your education or your child. You either choose paying for your rent or you choose your child. It does not have to be a one or the other situation. Women are strong enough to do what they want to do in life and have a child if they choose to. I mean, like, they can do it. And this culture is telling women, no, you can't. And we're telling them, yes, you can.
Yeah. And the only people that are telling women that are Michelle Williams, the pro-aborts, are the only ones telling women, hey, you can't do it all.
The people that aren't helping them.
Yeah, and I just, you're going towards politics, and I want to say, you know, here, you guys are here because you care about politics. I want to remind you, who makes money? When a pregnant woman walks into Planned Parenthood, they see money. When they walk into, like, Let Them Live, Live Action, a pregnancy resource center, we're like, let's just help you. All of the things that we do for free. The pro-life movement is here to volunteer our kindness and our love and support. So if you're like, yeah, I don't understand why abortion is really, like, so entwined in our government affairs and our culture, follow the money. The government funding that they get still to this day is used to market to all of our family and friends their own stuff, and they turn around and they can prop up these politicians that go to DC and make sure that abortion's protected. It's sick. Pull their taxpayer funding and you will see the pro-life movement step in to take care of women and the abortion industry fade out. It's because we're propping it up with our own money.
Well, I have to say I had a few more hard questions to ask you, but our time is
Hard
up. But
questions.
I have to say, you ladies, lovely ladies, answered every question with aplomb, and I can't imagine somebody coming away from talking with one of you without having their hearts changed and their minds. So
Oh,
thank
shoot,
you
I
so
said I was
much
going to
for
do a
having
show tonight. But tonight would be Yellow Flash's show. Okay. Oh, God, turn off this stupid music. Quick. All right. So that was that. Next is Do Not Pass Go, the meaning of monopoly in the modern era with Ken Buck and Daryl Issa. So I'm sure that'll be terrible. Moderated by Dan Schneider from the American Conservative Union. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay, Thomas Lordrow says life is intrinsically valuable and is not dependent on parents' desire to have children. As an adopted son with CP and 2 kids of his own, I don't know what CP is there. There is no argument you can make to abort on the basis of physical impairment. So, yeah, I agree. I agree. I think we're beyond that. And I know it's really hard to do adoptions today, but these are parts. Oh, cerebral palsy. There you go. Thank you. These are these are all parts of bigger problems, of an overarching solution. So, like, you can't just say eliminate abortion and do nothing else. I don't think. I don't think that's practical. I think we need to work on the family court system is a big issue, and how child support works out. I do think that that's a problem that needs to be addressed in tandem with this. The adoption industry is a problem that needs to be addressed in tandem with this. There are other problems here. But at the core of the pro-life issue for me is always the simple thing of, why did we get to determine that these people aren't entitled to the right to life that all of us get? Like, why do we get to do that? And it's really easy to say, oh, they wouldn't have had a good life. They wouldn't have done this. But there are countless stories of people who do have good lives, who do exceed their expectations. And if we were to say that everybody who's not going to, grow up to be a millionaire should be aborted, then a lot of us get aborted. I mean, that's crazy talk. It's crazy talk. Life experiences there's no predetermined outcome for what made a good life for someone. So I can't buy any of those arguments. They're not availing to me. Wolfgang Deo. Oh wait, no. Sorry. Synapse says, I ran a complimentary school for 15 years, and I can tell you the results of having a local tutor helping the child understand the given lesson by a good teacher is extremely effective.
Facebook account.
Parlor account.
Yeah! Notice like no one's excited for Parlor
either. You've been on
either.
your Twitter account or your Facebook account, and you tried to click on the CPAC .org link, you got a warning. You are malicious and dangerous. Now, interestingly enough, even though we've had the CPAC.org link for years, both of those tech companies said, oops, that was just a mistake. We didn't actually intend that. Something happened. Very first day of CPAC, that's what we faced. Conservatives know that big tech really does not like us. They're biased against us. They don't like us communicating freely. Yet, it's
Remember, YouTube told me the other day, it was just a mistake.
The media bias that has existed for decades and decades. So, on one hand, we know that big tech is a problem, a serious problem, but on the other hand, it's really been our only solution except for talk radio. How do we get around the media censorship? That is a huge debate now among conservatives. We've got two great conservatives here today with us. Congressman Ken Buck of Colorado, my native state, the author of Capital of Freedom. We were born just 30 miles from each other, maybe. And then, of course, we've got Congressman Darrell Issa here, who is the inventor of 37 patents. Both of these are impressive men. But the question then is, what do we do with big tech, these big platforms? Do we use the power of our antitrust laws and break them up? Or do we identify the particular problems? They're sucking up our data. They're acquiring new companies and getting bigger and bigger. And privacy concerns. What do we do with them? How do we do it? Gentlemen, sometimes you agree and sometimes you disagree.
Well, I'm fortunate to serve on the antitrust subcommittee with Darrell Issa, and I have to tell you, we really have three issues. We have the monopoly issue, we have the speech issue, and we have the privacy issue. And I am focused on the monopoly issue. I believe that if we break these companies up or we create a competition in the marketplace, we will deal to a certain extent with the speech. We need to do things like make sure that a platform like Amazon can't create a product and compete with the company that is actually using Amazon. So it can't be a platform and have a line of business that operates on the platform. Apple can't compete with the apps on the App Store. I think there are a lot of things that we can do to make sure we bring competition in. These are companies that kicked President Trump off their platforms, and yet they let the Ayatollah Khomeini on the platform. These are companies, over 99% of Twitter employees donated to Democrats. We are never going to get a fair shot from these companies. We need to break them up. We need to make sure that we have competition in the marketplace so that we do get a fair shot with one of the companies.
Congressman, I have a follow-up question for you.
Well, and Ken and I agree on a great deal of that. I think the important thing is that even if you disagree on some of the tactics, that you understand, first, Republicans and conservatives have to define that we are at war with these companies. And undeniably, they are monopolies. Everything else, all the other tactics flow from those two truisms, that they do oppose us ideologically, and they have a monopoly which they have been abusing.
Look, they've got power. They do not like us. We know what the problems are, but by breaking them up, do we solve the problem?
Well, you know, the question is, if we have more MSNBCs and CNNs and the rest of the mainstream media, do we in fact accomplish anything? Or is what we need to do to make sure that they can never again shut down a Parler or exclude? I don't mind if there's no Twitter, but when a Jimmy Carter appointee, listen carefully, somebody appointed before 1980 who is still on the court, denied Parler a simple 10 days to make their case for not being shut down and shut out of business by Amazon, they were denied. Can you imagine if the printer refused to print the New York Times and they went for relief, if they would have been able to get that from that same judge? Of course they would. So, you know, when we look at
that's a
making
good
sure
point right
that
there.
we write laws and enforce them.
Boringly
one of the
made,
things we
but-
have to do, and this is something Ken and I serve on judiciary, also dealing with the courts. We've got to put an end to people that have been on the bench for 50 years being able to make those kinds of decisions and shutting off the only voice left when the monopolies had shut down the president.
Create a subcourt where no one over 50
and Daryl and I agree about that. One of the things we want
can
to make
decide
sure
on
is that
tech
we don't,
cases,
we
period.
understand what the unintended consequences are, that we have intended consequences. We don't want to create something that's worse than where we are today. I don't know how, but we don't want to do that. And we don't want to start opening up regulation, more regulation, to businesses in this country that are competing because the Democrats want to shut down every big corporation. So I think we have to be really careful. We know what we're doing, and we're aimed directly at these monopolies that are operating in this monopoly area.
We have a special patent court. We really need a tech court. We really do.
I shouldn't call it a problem yet. I'm not going to prejudge
It is a problem.
You two to answer. But Section 230, and this
It
gets
is a
kind of
problem.
complicated,
We know it's a
basically
problem.
gives a get-out-of-jail-for-free card to the big tech companies so that if there's something on there that they don't like, they don't have to be held liable for it. But then they're not supposed to be controlling that.
Congressman Chris Cox of California,
Chris Cox,
the
his
real
name
force
rocks.
behind Section 230, had exactly the right reason to pass it. The internet providers should be exactly like the phone company or the trucking company. You can't hold the trucking company responsible for what's inside a box. You can't hold the post office responsible for everything that they ship, and you can't hold the phone companies responsible for what Ken and I say over the phone. That was what it was supposed to do. But today they are in fact picking winners and losers, and they're doing so with so much protection that even the New York Times is easier to sue than Facebook or Twitter, and that's got to change.
They were given this protection with the understanding that they would not censor speech. But now they are censoring speech. Why do they still have this protection? Is that the better solution? Amend Section 230 so that we have a targeted approach, or break them up? Is that a fair question?
A better way to say it in a way is define Section 230. Section 230, according to its authors, was never intended to be anything but a protection for a common carrier, for someone who more or less blindly allowed product to transit the internet. Once they started doing what they're doing, they in fact violated the spirit of 230. And so yes, we are going to have to amend it, but we're going to amend it basically to have it do what it was supposed to do and no more.
But we also, if you look at newspapers, for example, we've got the Washington Post and we've got the Wall Street Journal. We've got dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of newspapers with different viewpoints. That's healthy. Those newspapers have to be responsible and not promote violent conduct, but at the same time, they can promote different viewpoints. If we had a dozen Facebooks, if we had a dozen Googles, we would be in a similar situation, and it'd be much easier to regulate the kind of publishing content that we're talking about now. Frankly, I think Darryl and I agree, the more information out there, the better. Let the consumer become an informed consumer by seeing different points of view.
Now, we are getting competitors. You mentioned Parler earlier, and we've got Cloud Hub coming on board. We've got lots of companies that are starting.
Timothy Reaper says a doctor once told my mother that she had an ovarian cyst that should be removed right away. She refused because she believed she was pregnant. Biggest mistake she ever made. 30 years later, that cyst is married and has 3 cysts of its own.
I want to treat these monopolies like monopolies. I don't personally favor breaking them up. And I always tell the story that when I came to Congress 20 years ago, Sun Micro and other companies were screaming that we had to break up Microsoft because of their dominance on something called Internet Explorer. Today, nobody uses Internet Explorer. It has literally been replaced by multiple other competitors, all of whom are superior.
Microsoft Edge.
If you
That's what literally replaced it.
Entry, competition will fix monopolies. The thing that I'm most concerned about is not Facebook and Twitter. The thing I'm most concerned about is here's Amazon Web. They're simply providing computers in the sky, and they made a decision that they had the right to shut off an enterprise who they disagreed with what they were saying, even though what was being said on Parler had less to do with January 6th than what was being said on Facebook and Twitter. And they knew it, and they did it anyway, and that's dangerous.
And they did it because they can collude. The App Store takes them off. If you can't get on an iPhone, your chances of getting out to the public are reduced. But again, and I think Darryl and I agree, the more Googles, whether it happens by breaking them up or whether it happens by creating competition, is beneficial. The problem is that these companies, Google, for example, has a 94% market share of desktop searches. Very difficult to somehow create competition when they own so much of the space.
Now, the Department of Justice currently is suing Google over its practices, I believe. You know, should Congress wait for that litigation to move forward before taking action?
How many decades do you have?
And Ken's exactly right. Should we wait a little while, as long as they're progressing aggressively? Absolutely. But I've got to tell you, the ability of the Biden administration with their puppets in the Department of Justice to slow walk is something that we've dealt with for years. Under Obama, we went 4 years prosecuting Fast and Furious and Eric Holder's own misconduct, and the case was settled after President Trump was sworn in.
Right. And not just that, but the Federal Trade Commission and the Antitrust Division at the Department of Justice have less real resources today than they had 10 years ago. The companies we're talking about are the largest corporations in the history of the world. To try to compare the ability to fight a lawsuit in court over an extended period of time, it's really a David and Goliath situation.
Yeah, one concern I really have about these tech companies, and this may be a little esoteric, we've always understood what a nation is. Ever since the Treaty of Westphalia, we understood the nation had borders. But today, it seems like Google and Facebook, they're saying a nation is no longer 50 states. A nation is allegiance to them. And if they become a nation, democracy is over, because there is no right to vote. There is no right to appeal in a court system.
There's a reason that Google gets along so well with Red China. And the
Red
reason
China.
is they love that model. They control the information. Amazon controls the information, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, and if we don't get more diverse information out to the American public, we become whatever Facebook and Google and those companies want us to become. We think because that's the only information we're getting. That's extremely dangerous.
But let me champion one other thought while we're here. Again, 20 years ago, Apple was really dead on its ass.
Whoa!
And Microsoft dominated both the PC industry and others dominated the phone industry. Over these 2 decades, Apple has become a $1 trillion plus market cap, most profitable company on earth. They have done a phenomenal job. And today, they're the monopoly that's one of them we're talking about. The one thing that I never want to do is eliminate the ability for that next generation to come up and succeed in America. Because if we get this wrong, then what will happen is a European monopoly, a Chinese monopoly, or monopolies who have no allegiance to the US will in fact dominate and then use these same techniques to preclude any kind of competition here. So make no mistake, the Europeans would like us to overreact. They would like us to overreact because they would like to have an opportunity to have these dominant companies that they've never been able to have because they've never had the freedom for the next generation of ideas.
He's actually right on this.
To $1 trillion. And that's one thing that here at CPAC and in our party, we have to always champion. And Ken and I agree on that. And that's why the tactics we use, we're debating, not the fact that these companies have to, in fact, have real competition that today they don't have.
And the key, I think, in our economy is to make sure we continue to innovate. If we continue to innovate, we dominate the world economy. And the only thing, in my opinion, that harms us from continuing to innovate are these monopolies that squash competition and innovation. If we can find ways to create competition, we will continue to innovate, and we will be the owners of the next generation of this type of technology.
You both have used the word monopoly, but of course monopoly means mono, one.
Well, the federal definition starts with a decision of market power, which can begin as little as 10%. And then the question,
Chris Scar says, argue that natural rights for the baby start at the second trimester, basis on the fact that during the second trimester a birthing can happen. This could very well change with medical advances.
So it's very important to not think of a monopoly or a duopoly as per se 100%. The fact is that even if there were 2 companies or 3 companies that dominate and they tend to coordinate, you lose competition. Real competition is defined based on a presence of competition, and you look for what the market is doing. When the market acts like a monopoly, it is a monopoly. When it acts like it's competitive, and we need to make sure that we always define that much more based on that market power and barriers to entry. And right now, market power and barrier to entries are what Ken and I are fighting in Congress.
And if you look at Facebook, for example, when they buy WhatsApp, they're buying the next competitor. And when the government doesn't look at that and give it serious scrutiny, we're taking away the future competition. When they buy Instagram, they are creating, when Google buys YouTube, they are stopping the innovation that we need in the marketplace. 750 mergers, most of them during the Obama administration occurred, and none of them were given the scrutiny that they needed to, and not one of them was taken to court because the law wasn't updated in a way that the regulators could actually win.
I want to go back to a comment you previously made about China. I think one of the best things that the Trump administration did was not merely slow down, but stop Huawei's attacks on American companies, both the hostile takeovers and then some of the nefarious things going on in terms of espionage. Do you see, Huawei I think would be considered a monopoly in China and some parts of the rest of the world. What actions could we take against, we can't call Google an American company, right? It's sort of just everywhere. How does that, the Huawei impact your thinking on what we do?
Huawei.
Those sorts of.
Is that how you pronounce it? I always thought it was Huawei.
One of the things that's important to understand is they
Let's
were
use
such a
American
dominant
pronunciations.
monopoly that even when President Trump says we got to shut them off, we had to make exceptions because without some of their products, we had no products. And that means we had given up the ability to have a second source time and time again. So just as they had the ability to force us to not completely shut them down in spite of their bad acting, we have the same situation. If I asked everyone out there to raise their hand and say, what product do you use to make a phone call that is not either Google-based or Apple-based, the only people raising their hands have a flip phone. How many flip phones are out there?
That's because no devs would support Microsoft Phone. Windows Phone was great.
But the reality...
Well, one of those flip phones was shining here, so I could see it very clearly.
Exactly. But that's how bad it's become in the question of those operating systems, is that there is no competition except for my mother, 88-year-old mother's flip phone. We have to find a way to tear down the barriers to make sure that American innovators can get into this market. And one of the ways is for everyone in this audience to own their data, to own their ability to demand that it be portable, that Facebook never be able to say, if you leave us, you leave with nothing. No, every point of contact you have on your Facebook or Twitter account is your asset.
How many of you believe you should be able to control your own data, your private data? I think you're a winner on that. You are the most senior Republican on the relevant committee here. Do you have a last thought to share with us?
Well, thank God, a last thought.
Agree with Daryl again, but I think that when you
I tuned out of these guys a while ago.
And you look at the Chinese Communist Party, there is no daylight between those two. When you're operating as a Chinese company, you're operating directly at the direction of the Chinese Communist Party.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been a very good discussion. These antitrust laws, these big platforms, we've got to figure out what we're going to do to protect our rights, to protect our privacy, to protect us from the different kinds of harm they intend to cause us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, God. That was real effing boring. Wolfgang Deo says, I don't think we expect the fifth column and Manchurian Candidate would be so supported. Hold these voices accountable. Yes, they'll give some slack. Inward Jackson, thank you for the donation. Krusty says, wasn't Alex Jones right about the abortion industry selling aborted fetuses to medical corps for their stem cells? Yeah, basically. James O'Keefe kind of exposed that. Inward Jackson says, a baby or $60,000 student debt for a worthless degree. Angry Baneling says, be right back, Nick. I'm going to slide into the Blondes DMs. Wolfgang Deo says, well then, my life sucks. Time to abort. Fuzzy Creature says, I just want to make internet like it's 1999. And Wolfgang says, get it wrong, dumbass. We already wrong. Will K says, these morons do not understand the biggest issue, the banking industry. We keep letting the banks, the major credit cards control the flow of money. All their ideas and businesses are done. Why don't they talk about this? Because they want the money. Oh, they're terrified to talk about the banks. They're terrified to talk about the banks. You know, they probably don't want to get Epsteined. Start regulating the banks and see how many congressmen get the coof right away after regulating the bank. Oh man, there's COVID in my oatmeal. That's one of those issues that they is part of that holistic thing I was talking about with abortion and stuff like that. You know, the attacking the family in general. This is separate from that, but it's the same thing. There are multiple avenues that need to pass. Now, I do see a lot of people like criticizing this conference, which is fine. Criticize the conference all you want. But saying these guys are up here talking and not doing anything. I mean, it is a conference. The point of the conference is to talk. And they're trying to, everybody's got an issue. And they come and they're trying to get people to pay attention to these issues. So I get it. We want them to do something. But them doing a conference to talk about issues isn't precluding them from doing something else. So that's a little bit of a weird criticism. The field, Hyatt is right. The next is the Amendment 8. Cruel and unusual punishment. Does tough on crime messaging work on Election Day? Oh, this is going to be terrible. This panel's going to be garbage. John Cook, yes, and that is a valid criticism.
Let's do it.
That's why I said I really only liked James O'Keefe yesterday.
In the country where we're talking about preserving our constitutional rights and civil rights and not canceling them. And this is a panel that I've been looking forward to being with for a long time. And we have with us
at least one person has.
Byron, look, I'm going to tell you, Byron, when I saw you in jeans, I was excited.
Jeans.
It's needed in Congress, for sure. We have Doug Deason, my friend. We have Mark Walker, who's running for the Senate. We have Jim McLaughlin, who I enjoy that Irish brogue on occasion. But these are real down-to-earth people and people that have been on the front lines of elections.
Catch you later, Sven.
Some have analyzed data. Some are political strategists. Some are running
this guy's
for office.
Forehead looks 26,
others like myself,
and his chin looks 48.
And gets to talk about criminal justice issues on, John Bachman's show on Newsmax or on Bill O'Reilly. And now we all come together because we have a passion and an understanding. And what is that understanding? It's about the fact that it is a different day and age for conservatives who are running for office. And the criminal justice
Oh, who
system.
said
So we're
that?
gonna kick
Jeff
this
Bartlett.
off.
That was beautiful.
I'm going to start with you, Representative. Tell me, what is conservative?
I'm eating chips. Sorry, I'm hungry.
Have to do in order to get elected when it comes to dealing with criminal justice issues?
I think that's a great question. What you really have to do is make two very important acknowledgments. The first is that we must have a criminal justice system that actually punishes and completes the punishment of people who do wrong. But here's the second part. Hold on, don't clap for me yet. Because here's the second part.
There's a second part.
The second part is it also has to acknowledge that people who have broken our laws are still American citizens. And there must be a pathway, a conduit, for them to become back into society and be citizens once more. Now you can clap. There you go.
Right. Yeah. I mean, because conservatives are about redemption. We are about, remembering that the soul and the human being has worth and it has value.
We haven't been for a while.
I appreciate that fact. Doug, you spent a lot of time working in elections. Tell us what you're seeing in terms of how is it changing with conservatives in criminal justice issues.
I think it's, I'm from Texas, and in Texas,
Woo!
did that on purpose.
That guy looks like he's from Texas.
We have a big conservative grassroots, and the grassroots, I think, appreciates how important criminal justice reform is. It's important, from the standpoint of just someone commits a crime and they should, pay society. They should obviously pay back any, restore anything that they've damaged, make restitution if necessary. But 95% of them are going to come out and be our neighbors. And so we can prepare them to be better citizens, or we can let them just go in like we're doing now, generally, not as bad in Texas as some states, and prepare them to be better criminals. So I think the grassroots gets that. It's sometimes kind of the squishy middle that they're okay with things just like it is. Why do we want to mess with it? Why fix it? But all of the conservative reasons that criminal justice reform is so important, the grassroots gets it.
Well, I was talking to Mark and appreciate.
Oh, the next talk is Mike Pompeo.
You have
that could actually be a good speech.
Prosecutors as friends. I mean, can you have that and actually be engaged in criminal justice reform?
Yeah, as my friend Trey Gowdy and John Ratcliffe and I would go, and Senator Tim Scott, we would go to dinner quite often, and I would say, well, I'm not a lawyer, and Trey Gowdy would say, quit bragging. So yeah, I think 200 of those, Byron, in Congress, I think we've met our quota, right?
Dinner with Trey Gowdy is never going to be dull.
No, it's not. You have to survive the abuse, but absolutely. I think something that we can't miss here that's very important is
I wish Trey Gowdy was here speaking. I'd much rather listen to him than any of these
Doug,
people.
you talked about 95% of those that are incarcerated now will eventually return to society, 600,000 a year. Now, we know that nearly 60% or close to 400,000 will return. So what is it about conservatives? What's our role to make sure that day one that we can transition the man or the woman, a large number of times it's a father, it's a husband, back into that, because here's the numbers, here's what we know. 63% of all youth suicides come from homes with no father. 75% have some kind of a drug issue, and 90% of all runaways or homeless youth come from a family that's been broken. So as conservatives, do we not have some obligation to make that restoration, to do everything that we can? Now, the left, they have an idea. The left, they're finally getting on board with criminal justice reform. I helped in Congress with the Second Chance Act.
I mean, think about that phrase.
Yes.
They're finally getting on board. They've taken credit for it.
They are, but here's the difference.
Exactly.
Here's the major difference, is that the left is getting on board
I saw his
because
lizard
they
neck
want
come out.
and
That was
believe in the
amazing.
groupthink. They're trying to get this special class of people to all follow a more controlling, more dependent government. We as conservatives, we believe in that independence, and that's our ultimate goal.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, and that's profound. That is profound, because if you look who's in the White House right now, and they spent decades impacting in a negative way our communities of color, using the laws as a sword. And that has done what? What did it accomplish? Mass incarceration without thought and policy or data to back it up. And now what are they doing? Oh, no. We're all for criminal justice reform. We fought against the First Step Act, but we're all for it now. Jim, I kind of wanted you to weigh in here after hearing this, because if you don't know Jim is responsible for a lot of people getting elected, a lot of conservatives, including one President Donald Trump in 2016. Right.
Yeah.
Jim has seen more and is all over the country. I love watching his career unfold and seeing what he does. What are you seeing when it comes to the national dialogue of criminal justice reform and issues with conservative candidates?
I can't help but think back, and I'm showing my age here, but listening to the discussion here, and it was Joe Biden who on the Senate floor was talking about super predators, that we had to lock up and throw away the key. No belief in redemption when he was talking about that. One of the things that we saw on the campaign, and it just happened naturally, and it was one of those very popular Donald Trump policies, was the story of Alice Johnson. For those of you that remember Alice Johnson last year when she was here at CPAC telling her story, if there was ever a story of redemption, it was somebody like Alice Johnson. And why was that story so important? Because you think about, okay, I've worked on campaigns where I remember George Allen's campaign back in the day, and it was 3 strikes and you're out. And then, by the way, right after that, you had a Democrat the next year, a conservative Democrat, Zell Miller, ran on 1 strike and you're out. But we've got to look at it from the standpoint of what is best for society. And if you see somebody like Alice Johnson and her story, and by the way, we found out that it was most impactful and persuasive to folks actually in the suburbs, believe it or not, as opposed to urban areas. We have a better society when Alice Johnson is out talking to people, letting her voice be heard, instead of rotting away in a prison behind bars.
Well, I mean, it's well said, and Alice is a friend to many of us, and I have spent time on the phone listening to her passion, and what is it born out of? It's born out of her faith, her devotion, and her belief that we can punish, but we can rehabilitate, and they can contribute to society. And let me just tell you, I'm proud of the work I did as a prosecutor. I prosecuted the kidnapper of Elizabeth Smart. It was President Obama that let me stay in. President Obama let me stay in to finish that case. And so there are people that you do have to punish and you do have to lock away, because we know they will do horrible things. But for every one of those guys I knew or prosecuted, I knew 50, 60 that I knew if they could just get out and get an opportunity, get some education or an job opportunity, they weren't going to commit a crime for the rest of their life.
What it's about is, and I say this all the time, and I travel the country literally, meeting with governors and senators, state reps, and then we worked at the federal level on the First Step Act with Jared. And last year at CPAC, I came out and introduced Alice Marie Johnson and got to speak a little bit about what does criminal justice reform from a conservative standpoint look like. And it's always, we look at it through the lens of public safety. We never ever promote, and Alice would agree 100%, we don't promote anything that will endanger one single person. So it's about public safety, it's about restitution, and then it's about helping people become better members of society because they're going to come out. And if you look at it through all of that and then think about the Christian values that go with the redemption, it's just, it
No,
makes
these aren't
so much
Doritos.
sense.
These are
And the
Lay's
money from a
jalapeno
fiscal
chips,
standpoint,
kettle cooked.
we save a lot more money putting people out, becoming productive members of society, paying taxes, instead of paying to incarcerate them.
Let's get the reason. It's something that you really brought up that's important. It's about making sure people come back and they're productive. Actually, I kind of started thinking about this space of policy in church. My pastor said something very important one day. It always sticks with me. He says, everybody in life is 15 seconds away from stupid. We all are.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
But when you're desperate, you're 3 seconds away from stupid.
Right.
And it's actually indicative of what happens with people. That when you're
Problem
in
is, this is a really
tough
good topic.
a tough
This is
spot,
a really
stressful
bad
situation,
topic for
you're
CPAC.
desperate. People do make bad decisions. But the thing we have to acknowledge, if you tour some of our state prisons here in the great state of Florida, by the way, but if you tour some of our prisons, what you'll see is that actually in the state-run facilities, the inmates are literally doing nothing. But if you're in the private facilities, they're actually getting different trainings, whether it's to get a CDL license,
I had
to
chips
get
on my
their
beard.
barbering credentials, to get
bad.
their carpentry credentials.
I'm fat today. I'm
construction credentials. Why is this important? Because at some point, what are we going to do? Give them $50 on a bus pass? As a good colleague of mine from the Florida legislature would always say, is that what we're going to do? And say, okay, now go out there. What do you really think is going to happen when they spent the $50?
Yeah. You're exactly right. And here's where the legislative part of that is so important. Because in many places, if you have a felony in your background, you cannot get an occupational license.
Right.
Occupational
I'll wipe it off when
licenses
I'm
are
done
needed
eating.
for HVAC workers,
There's
for
no
plumbers,
reason to wipe it off
electricians,
now.
for
I got more
barbers, as
food
you
to
just
eat.
mentioned there. That's why it's so crucial that conservatives have an opportunity. I think it's crucial because the quickest way to create a conservative is to introduce them to the free market system. That's where the opportunity, that's where the
Great
prosperity
point.
comes
Great
from.
point.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we should be passionate about this. And I think that we are, as conservatives, yes, we can be flamethrowers and we need to be. But when we leave that scorched earth, we have some responsibility.
Flamethrowers? I thought
to plant
those
a
were on the
seed to
rooftops of
cultivate that
Iran.
soil where the generation behind us can also understand these principles.
I learned a valuable.
Can we do spicy jokes?
Bit of data last night.
Is it late
but
enough to do spicy jokes?
Talking to some colleagues, but look, Utah just passed a bill, nearly unanimous, and it's so simple. It seems it's a no-brainer, and that is you can't use a mugshot until they are convicted. Guess who objected to it? Only one objection to the whole thing: mainstream media.
Yeah.
They came in with lobbyists and money and power, and they objected. Why? Because there are individuals who have preyed on those that are in the criminal justice system.
That's right.
And there are politicians who have preyed on those in the criminal justice system to use them and inflate them into office. That's not the case anymore.
Yep. And one of the things we were seeing in our research, our polling, is, believe it or not, there was a significant segment of the electorate, especially in a lot of these close battleground suburban congressional districts, where they like Black Lives Matter and they love their cops, believe it or not. It was like 25 to 33%, and that was always a key swing group for us to be able to get, was those voters. Because what it was those are people where, what I would tell my candidates, they want you to keep them safe. It's one of the most important priorities of government. Keep us all safe, but they want you to do it in a
Frank Quarters, I'm
non-threatening
Central
and a
Time.
compassionate manner that
I'm Minnesota.
makes society better.
You see, I want to delve on that point because one of the things that gets caught up when you talk criminal justice, the assumption is that this is a black issue.
Yep.
It's actually not. When Amendment 4 in the state of Florida was going through, what we found was the vast majority, not the vast majority, but the majority of people in our state who were going to get their voting rights restored were actually white males who were convicted felons. It was not black males, it was white males in the state of Florida. They were the majority. And so when you look at what our criminal justice system actually does, On the other side, it breaks down all families, whether it's a white family, whether it's a
Right.
black family, whether it's a Hispanic family. And you cannot continue a society like ours if you don't start with the formation of the family. So whether it is a man who is in prison or a man who is on probation, we got to find, or not so much we, the rules to the road, the pathway has to allow for it to be more easy for him to get back to his family. Because that not only helps him, it helps his children.
We introduced some legislation, still hasn't arrived, called Prison to Prosperity. I named it after a book, a guy there in North Carolina, Lynch Hunt, served 9 years, hard
his
time.
name is Lynch
God
Hunt?
did an amazing work in his life, and he talked about the aspect, Prison to Prosperity. What the legislation did was it created apprenticeships that when they are released, that day one, they have that job waiting. So it's not afterwards, because of those 600,000 annually that are released, nearly 400,000 return, and close to that number a year later do not even have a job. So part of it, if we have a role in government, which is to reach out to all communities, all segments, black or white, then do we not have some responsibility to make sure that citizen has as much chance to be productive as anybody else in our society, in our culture? That's where I feel like we can make a
That's
great
right.
point.
That's right.
Blue collar says, are
That's
they
a great
talking about
point.
taxpayer-sponsored
Representative
jogging?
Donald, I want to
No.
ask you, you not only share, the same last name as the first name of our prior president, right? But you got to know him in a way. You got to know him. People often ask me, I'm interested on your point on this. How do you have the president who talks tough about being tough on crime, but at the same time, he pushed the First Step Act?
Oh, that's
he wanted Matthew Charles and Alice Johnson out, right? And so tell us why that is the future of the conservative movement in this country. How do you maintain both?
Look, because as much as, well, they're not all here right now, but as much as the guys that'll be in that stand tomorrow want to talk about him being rough and gruff and non-caring and not empathetic, the president actually has great compassion for all people. Coming up the way he did in the business world, he does. He actually has a lot of compassion for a wide array of people. When you're working in construction in New York City or frankly anywhere in our country, you deal with all kinds of people, their struggles, what's going on in their lives.
No, I heard
the
Trump
things
was
that they're doing
racist,
great,
you
the things that are
liar.
not happening well, and you have to find a way to work with all that. That's why I said at the very beginning, we want to be tough with crime, but you also have to be understanding of, frankly, the condition of the human being and realize that, listen, first of all, we've all fallen short of the glory of God. Ain't none of us perfect. That's number one.
Right.
But number two, everybody has the redemptive ability within them if they actually think and believe that the people around them want them to be redeemed.
Well, amen to that. I sat there with Doug Deason. We were in the White House. The First Step Act, the president's there. He's brought in, individuals that were just incarcerated, and he's interacting with them, and you can see genuine compassion and sincerity. My friend, who's a Democrat, leaned over and said, "Oh man, if the media showed this side of him, we'd be in trouble."
Oh, but they never do.
No, they're not
They'll
going
never
to
show
show
that
it.
side.
But and it applies to all conservatives, right? They don't want to show that.
Right, they didn't show it though. And of course, Van Jones was there, and at a lot of those meetings and a lot of the press conferences that we had with the president in the East Room, and it was fun to watch them kind of go at it. But the difference in the left and their movement is they want to, quote, end mass incarceration. So what does that even mean? Does that mean that there are no prisons, that we're not going to have any kind of judicial system criminal system to
The problem that we have that they're not really articulating well is that every criminal offense right now is a life sentence.
Always a segment of society.
Every felony offense is a life sentence.
We're scared of. I mean, they're a danger to society. No matter what we do, they're going to be.
And addressing that is important.
They've got to be locked.
They're not
up.
talking about it the right way,
And,
in my opinion.
We're pretty good at that. Unfortunately, California, New York, New Jersey, Harris County in Texas, they've started issuing PR bonds to dangerous felons. 97 people have been murdered in Harris County since 2018 who are out on either personal recognizance, PR bonds, or very low cash bail. Some of them multiple PR bonds, and they go out and they've murdered someone. And 97.
Agrilist says except insider trading. Correct.
Today, if they didn't take that attitude.
Yeah, and the message there is balance. You have to have balance. And what I notice, conservatives will look at it, and if they'll use the data and the research, they're not thinking about just an emotional reaction to a problem. I think of my friend Ken Volkmar, who's a county attorney in Arizona. He's a data nut, and he loves data. And he's
nuts?
gathering data. What has he done? He's reduced the number of felonies he's charged by 30, 40%, but the data on the rising crime, no, it's gone the other way. Why is he doing it? How is that happening? Is because it's a strategic application of our criminal justice system with the balance of understanding the human condition.
Right.
And like you said, Representative, but for the grace of God, we can all have a bad reaction in that 15-second period.
That human condition is something that Vice President Kamala Harris must have overlooked on her journey. If you look at her record, right?
Mark, you speak on this. I'm gonna let you speak on it. You go ahead. I'm gonna look over here.
Of course, I'm learning today that we're all 15 seconds away from doing something stupid.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
After 6 years in Congress, I think some have already crossed that threshold, but that's a different story there, right? But I do believe conservatives, the foundation of the way we look at this is that we look of all individuals are created in the image of God. And if that's the filter or the process or the perspective that we look at it, my father was a Baptist pastor. And as a young man, he served when I was a young man, he served as a chaplain at a minimum security prison. And I would go with him, literally sit on the bunk beds, and I would see those guys dirty, sweaty, crying, snotty. They would hug my dad, and he would love on them back. And that's what separates us. I'm not saying that the left doesn't care about the community, but what they care more about is control.
Right.
And that's what we're seeing, even when in the discussion of criminal justice reform, it's not so much as a hopeful message as it is a dependency message. And that's why you want to see them with murderers and rapists and others get all the voting rights back. They want to control that environment. Conservatives, we can do both. We can push forward justice, but we can also provide compassion as well.
That's right.
Very true.
That's right.
Well said.
And one of the things that happens with the Democrats, they are so gosh darn political. With them, everything is about getting votes. When Donald Trump, to go back to follow up what Byron was talking about, when he did this because this was something he truly believed in. He believed in the redemption of people. And to follow up what you were talking about, Brett, in terms of if the media they would never show that side of him. But we saw it. You know where one of the places where we really saw it was during the RNC convention. Because after the RNC convention, he got a huge bump after that convention because they saw all these people from all walks of life, brown, black, female, that supported this president. And one of the big issues that they were all talking about was criminal justice reform. And you know what? Do you think Joe Biden can do this? No. There is no way.
No
He's
way.
just not capable of doing this. He can't do it. It took somebody like Donald Trump from the outside, or the ultimate reformer disruptor, to be able to do this.
Well, Jim, I'm gonna get a little political with you because this is where politics does come into play. If you have most of America truly believing now that free markets work, that there's a real propensity to build your life from nothing to something, that yes, you made major missteps in your life at some point, but we're able to, and I'm gonna use Joe Biden's phrase, build back better. If that is actually demonstrated in our country, then why in the hell would people vote for Democrats? Because then the proof is actually in the pudding that, you know what, we are the land of opportunity. And I think that as conservatives, this is an area of public policy where we can demonstrate that opportunity even exists when you're having to rebound from the worst spot in your life.
Yeah, that's right.
Well said. I'd just like to say that I think it's really important what the American Conservative Union, ACU, Matt Slapp, David Safavian are doing here. You know, that they're making this an important subject. Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk does, Candace Owens and Blexit. You know, a lot of conservatives are talking about criminal justice reform, and they're putting it, on stage, on camera, in front of people, and it's getting a great reception. It got a great reception at the convention, the Republican convention. So it really is an important subject, and it's an opportunity that we have own it as Republicans and to take it to the nation.
My good friend from law school, been friends for now almost 30 years, is Senator Mike Lee. And we have both served together as prosecutors in the federal system, but he says that he is engaged in criminal justice reform not despite being a conservative, but because he is a conservative. Right. Yeah. And because we've seen the criminal justice system, it is not, if you believe big government is inefficient in all other areas except the criminal justice system, you have a rude awakening when you actually pull up the curtain and look what's back there. Because there are aspects that are broken, and they will only get fixed if conservatives step forward and say, I will do that. Is it possible in Congress to still do that as a conservative?
I don't know if I'm going to watch this whole thing today.
Something for 6 years that I made our staff and team answered.
Maybe.
This question.
I don't know.
Is it simply about making the argument, or is it also about making a difference? That's right. You see, in 21st century conservatism,
Christy Noem is the final speaker today, so maybe.
Republicanism. Either way you face it, we are challenged now not only to be conservative champions, but also to be bridge builders. That's the long game. That's the discipline. And we are going to be faced, every one of us, this great crowd here and all those watching at home, what's it going to take for us to engage to a place that we hold the line, we do not compromise on our values, yet we have a heart for our communities. You know, being a former pastor, let me give you the two greatest commandments, right? Love the Lord your God with all your heart, but love your neighbor as yourself.
Well, after Pompeo, there's actually some good stuff coming back.
From a conservative
interesting stuff,
perspective, realizing
I don't know if it'll be
that
good.
we are called to be that conservative warrior, but also a bridge builder. We then can see great accomplishments, not just in Congress, but in the entire country.
Yeah, amen. You look at, and we got just a couple minutes left, but you look at a real tough issue, and that is reforming policing, right? And we saw what the Democrats' solution is. You just defend it or defund it and walk away and see it's going to work. And yet, I saw Senator Tim Scott, for example, he drafted a bill. It had in there meaningful reform that Democrats have been trying to get, almost exactly the same what they've been trying to get for years.
Right.
Nobody wants to do it. Why? Because it's like you said, they're political.
I've been in that place for 2 months now since I got sworn in.
How's it going?
Well, listen, the Democrats don't care about science or economics. They care about politics. Yeah. That's the only thing they care about. And so whether it was Senator Scott's bill, which was actually a very good bill that got drafted, whether it's that bill or anything else, if you actually sit down with them kind of away from Nancy Pelosi, and you start talking through these issues in concrete detail, they actually agree with us. They're like, yeah, that makes sense, but I got to get reelected. And so, but there is real potential, I believe, going forward for us to actually do these things appropriately. Defunding the police is ridiculous. That makes no sense at all. Yeah. None. And we're not going to do it. I know we're not doing it in Florida. I know that for sure. But what does have to be acknowledged is that, are there room for reforms in policing? Yes. But the responsibility is actually not Washington. The responsibility are local communities. It is police chiefs. It is sheriffs. And the vast majority of them have already started that work without Washington playing politics with it.
That's right. There is, I mean, if you look at the fact that both sides are to blame for where we got here. Look, both were doing the one-upmanship, and they're passing more and mandatory minimums because it was politically helpful. But there is only one side that cares now about fixing it.
Right.
And that's the conservative side.
That's right.
Last word, Jim.
And what it also tells you is, Byron is exactly right, and it's great that we got him in Congress because he gets it. Because the solutions are not going to come from Washington. They're going to come from places like Florida and our local communities. That's where it's going to come from.
Amen.
Amen.
Folks, thank you. Honor to be here with these gentlemen, and thank you for paying attention to this issue.
Thank you. It's a really good issue to talk about. It's just CPAC. I want more energy from CPAC. That's what I want to see. I want to see, and I want to see solutions that are already happening. That's what I want to see. I want to see the work people are already doing, not the work that we need to do. Again, I'm going to keep going back to it. That's why James O'Keefe was so good yesterday. It wasn't about him. It wasn't even about what Project Veritas, it wasn't about what he needs. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't about what he needs to do, what he needs other people to do for him. That's what so many of these guys, we need you to pay attention to this issue. We need you to pay attention to this. We need your vote here. We need your book purchase here. We need your dollars. That's not what it was about. James O'Keefe comes out and he says, here's what we're doing. Not only that, here's the people who did it. It wasn't about him doing it. That was so brilliant. He brings out the actual whistleblowers who did it, brings them out one at a time. And then at the end, they don't say, we need more people like you. Project Veritas needs people. They said, Project Veritas is everywhere. We have people in every one of your companies, and we can't wait to make you the next celebrity. Perfect. Beautiful. That is what we need. More of that. Less of what I need from you, and more just I want to see what you're doing for me in these areas already. And I'm not getting it. That's how you hype. That's how you build energy and momentum. And if they don't learn that, if they sit around saying, "Oh, we need to talk about these issues," then they won't do it. Propaganda LTD, yeah. Here's an actual coherent plan. That's what I'm talking about. Here's what we're doing. We're already on this train. We're already doing it. Don't ask me for help. Make me want to help you without asking. Don't ask me. Just show me what you're doing. And then I'll go, hey, that's something I like. That's something I believe in. That's my problem with CPAC so far this year. I don't usually watch CPAC, so, I'm not like, whoa, this CPAC is worse than the others. I don't really care, generally speaking, about what's going on. I'm watching it because, I get to watch it with you guys. That's literally the only reason. Thought Sponge, yes. Don't say if we need servers and financial processing, we'll build it. No, either already be building it or you misunderstand. That's why, again, I wasn't a big fan of Bongino's speech. It was fine. It just wasn't, what I think we need right now. Night of Hope says, the problem is that we're just negotiating our demise right now. What are these people going to do to stop the Democrat scam, the scam of democracy? Our union is not supposed to be a death pact. I don't think these a-holes know what hold the line means. Robbie Starbuck was okay. What did he talk about? He was... I don't even remember what he said. Oh, it was how government, big tech, and the media are colluding to deprive us of our humanity. I hated that whole segment, actually. I hated Ben Ferguson. I thought that guy was really, really hideous. I hated Jeff Brain from Clout Hub. He made me want to die. Robbie Starbuck. I mean, he was the director of like music videos or whatever. He was kind of okay, but Matt Gaetz. I never realized how much of a goblin Matt Gaetz looked like. Charlie Kirk has a weird shaped head. Then they had the fake, oh, this is a surprise. We've got Min Kyung-woo. Or whatever, the Korean guy. I actually liked the Korean guy, but they're like, oh, this is an audible. We didn't have this plan. And the guy shows up with the speech that he's written down. And I'm like, is that an audible, really? Like, what the hell is this? The guy shows up with a prepared speech, and you're telling me that this is, like, not part of the plan? I don't know. Felt very hollow. Anyway, next up is Mike Pompeo. The next then is Second Amendment right to bear arms with Andy Biggs, Lauren Boebert, Vernon Jones, and Dana Loesch. Then we've got Our Consumers Powerless, the awakening of corporate America. So that has a really pathetic name, so that's going to be bad. Then we've got Winning Back America. Then we've got Pete Hegeseth. Then we've got My Pronouns Are First Place and Winning, protecting women's sports. So that's going to be about trans men and women's sports or whatever. And then we've got closing remarks by Kristi Noem for the day. So that's the remaining schedule. What did you think of Wayne Dupree's speech? I didn't watch Wayne Dupree's speech. I don't even know when that was. Wait.
You'll have to wait a little bit till we get to the main event. But it's great to see everyone here. My name is Nick Pompeo. You all probably know my dad, our 70th Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. I want to tell you a little bit about him, but first, it's really special for me to be here at CPAC in Florida. It's extra special for me because my fiance, Rachel, who's here today, grew up about an hour south here. She's a Florida Gator.
Okay.
Now, I'm here for two reasons. One, to introduce my dad, but two, because I'm a young conservative. And I know a lot of you are too. I've met many of you here today. And it may not always seem like it, but there are a lot of us out there, and our numbers are growing. Be sure to keep making your voices heard.
That sniff.
Now about my dad. As children, we get to know and see our parents in a way that nobody else really does. We know their values. We know their habits. We know their imperfections and their flaws. We know who they really are.
He's introducing his dad.
And as his son, here's what I can tell you about my dad. He loves college basketball. He is obsessed with punctuality and being on time, so I need to hurry here. And he loves shooting shotguns in our family farm in Kansas. But these last 4 years, you all got to see what I've known about my dad for years. That he is a man of faith. He is a man of character. He is tough as nails. He will always tell it to you like it is. He stands firm in his beliefs. And when it comes to defending and protecting every American's liberty and freedom, he will never back down.
Wolfgang Deo says, I don't need help. When I say we need this, it means if we want it better now, I don't care.
So with that,
y'all get it at my time frame
you know
if you
him
don't care.
as America's 70th Secretary of State. But in reality, he was America first Secretary of State. Introducing my dad, Mike Pompeo.
Hold on. Too much copyright music.
Thank you for that warm greeting. It's always a blessing and a little bit unnerving to have your son at the podium. Look, I look out here and I see you all. I feel really at home. And thank you for that.
Wolfgang Deos says also there are many things I could be doing. If I talk about it and no one cares, then I won't do anything on it.
Last year I
So
came here as
I feel you,
America's
though.
70th Secretary of State, President Trump's Secretary of State. And before that, I was here as a member of Congress from South Central Kansas. Yeah, go Kansas. But this is different. This time's different. In the last few months, we've been called clowns and deplorables and ignorant and rednecks. We've been called the evil resistance. The New York Times think I'm the worst Secretary of State of all time. Yeah. Yeah, since I last saw you, the Chinese have sanctioned me. The Iranians don't think so much of me either. But I'm proud of our fight, and I'm proud of our accomplishments, and that we have truly upended the status quo. We've demonstrated enormous resistance to socialism, to the woke cancel culture. I'll talk some about that. We've resisted seeing our liberty and our freedoms slipping away. This is a noble, worthy fight, and we're in it. We fought hard. We fought for it hard on nearly every front, and we will always fight for it. I remember when they were calling us disruptors and that said they were against the establishment. We said, of course. Now I'll tell a little story. I think I come by this disruption and shooting straight very naturally. And in the Pompeo family, I've been compared to my grandpa. His name was Earl Mercer. Now, Grandpa Earl always said what was on his mind. He was pretty rough cut from Kansas. He worked hard. He never won a Mr. Congeniality contest, even in Mitchell County. But when the going was tough, you wanted Grandpa Earl around. In the 1930s, Grandpa Earl was the sheriff of Mitchell County, Kansas. Population day, a little bit less than 6,500. My mother, Dorothy, was one of Earl's and Grace's 10 kids. I had an Uncle Richard. He was the last of the lot.
Uncle Dick.
And he was going to run for re-election as sheriff. And Richard decided that, there was good money. There was really good money in homemade gin. So he built a still in the basement bedroom. Everything was good. Both the campaign and the bootleg business, all good. Until a still exploded in the basement.
Uh-oh.
It blew up the basement and the campaign. Grandpa Earl was a one-term sheriff in Mitchell County. He moved his family to a little further south, where he raised my mother in Wellington, where he opened a pool hall. How's that for going from sheriff to the pool hall operator? Best chili in Kansas. I tell this story because I think there's a couple things that those of us who believe,
If your chili has less than 200% meat, it isn't chili.
First, he was a great sheriff, and he was regarded as such because he never tried to be anything he wasn't, and he was never afraid to tell people the truth. He did what the people of Mitchell County expected of him. He respected them. Second, the lesson from the gin problem is that plans change, things happen. We don't always see it going exactly the way we want, but we should never give up. We should always be true to ourselves, and we will succeed at all of it if we do. Grandpa Earl knew, too, that facts mattered, so today I'm going to arm you with some facts, some accomplishments from these past 4 years, how we protected every one of you and our great Bill of Rights at every turn. And what's good news today for me is when you're a diplomat, when you're the 70th Secretary of State, you have to stay in your lane. I don't have that. I'm not a diplomat. I'm going to let it rip. So look, where did we begin? We began with you. We began with workers all across America who we put back to work. We put back to work women. We put back to African Americans, Asians, Hispanics, everyone. Everyone was back working. We did that. President Trump did that. Our team understood that this mattered.
Okay.
We focused on the economy that put Americans back to work. We did it by also securing our borders, giving Americans the chance to make a good wage and a chance to take care of their families. And we also, I'm from Kansas, don't forget, we built American energy jobs too. We rolled back regulations on job creators, and we wanted everyone to take risk and grow their business and create opportunity for people all across America. I heard this time and time again. I remember I ran for Congress in 2010 when President Obama was in office. Employers and workers had both lost confidence. We restored that confidence.
They knew we had their back, and we knew we'd support them, not burden them. We wanted them to be successful. The hallmark of our work here in America was that we were bold and fearless. And when I hear Democrats pretend they care about jobs in America, but before the seats were warm in the Oval Office, they destroyed 10,000 jobs in a pipeline. And I see, too, my predecessor's predecessor, green geek John Kerry. Right, he thinks these folks are all going to go make solar panels. I'll tell you what, you ask the good people of Midland, Texas, Oklahoma, or Kansas, or South Dakota, or Pennsylvania, you think petroleum engineers and rig hands are going to go out and make solar panels? No, and you can bet this too, those cheap Chinese solar panels will start flooding into America like you have not seen. And this won't be good for the United States of America. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes we get accused, say we don't care about the environment, we create jobs that destroy the environment. That's just not true. We simply didn't do it. We didn't protect the environment on the backs of American workers. There were more job openings than people looking for work for much of these past 4 years. It was an amazing accomplishment.
Okay.
And when the Chinese wanted to come steal your job, we just said, no way. 40 years, bipartisan, Democrat and Republican, 40 years of failure. Letting made in China crush us was going to stop.
We're 40 likes away from 1,000, y'all.
And reciprocal trade. Never forget, too, China depends more for us than we do on them. President Trump understood that, our foreign policy understood that.
Won't you help me level up to an alcoholic?
From the Chinese Communist Party's predation on us here in America. Now, my job
you guys did
often
it. You
took
guys
me
are great.
overseas. We protected our freedom abroad. We kind of did it like Grandpa Earl did. We were honest, hardworking. We treated the world as it is, not as we wished it were. We weren't going to live in fantasy land. I will tell you, I walked out of some very quiet rooms in Europe.
Okay, that was good. That's good. I've done that walkout.
We had a
not in the
restrained
same
foreign policy,
capacity, but
when the time came, when the situation so required, we led. We came hard. We came heavy. I sent messages repeatedly to bad guys around the world that if you touch an American, you'll pay dearly. Now we all know that strength deters bad guys. Weakness begets war. And we want to stay out of wars. And we did. I was with the president so many trips, and he would tell his counterparts across the world, he would say, look, I'm going to put America first as the president of the United States, and I expect you will put your country and your people first. And we'll work together and accomplish this for both of our countries. And we did that. You know, America first is right.
Walking out of a quiet room means everybody else in that room was pissed. And you walked out
benefits when America is fearless and bold and strong.
You left not giving a damn about their problems.
So first, we show up, Paris Climate Accord. It was a job-destroying joke, so we said au revoir. Look, we all want clean air, safe drinking water, but the Paris Agreement was a fantasy for elite diplomats who just wanted to virtue signal. And when President Biden re-entered this deal, I can tell you that Xi Jinping was smiling every single minute, and the American workers lost. We, too, spent a lot of time. We defended America in the Middle East, and we defended Israel in the Middle East, too. We were told a number of things. Right? This was what establishment foreign policy meant. It says we were told that you can't sanction the Ayatollah in Iran, and you can't stop sending pallets of gas to the leadership. There'll be a war. Well, we did, and there wasn't a war.
Of course there's not a war.
We were told you can't move the United States Embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. There'll be a war. Well, we did, and there was not a war. We were told you can't allow Israel to have its rights in Judea and Samaria and in the Golan Heights. There'll be war. Well, we did that. We righted that, and there was no war. We were told, and this was believed for an awful long time, said you can't secure peace in the region, in the Middle East, between Arab nations and Israel without buying off Palestinian kleptocrats. You'll create World War III. But we did. The Abraham Accords forged a real peace in the Middle East. You know, thank you. The Abraham Accords rewrote decades of failed shuttle negotiations because we were willing to go against the elites of the foreign policy established both left and right to secure American freedom and to champion your values. It's unfortunate. It looks like the new Team Biden, appears to be headed back into appeasing Iran. This will be a disaster for the United States of America and a disaster for the region as well. I remember, too. President Trump sent me to Pyongyang when I was a CIA director.
Pyongyang?
To meet with Chairman Kim to prepare for the historic summit that was ultimately held in Singapore. You all remember this. We threatened fire and fury. We threatened fire and fury not to go to war, but to deter it, and deter it we did. You know, since those two summits, one in Singapore, one in Hanoi, the North Koreans haven't tested a long-range ballistic missile, and they haven't tested their nuclear weapons. Exactly 0 tests have been conducted. That's real foreign policy. It was humbling, too, because was the second trip, I had the chance to bring home American hostages from Pyongyang, 3 men, at 3 o'clock in the morning. And America first always means never forgetting about our warriors. There was no greater honor, too, than the fact that we brought back other Americans like Pastor Brunson, who stayed in Turkey, detained wrongfully for just far too long. And we brought back so many remains of our fallen in Korea as well. This was amazing and right, and America first. So how many of you remember Qasem Soleimani, Allah rest his soul? This was the Iranian general who was trying to cause trouble for America. He was on a mission to harm Americans, but we were a few steps ahead of him. So in the end, he didn't cause trouble for Americans or anyone else ever again.
Whoa! Soleimani got he got distributed.
Do you know that to this day, most of the liberals and most of the folks on T-Bide still won't acknowledge that ridding the world of an America-hating terrorist was a good thing. This is fantasy. Look, we drew a red line when the Syrians gassed children and women. And we told them, don't do that again. And when they crossed it, President Trump ordered 70 plus beautiful American-made Tomahawk missiles to let them know that we weren't going to allow them to kill women and children.
I still don't know if I'm okay with that one.
America first takes real courage, takes a Secretary of State willing to walk into a room and tell it like it is, and a president who will have his back. We had that. Speaking of backs.
Oh no, YouTube's doing the buffering.
I hear President Biden saying, America's back. Back to what? So, right, back to pallets of cash to the Ayatollah so he can build missiles that threaten us. Back to apologizing when Iranians tell our soldiers and sailors to take to their knees at gunpoint. Back to President Biden killing a pipeline. Back to all the things that put America at risk. Back to supporting a pipeline in Europe that'll create European jobs. This is not where we want to go back to any time at all. And we certainly don't want to go back to letting China have trade deals that kill our jobs right here in America. We can't afford it. We can't afford it. It's not the right thing, and we don't have to do it. We must be bold, and we must always put America first.
Let's see if we talk about exploding terrorists a couple more times.
I was really happy that
if that causes more buffering.
Being aired on television, not canceled, at least for the moment. We worked tirelessly with great success to deliver on our values, American values that have made this such a special, unique nation. Look, this country was built on what our founders understood and then the Bill of Rights that came behind that Constitution. They built a nation recognizing that our rights come from our Creator and not from any government. Our union becomes more perfect every time we defend our sovereignty and we defend our borders. And I'm proud that we were the most pro-life administration in the history of the United States of America.
There we go. I'm glad being pro-life got a bigger cheer than Israel.
It was.
Thank you.
It was
Thank
my
you,
job to
CPAC, for
deny
that at
any
least.
Taxpayer dollars from any hardworking America ever went to perform an abortion any place in the world, and we promoted adoption everywhere and always. And don't forget, too, President Trump appointed an awful lot of judges that understand the words life and liberty and that words that have real meaning. I worked with the Mexican government, my counterpart, Foreign Minister of Mexico and its president, to secure our borders. We worked hard, too, to make sure that drugs and other things didn't traffic across that border, and that meant, too, protecting your right to own firearms. Our Second Amendment matters. It builds communities, it builds strong families, and it makes sure each of us has the right to defend ourselves precisely as our founders intended.
Yes, thank you.
I'm always stunned. Liberals pretend to care about the poor, and then they side with the union bosses against the workers. They pretend to stand for children while kids in Democrat-led inner cities aren't in front of computers like they think they are. They're struggling to figure out how to stay safe from drug lords and how to get a meal. That's not good leadership. It's not America First leadership. It's not taking care of those people you're charged with protecting.
That was a weird
And we need to get every one of our children back in school.
From the Second
and we
Amendment.
need to get them back in now. I was a soldier about 25, 30 years ago, and about 100 pounds ago, too. And when I hear Democrats say they want a strong America, I know that they are working to undermine it. Sadly, mark my word, they're going to gut the defense budget that we worked so hard to build. They'll do it to pay for their Green New Deal. It kind of makes me mad, right? They're going to trade Army green for AOC green.
Ugh.
That is a bad, bad trade. And as I said before, our young men and women, we don't want to put them in harm's way. We don't want them to go to war, but when we're weak at home, when we don't stand up for our military, the risk of war increases when deterrence fades. We cannot let that happen. They want to defund the police while they barricade the Capitol. This is backwards. And canceling our freedom to assemble peacefully while censoring our communications online is completely antithetical to what our founders understood about America. You know, it reminds me, when I headed off to West Point, my parents couldn't afford to fly to New York. I grew up in Southern California. So they left me at the airport. My mother was happy and all kinds of feelings. She was my mother was a cigarette-smoking high school graduate who was the most decent and toughest woman I've ever met. She said, Mike, she pulled me aside. I think she didn't want my dad to hear this. She said, Michael, I know you're a grinder. Don't ever let them wear you down.
Mike Pompeo's on
Wear
Grindr?
them down. I've never forgotten what my mom told me that day. We'll all remember it. Keep grinding, keep championing American values. One more story. The smartest, best CIA officer that I ever came to know. He worked closely with me as a former Air Force Special Operations officer. I'd ask him about someone who was working on our team, and I'd say, what do you think of him, or what do you think of her? And he'd say, love that guy, pipe hitter. You know what he meant? He meant that person got stuff done. They were a
Pipe
grinder.
hitter.
They kept banging away.
Drexel, he's talking about
these
Drexel.
4 years are going to test us.
Whew, grinders laying pipe and banging
Each of you
away.
be a pipe hitter. Get stuff done. Keep grinding. Be a pipe hitter. Be a pipe hitter at church. Right? Be a pipe hitter at church. Be a pipe hitter at your PTA meeting. Don't let them bring crazy into your classrooms. Be a pipe hitter at your VFW. Lead the team to continue to support our military warriors. Be a pipe hitter. Be a pipe hitter when they tell you they're closing the mine or the factory because of some green vision. Keep it open.
Be a pipe hitter like
President
Hunter
Reagan.
Biden. Say it, say it, say it, say it, say it.
President Reagan got stuff done, and he once said,
Hunter
if
Biden
we
gets
lose
stuff
freedom
done.
here, if we lose freedom here, there is no place to escape. This is the last stand on earth. I saw that. I saw that as your Secretary of State as I traveled all around the world. And I am confident that he was right. I am confident that the American star will shine across the heavens so long as we keep a proper understanding of our God-given rights at the center of who we are, and we keep up our quest to secure our freedom for our own people and for all of mankind. I'll be with you in the fight. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Not a bad speech. Not a bad speech. What I like about Mike, he's got that quiet, calm confidence. He's got a cool up on stage. You know, for those of you focusing on how much he talked about other countries, I mean, he was Secretary of State. That was his job. But he doesn't talk about anything new there. Wolfgang Deo says, is it hypothetically illegal to own a nuclear weapon in the U.S.? It was not stolen. Asking for a friend. Feds are en route. Yes. Yes, hypothetically illegal. Hey, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to actually turn this on.
Phrasing, admittedly.
And
that's pretty clear what
I'll
was
hope to
going
be back
on.
before
This
the panel. Be right
report
back.
Confirms they went in to confront him with that ambush interview because they were trying to make a case against him. You had the FBI director under Obama playing spy. We're talking about spying on the Trump campaign, spying on President-elect Trump, spying on President Trump. Comey was the chief spy, and he was designated as such by Barack Obama because they met about this very issue a day or two before in the Oval Office with Barack Obama, Biden, Susan Rice, all the king's horses, all the king's men in there. And Comey was the go-to guy.
You've seen the radical left pushing their agenda in Washington. Socialism, amnesty, censorship. But in the states, quietly, these radicals are pushing a power play that would give them more power. Forever. The left's National Popular Vote campaign would let liberal cities on the coasts pick the president every single time. The National Popular Vote Interstate Compact would shred the Constitution. The leader of the group bragged to the New York Times that it's a way to get around the founders' design. And what about election integrity? A national vote could require a national recount. But the left's National Popular Vote plan doesn't allow it. But it does set the stage for a complete federal takeover of elections. Goodbye local control. To win now, it takes a broad coalition across the country. But National Popular Vote would open the door to regional parties and spoiler candidates, making it easier for socialists to win. Defend the Constitution. Stop socialism. Stop National Popular Vote.
Welcome to Our Freedom Media Group, where freedom is real. Experience all our platforms for yourself now at www.ourfreedommg.com. Tired of restrictive social media platforms? Join Our Freedom Book. Tired of selective video upload and crowdfunding sites? Join Our Freedom Tube or Our Freedom Funding. With features that include live streaming, video calling and messaging, plus a 24/7 friend finder with map geolocation, American owned.
Oh, stop. Stop. The ads. The ads. Sorry, I had to go upstairs and get some charcuterie, cured meats. Cured meats are always delicious. I also had to briefly talk to Lady Rackets because she's got to run and grab something from town. And so I told her I needed her to go by a store because I bought a butane torch. A butane torch because I have been sous vide cooking a chuck roast, and it'll be done. Once it's done, it'll be a 24-hour sous vide cook, but you gotta torch the outside of it. So I was like, I need you to go get this torch. So anyway. Whoa! Lauren Boebert, and then a tall boy next to her.
Peace. All right, thank y'all.
We are in the Gunshine State.
I watched Bongino yesterday. I didn't miss him.
It is so good to be with you all here today, and I look forward to this awesome conversation that we're getting ready to have. I have to tell you real quick, 2 years ago this month, I had flown from the Parkland Town Hall.
She's got crazy eyes.
To CPAC in DC. And 2 years later, it's really good to be with you all again and talk about continuing.
Lauren Boebert's not wearing a gun. I'm depressed.
So let's get started to discussing these issues, because there's a lot to go over.
Thank you.
All right, so we had some really good conversation.
Why isn't Lauren Boebert strapped? She's strapped everywhere else. I would have definitely strapped for this.
Some of these questions I want to ask both of you. You know, we were talking about this. Some of them I'm just going to open the field. But I'm going to start first and foremost with, I would say, I don't think, for the first time ever, I don't think I'm the biggest fire starter on the stage. It's a really nice feeling. Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Boebert. I appreciate it.
Is it Boebert or Boebert?
So my first question's for you. You were granted a concealed carry permit in Washington, D.C. because you fear for your safety, obviously. I mean, God love you, you're the size of a Keebler elf. So diminutive. But don't let her fool you. But you were worried about your safety. Are you worried about your safety in D.C., the Capitol, both? What made you did get the permit, but what drove that decision?
Oh, it's in the waistband?
Well, I've been an advocate for the Second Amendment for nearly 8 years now. I opened a restaurant in Rifle, Colorado, the only city in America named after a gun. Shortly after we opened our restaurant, there was an altercation where a man was beat to death.
Whoa!
Outside of your restaurant?
I'm sorry?
Or where this was
outside of my restaurant.
Yeah.
Outside of my restaurant, he was beat to death by another man. No weapons, and I immediately wondered, how am I going to protect everyone? How am I going to take care of the people around me? How am I going to take care of myself? I'm a mom, I have 4 boys. How am I going to protect them if there's a threat? And that's when I started looking into Colorado's carry laws. I took advantage of Colorado's open carry, and I began to carry in our restaurant. My waitresses began to carry, and I saw how Democrats want to take that right away from us. You know very well, Beto O'Rourke told all of us what they intend to do. Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15s and your AK-47s.
He didn't.
No, he did not. No, because I drove down.
Beto definitely wants to take long things, but he shouldn't be taking long rifles.
You're not.
All right.
But it's very much
the real Donald Trump says, let's face it, Republicans aren't sending us their best people.
You've seen the media portrays you as being huge, as tall as Vernon Jones here, who's sitting on your right. But you're not, and I mean, there's certain statistics that go along with this. To this point, I want to dovetail off of this really quickly, because you and I were talking backstage. Vernon Jones, who state representative for the state of Georgia, 91st district. Yes. You supported campus carry. Being that we are in Florida, and Florida has led the way on concealed carry, Florida has led the way on firearm rights. There have been a couple of step backs with red flag laws and the disenfranchisement of rights for 18 to 20-year-old military-aged people who would be in college. You supported campus carry in your state. Tell me why.
Well, first of all, those who come on campuses to
You guys had Rick Scott there. Rick Scott did that.
They know that they have access to sitting ducks. But if they know they come on campus and they're going to commit a crime, and some of my friends are hanging out with Smith & Wesson, they're going to see something come back at them, and I doubt
Smith & Wesson?
They're seriously. They'll feel the same. So many women at night are going through campus, trying to get to their car to leave or to come on campus. They need to protect themselves. People, period, need to protect themselves. I believe people who are law-abiding like me and all of us here, we want the right to bear arms. My mother was 90 years old. She passed last year. And about 6 months before she passed, she said, hey, Vernon, you have my gun? You have my gun, don't you? I said, yeah, Mom, what are you going to do with the gun? Well, I just want my gun just in case somebody come up in this nursing home, I want to start blowing away. I mean, you know.
Oh, Mama Jones.
So we were reared responsibly how to handle a gun, so that's nothing new. We have to protect the Second Amendment. I had to command a very large police department, probably one of the largest in Georgia when I was county executive. I've lost a number of police officers, and I've heard people talk about shootings and killings, and I've seen it on both sides. I've seen officers killed, and I've seen individuals killed. The fact of it is, law-abiding people who want to protect their property and want to protect themselves, they use guns responsibly. But you have some bad actors out there. But we have laws in place. If you're a felon, you can't purchase a gun. Many states have that. And when we see, and one of the problems I have with this legislation with Mark Rubio, I don't know if you're getting that later, but it says if you're a domestic terrorist, well, what's the definition of a domestic terrorist? Does it mean that Vernon
got beef
Jones
with
if I
Rubio?
go to the United States Capitol and I want to protest peacefully, now I'm under the terrorist watch and I haven't done anything wrong?
That's what it
Wait
means.
a minute, that is, something's not right. John Lewis was on a no-fly zone, Congressman John Lewis, many. So what is a terrorist? You and me could be a terrorist in their definition, and that legislation does not define what a terrorist is. And that's a little scary there, because it can happen to all of us.
That is troubling, and this sets up my question, Congressman Andy Biggs, to you. We are in, again, the gunshine state, and this is Senator Marco Rubio's state. He has reintroduced legislation. It is called the Terror Intelligence Improvement Act, and I'm going to read a quote from the bill. It says, the bill would also provide more authority for law enforcement agencies to go after suspected terrorists while safeguarding law-abiding citizens' Second Amendment and due process rights. Well, I've read the bill thoroughly.
No.
I've written quite a bit about it, and I've discussed it a lot on air. My concern is the use of lists, Congressman, as evidence. I don't want a terrorist buying a gun, much less, I don't even want them walking out on the street, much less buying a gun. So if we're that worried that we're going to enforce a penalty, why not just indict them? Why not arrest them?
Yeah, I mean, that really gets to the point of what a pre-crime is. So if you say it's somebody who is a suspected terrorist, what do you mean by suspected terrorist? We have definitions of terrorists. By the way, the left, we had committee hearings this week where they basically defined anybody who voted for Donald Trump as a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
So what are we? Are we all suspected terrorists because there is a mindset in the authoritarian left? So you actually, it's kind of a misnomer when they say they're going to protect due process. You cannot protect due process and put somebody on a list and say they're a suspected terrorist, and because they're a suspected terrorist, we have no reasonable articulable suspicion, we don't have any probable cause, thus we cannot arrest, we cannot adequately investigate, but we're going to put them on a list. That is a huge hole and a violation of our constitutional rights, both the Fourth Amendment and the Second Amendment.
Is it a hole if they meant to put it there?
Those are some of the underlying problems with that bill, and that should be a flusher. We should just be flushing that bill.
And to that point, we don't even know the criteria for even getting on that list. There's been quite a bit written about this. Now, you have a terror watch list and then you have a no-fly list, but it's the same. We don't even know the criteria to get on this. And I don't know what the left has with lists, but I'm not a fan of that at all. Now, a couple of other things that I want to get into, because I want to hit the big issues, and I want to get into some personal stories here. One of the things that we were talking about, and this has been in the news because the Biden administration, they've promised gun control. Unfortunately, Joe Biden does not have the muscle in Congress to make that happen. I mean, I think what Manchin Toomey went through the Senate by like 53, 54. They didn't have enough when that was happening. They're not going to have enough with some of the legislation that they're trying to propose now. But that's not stopping him from looking at regulatory enactment of gun control. Right. How can they go and abuse the regulatory process? Now, to this point, it's the issue of ghost guns. Now, we all were talking about it. We all know. How many of you know what a ghost gun is?
No one knows what a ghost gun is.
It's actually a phantom. It's a goblin that will haunt you at night. No, I'm kidding. It's not that at all.
It's not real.
It's basically you're 80% lower if you, or if you're making a 3D gun at home. They're talking about the serialization of firearms, and the way that the law is right now, it's like 18 USC 922 or 19 USC. You get a blank, you get one of the 80% lowers, or you make your 3D printed gun. There's still federal regulation that says it has to be detectable if it's polymer, plastic. You have to have a percentage of metal. If you're a hobbyist, you can, with your 80% lower, you can make your own firearm at home, and if you sell it, it has to be serialized. So whoever wants to take this first, we can either go with Congresswoman Boebert or Congressman Biggs or Rep. Jordan as well. We could. This situation with ghost guns, is this going too far? Should Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, should they even have any weigh in on this issue at all? Should they be defining and trying to redefine what these parts are and aren't as a way to stop hobbyists from a perfectly legal activity?
So if I can just weigh in first, and then you guys can clean up the mess I make of the answer to this question. But I look at it, and what they're doing is creating law where there's no legislative authority. That's what the agency's doing. And so that's strike one right there. Number two, it's a legal activity that you're trying to impose your will, your bureaucratic will. And this is the problem with all of Washington, D.C., is that Congress will punt and lay down so the bureaucrats can go out and do whatever they want. I would say that if we as legislators thought there was a problem, that's where it would originate. We should be doing that. There is no problem right here. This is a manufactured crisis so that the bureaucrats can go over and take over. And it's one
How
more
many murders
violation
have
of
we
the
had from
God-given
a
rights
3D printed gun?
Yeah.
I'll wait.
I would agree. You didn't make a mess of that at all. That was a good answer.
So, Dana, I see this as another hijack of the American language. They are abusing this term, and they're just running amok of it. I mean, we want to be called domestic terrorists and be put on lists and all of these things. Well, then aren't we all domestic terrorists? Haven't we all been called domestic terrorists? My mom is backstage. She was accused of being the bullhorn lady and leading folks in the Capitol. And, we all came to see that wasn't true. Speaker Pelosi has called us the enemy within. There's metal detectors.
She's still on the last talk.
This is all about control. DC wants control of everyone's life. And I am there to defend our Second Amendment. This isn't about taking my gun. It's about taking your guns. And I will stand up for your God-given rights every single day.
So I have two big questions here, very big questions, and I'm going to try to stay in our time allotted, but we could talk about this all week. This is a heavy question, and I'm going to hear from all three of you. Do you think that the National Firearms Act or the Gun Control Act or both should be repealed, yes or no?
Both.
No.
What?
Yes, you.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute now. What'd you say again?
Should the National Firearms Act or
There was a pregnant pause, Vernon. I was like, what?
Can the gentleman please rephrase?
What happened there?
Should the National Firearms Act, the Gun Control Act, be repealed? Should the National Firearms Act be repealed?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
I got
Take down
confused
those
right
words.
there. I got a little confused. I thought you said, should we take away our guns? I was like a flat. I'm no.
No, we're not.
Period,
He's
no.
already no, you may not have them.
I've been saying no so long when it comes to taking away our rights. I'm just no.
Yeah.
Anyhow, thank you, Dana.
The funny thing is, Republicans are called the party of no, but we're saying no to all of their no's. They don't want you to be able to protect yourself. They don't want you to have freedom of speech. Right. They don't want you to have freedom of religion. In Colorado, they don't want us to have our public lands. They are the party of no. We are saying no. We are saying a big hell no to all of their no's.
Vernon's like, I don't listen to women when they talk about guns.
During the Supreme Court hearing to confirm Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who I like very much, there was a lot of hay made over her decision in 7th Circuit, I believe, over Cantor v. Barr. Now, just to put this fast, this issue had to do with whether or not non-violent felons should have their rights restored their right to Second Amendment. There's been a lot of discussion over this, and it had to do with this man, Robert Cantor. He was selling medical shoe inserts, and he was falsely saying that they were endorsed by Medicare. They weren't, so they got him on felony mail fraud. Well, it's a felony charge, so for the rest of his life, he's a prohibited possessor. And Amy Coney Barrett was arguing in her opinion on the case that that's not historically what the litmus is, whether or not someone is a danger to themselves or is dangerous, period, a danger to other people.
Yeah, ACB's argument on that case is right.
Violent felons are separate, but where it concerns non-violent felons, the court never said that Robert Cantor was violent. Robert Cantor was never violent, and so a lot of people were trying to smear her over that. That context, now that you have it, my question for you three, do you believe that nonviolent felons, in the context of this discussion with Cantor v. Barr, should have their Second Amendment rights restored?
Yes.
Let me say this. It's kind of interesting. Republicans are going to have to start taking the lead on a lot of issues that were really created by Democrats.
Amen to that. That's good.
Yes,
Great
thank
point.
you.
Democrats passed those gun control laws targeting African Americans, that was a way to suppress their votes. Think about this. That was a way to suppress their votes. They become a felon, then they cannot get a gun. It could be anything. Now, I know that's a little deep. Y'all haven't caught up with me yet.
It's not
now,
that
all of a
deep.
sudden, Democrats are going to these legislatures wanting
Democrats
to give
hate blacks.
people
They always
on
have.
probation
That's not
parole
new.
the right to vote again. Democrats should say, you guys were the first ones to do it anyhow. We're going to come with the Voter Restoration Act, and we're going to do it in a way that those nonviolent offenders that had nothing to do with being a danger to society, but they were stripped of their voting power. They paid their dues. They're on probation. Why not Republicans get ahead on that issue? Because Democrats are dominating that issue, and that is furthering keeping minorities, actually it's keeping everybody, good white and black people, from voting who want to vote. Why not? And what
Good
did
white and
voting
black
have to do with being on probation or nonviolent offense? What did it take the voting right away from them for? What did it really have to do with?
That's a good question.
It was politics. It was voter suppression.
Congresswoman?
Absolutely. I mean, these are nonviolent crimes that we're talking about, and this is a way just to suppress and control people. But they're not stopping with the Second Amendment. I mean, we mentioned the First Amendment in Washington, D.C. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we start quartering soldiers in the committee hearing rooms. There's plenty in the parking garages at Fort Pelosi. We could bring them on in. And, you know, maybe we could start unreasonably seizing and searching members of Congress. Oh, wait, we're already doing that on the House chambers, right?
Yeah.
We are.
Yes, we are, with the metal detectors and all of that. So it doesn't stop there. And
I like
the
this
19th
chick.
Amendment is next, and you and I wouldn't have a right to vote.
I think she's
Yeah.
going
You
places.
can't be called brother or sister. You have to be a sibling.
Exactly. Then you'll get
Mother,
in trouble
father,
for that on the floor.
guardian,
Congressman, I want to have
parent.
you
Be
weigh in
careful
on
of
this
this.
because I have one more question for you.
Yeah, so when we talk about restoration of rights, Second Amendment rights for nonviolent felons, that is a no-brainer. And we should be doing that. Our problem is we're in a majoritarian, self-governing body.
Yes.
And we're in the minority. When we were in the majority, we screwed up time and time again.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's exactly right.
And
It's all right,
Thank
Chairman,
you.
I'm
Even
here
on
with you now.
immigration.
yeah, I got Lauren with me now. But here's the deal.
You done
we can
fucked
fix
up.
that. We just got to get that majority back because the Democrats aren't ever going to do that.
No, they won't.
You got to fix it when you get the majority back.
Last question that I have.
You
for
gotta
the
do
panel
it.
here,
You gotta do it. You
it's been
pussies, do
discussed
it.
that the administration is going to have this four-pronged assault.
Repeal
on our
the
Second
NFA.
Amendment rights, going after the ghost gun issue, going after magazine capacity because apparently they never heard the idea. You can just swap a mag, to limit it to 10 rounds or under, suing manufacturers as well, and then just banning full-on semi-automatic firearms by conflating them with the term assault weapons. So for you two, and then to Representative Jones as well, Congressman, I'll start with you. What are you going to do in Congress to stop this from going forward legislatively?
Well, so what we have to do is we have to stop because I think the first two
We have
things
to do
they're
is we
really
have to
gonna go
round
for, I
up
mean,
the
you've got ghost
Democrats in
legislation.
cages and
They're
gas
gonna go
them.
after
Wait.
allowing litigation. They're going to because they think, oh yes, we think we can get the class action litigation on armament, ammunition manufacturers as well as gun manufacturers. We have got to not just work within the procedures. We've got to throw every speed stick down we possibly can. We have to make sure our colleagues in the Senate are there because they have enough votes to stop that in the Senate. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
so we have to do that. we have to rely on the states raising their voices, governors raising their voices, and we need people like you raising your voices loud and clear, rhetorically fighting. You got to say that every time you say fighting or standing tall. Rhetorically fighting and standing tall.
Physically fighting.
That's how we do that.
Yeah.
And we can win that issue, those two issues.
Congresswoman?
Well, first of all, I can't even rhetorically stand tall, so thanks for that one. It turns out gun girls come in 2 sizes, small and extra small. So. You know, this is, they mention
the best 2
assault
sizes,
rifles
to
in
be
this.
honest.
I hate that term. I hate it so much. An AR is not an assault rifle, it's an Armalite rifle, period. Assault is a behavior and a gun is an object. And so anything that they can do to hijack the language, to abuse the terms, to take control is what they're going to do. And I can't wait until we take that gavel from Speaker Pelosi in 2022.
And beat her to death with it. Yeah!
Actually,
Sorry.
literally.
You out of time.
Representative, you get the last word here.
First of all, I'm tired of you guys beating up on tall people. No, Dana, I'm going to be real brief. The bottom line is all of our constitutional rights are under assault. Right. And we have to fight it at the state level and the federal level. We have to make sure our legislatures are Republicans so we can draw districts to preserve and protect and send the right people to Washington. And so I look at the whole thing, we're all under attack under the First Amendment, Second Amendment, the entire Bill of Rights. And so those framers of the Constitution got it right. That document has survived every document that has been out there. They got it right. And they didn't have an iPad or a laptop or a cell phone. They were smart men that laid the groundwork. And I think all of us want to protect that Constitution, bottom line.
That's right. The Constitution offers extreme protection of our rights, and we need to make sure it stays that way. Panel, thank you all so much. I so appreciate.
Thank you all.
Congressman Biggs, Congresswoman Boebert, and Representative Jones. Thank you so much. Thank you all. God bless.
Thanks, Dana. I like this Boebert chick. I like her. She's kind of fearless. To some extent. She's holding her own. People are pissed off at her. Those are all good things. Wolfgang says, the more Beta speaks about guns, the more I'm willing to let terrorists and felons buy guns. Shall not be infringed. Common sense or free for all. Uh-oh, wait.
Hello, American conservatives.
Hello,
My name is
Genki.
Genki Fuji. I'm a Japanese journalist and an author of more than 70 books on international relations.
I love a Genki.
World Forecast News Service. I attended the CPAC last year. I respect President Trump and American conservatives. Many Japanese admire President Trump for his courage, inspiration, and energy.
Yeah.
President Trump is a real samurai of America. His popularity is still very high in Japan. I'll show you one example. I translated
Trump brought
the
anime
movies
to
inside
America.
Trump's White House into Japanese. The translation came out shortly after the election last November, but the book sold very well. We have so far sold 50,000 copies in Japan. Egregious election fraud took place last November. Communist China is standing behind it. Now, socialist coup
Listen
is
how
going
damn
on in
inspiring
the
this
US.
music is.
Freedom of speech is in crisis. The political situation of Japan is currently quite similar to the US. American conservatives and the Japanese conservatives should fight back together to defend freedom.
An
We are
alliance
confronting
forged
the
in
cancel
history.
culture in Japan too. Leftists are trying to deny totally the Japanese history of 3,000 years. In particular, they dislike samurai spirits. In today's world, Chinese communists are the center of the totalitarian movement. They are destroying freedom all over the world. President Trump and American conservatives fought against the Chinese communists in order to protect the entire free world.
Yes!
We appreciate that, and we Japanese fight together. America has been the beacon of hope for those fighting against communism.
Get it!
Chinese communists are a real threat to us. Chinese military ships are threatening Japanese territorial waters every day. Chinese Communist Empire is another
Who is
evil
this guy?
empire. Chinese communists want to invade Japan,
Revenant, this guy's name is
Taiwan,
Gemki.
India, and other democracies in Asia. I have many friends in Taiwan. Taiwan is a fortress of freedom in East Asia.
Taiwan #1.
Japan was a nation of samurai. When Commodore Perry came to Japan in 1853, he must deal with tough Japanese samurai to open up then closed country Japan. In today's Tokyo, you don't see samurai anymore. However, spirit of samurai lives on in ordinary Japanese people, not in bureaucrats nor in politicians. Still, samurai spirit is an indispensable element of our tradition. From my viewpoint, you American conservatives are American samurai. The Japanese sword is the symbol of samurai spirit.
Folded over 1,000,000 times.
What the Japanese sword is to samurai is what a gun is to American freemen. Freedom of speech is the foundation of democracy. The First Amendment, freedom of speech, is supported by the Second Amendment, gun right or right to bear arms. Therefore, gun right is the foundation of American democracy. We are Japanese conservatives.
Holy
We want
shit,
to
this guy is
build
awesome.
solid samurai-to-samurai alliance with American conservatives to defeat the challenge by communist China. Let's liberate the people oppressed by communism. United, we defeated the Soviet Union, evil communist empire. The United States and Japan were once adversaries to each other. Nonetheless, Japan has been the most faithful ally of the United States after World War II, a formidable enemy.
How do I get this guy on the show? This
reliable
guy
ally.
sounds
That
great.
is Japan. Let's fight together for freedom.
Yeah!
Let's slash the cancel culture.
Yes!
Let's start US-Japan Samurai-to-Samurai Alliance.
Wow! That ad was great. Oh, I love this guy. Dex Luther says Pokemon go to the polls and say hell no to their no. Wolfgang Deo says only gun owners should have a right to vote. Wolfgang says fix it when you are in the minority, not the majority. And he says I'm practicing Japanese at ATM, lol, Genki, and then some moon runes that I don't understand. But yeah, that guy's awesome. The Second Amendment is at the heart of American democracy. Thank you. Cyril Fox City says, go Power Rangers.
Well, I'm so glad that the three of you are here. Thank you for being here. We are joined by Congressman Roger Williams, Congressman Warren Davidson, and Amy Wilhite from Second Vote. And I think this is such an important topic because at this point, I think everyone realizes what corporations are doing, how they've really started to toe the line of wokeness and progressivism. But what I'm curious about and what I hope you all can help answer is, one, why are companies doing this? And two, how can the American consumer fight back? You know, Nike is getting rid of shoes that have the Betsy Ross flag on it because it's allegedly racist and a throwback to slavery. You have Disney that's you know, firing Gina Carano for expressing an opinion about political hatred, ironically enough. And I just wonder, is this profitable for companies? Why are they doing this when so many everyday Americans want politics out of their life? They don't want politics injected into everything they do. So maybe one of you could attempt to answer, you know, why the companies are towing this line.
Okay, wokeism.
I'd like to jump right in. So we've seen the
We'd all
left
like
do
to jump
this
right
for
in.
years. I mean, it's not like it just happened. It's been going on. They have a loud voice. They're out there raising all these concerns with these corporations. And so conservatives have we're hardworking folks. We want to raise our families. We want to share with them the American principles. And the left has just been very, very vocal over the last several years. And so we've got to become more vocal with what we're doing so that we can get them to listen to us. And there are things that we can do about that. And second vote, we say your first vote is at the ballot box, and your second vote is with your wallet. The power is in our pocket. And Dr. David Black and Congressman Diane Black founded Second Vote 9 years ago.
What's up, Sheila?
Made a donation at a check register after grocery shopping. And Dr. Black made a donation, and they were walking to the parking lot. And Congressman Black said, "Why did you do that?" He said, "Why wouldn't I do that?" And she said, "Because they actually support Planned Parenthood." So he was like, "What else do I not know?" So he put together this organization, research, and we've got over 1,600 companies that we've researched, and we've scored them on the top conservative issues so that consumers can actually shop their values. When we actually start doing that, we can make a difference to the bottom line of these corporations and these organizations.
And Congressman Davidson, you're on the Financial Services Committee, and it turns out
the social
apparently
distancing
that a
chairs
lot of
is
the
weird.
shareholders in these companies, when they're making these decisions, are not actually the ones voting for this sort of progressive orthodoxy that's taken over the business world. Can you explain how exactly that works?
Yeah, so if you think about who owns companies, there's a whole shift in terms of what it means to be a fiduciary. So you see the word fiduciary responsibility. This would be officers and directors. They have a responsibility, a duty of care to provide a profit maximizing return for whom? For the shareholders, right? And the shareholders get a vote. You see these efforts right now by the woke left to shift that to environmental, social, governance goals, different metrics that go after stakeholders. Stakeholders are not shareholders. It's never well defined, but who is it definitely not? It's not shareholders, right? And they've already used their influence over shareholders because the owners of the companies are often big pension funds, steered by left management of the pension fund. And when CalPERS, for example, decided in the 90s to not invest in tobacco companies, it cost the pension fund over $500 billion in missed returns, right? So one of the hearings we had, a few years ago, I asked the representative from the CalPERS fund, did that represent the best interest of your pensioners? Well, the answer is of course not. Now, he said it did, but facts don't seem to matter in any of these debates. And then behind it, when the pension funds aren't the voters, individual shareholders, let's say you have Fidelity, whoever, Schwab, Robinhood, right? Proxy firms advise these, and there's really only two that have 90% of the market share, ISS and Glass Lewis.
Oh,
And these
I'm
companies,
losing my ability to care.
60% market share, the others get the rest. They dominate the influence of how those shares are voted. So what you really need is a more democratic access to capital. That's kind of the goal of Robinhood. And then you need people to actually vote the shares. And most of us don't do that. Most of us just, used to get the big paper, now you get emails and everything else. But it's really important to vote the direction of the company because in the absence of that, the left is voting it. They've got organized and activated and they're steering the direction of this company and they put pressure on the management teams to go towards this kind of woke heresy code that's out there.
Gemke set you
There's
up
so much
and you
hypocrisy
just knocked us
involved
all
here
into
as
not
well.
caring.
These companies that take these public stances that seem to align with wokeism behind the scenes are running their businesses in what these progressives would consider to be a very unwoke way. Disney, for example, filmed its Mulan remake next to the Uyghur concentration camps. And the NBA bows down to communist China while trotting out its players in Black Lives Matter shirts. So, Congressman Williams, I guess I would ask you, why exactly are the companies able to get away
Baker
with this?
says,
How can they have
"Hey
one
Rackets,
public
can we get a
stance
toast
while
and a
their
prayer
business
up here?
practices go
My
against what
fiance's
they're
grandmother
preaching and no one
passed
seems
away
to
in the
care?"
night. God, the force, and whatever heathens like myself believe in be with you, your family, and your fans. May your flame be immortal in the hearts you touch. Hi, Bigger.
People back in,
to your
in
fiance's
Texas.
grandmother.
But the fact of the matter is, I think a lot of businesses, especially Main Street. Now, remember, Main Street business is 70% of the payroll, 75% of the workforce. And mainstream business still runs this country, and and these are bullies. These people bully people. The fact of the matter is, if we get back to Main Street values, and I'm an old school capitalist, if we get back there and let competition work, a lot of this we won't have to do. You won't have to bow to these people, for crying out loud. Competition, let the consumer decide. Let people compete. Take the regulations away from people. And all this conversation about, like you just brought up, about siding with the Chinese and this and that, you can't be all things to all people. You eventually got to go back to your roots. And that's American capitalism, where you can invest 100, lose 100, invest 100, make 100, risk and reward. And we've got to get back to that. Otherwise, the private sector is going to be choked out. Main Street America will be choked out. We'll have these big companies that nobody put their arms around what they stand for or whatever. And I think that's a big problem. And I think that we need to look at these folks as bullies, and we need to stand up to them. And we need to buy, at the end of the day, buy American. That's the name of the game. So.
I wonder, is competition enough now? Because with the social media companies, conservatives created Parler to have a place to speak, and then that was stripped of its web hosting service and shut down by Amazon, and there was collusion among the big tech companies to shut them down. And then with GameStop, Robinhood stopped trading to literally stop people from making money in a legal and acceptable manner. So is there anything that you're doing in Congress, with legislation or measures that you're taking with the force of the government in order to make sure that people have fair access to the marketplace?
One of the big things, and there was a panel earlier on antitrust, but when you think about it, look, we're Republicans, we're not anarchists, right? There are people that basically turn the market into a deity, that we're just going to worship market for the sake of the market. And the reality is our country as a republic was founded to seek virtue, not just the market. And a functioning market has competition. And what's the role of government? In my view and a lot of Republicans' view, it's kind of like if you're watching boxing, it's not boxing when they're over hugging in the corner. The referee's got to go break them up and make them fight. And right now, in market after market, there's nobody engaged in fighting. There's so much concentration, so much power. And you saw that also.
God, I just don't care.
It's, kind of the swamp, taking care of the swamp in D.C. You alluded to suspending trading. The SEC suspended it for certain shares Friday. But look at the reaction in this COVID. I mean, you could go into Walmart and buy anything. You could buy all kinds of bicycles, but if you want to go to a Main Street bike shop, you couldn't go in. You could have fake flowers delivered from Amazon, but if you wanted a local florist to deliver live flowers, you couldn't do that. And so the biggest companies got bigger and more profitable, and Main Street has been crippled. That disconnect has really got to end, and a lot of that goes to even our monetary policy. When the government spends too much money, like they just did last night over our objections, that gets printed into dollars, and the Fed grows it, and it's destroying the value of the dollars that we all count on. And a buck isn't going to go as far if we keep doing that.
I think that's a great point about how the pandemic has really shut down small businesses, and corporations in many cases have used these restrictions to amass even more power than ever. Amazon, for example, had its best quarter at the height of the pandemic. So Amy, what is your organization doing to make sure that small businesses survive and in encouraging people to go spend their money there? I mean, it's difficult now because so many of them have either shut down or are unable to do business because of regulations.
Right, and we've always said to shop local first. Before you go out to the big box stores, shop local, because those are the folks that you know in your communities. They're supporting your Little League and your high school choir. The money is staying in the community. And you know these folks, and they mostly align with your values. And so these big box organizations that you go shop to, they are funneling these organizations that are attacking our values. We need to quit funding them and shopping with them so that we can align our values with our money is the key here. So we've got to quit shopping at these places. We score them. We've got over 1,600 companies scored. It's secondvote.com. You can go to our website or
this
download
is
an
really,
application
really boring.
and search a company score, and you can look on there and see what they're giving with their charitable dollars and what they're supporting. And so we've got to look at that. We've got to take notice. We can't continue to do what we've been doing. We've got to make a difference. And it's us here today, everybody here, you guys are making the
By
difference.
the way, I just want to let you guys know that the weirdo who's been yelling at me the entire time since I did the Thunderfoot video, he left, I think, 8 voicemails for me yesterday.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but
8 of them.
With your organization, you know, you can empower yourself and your family members and your community to shop at places that align with your values. Unfortunately, it seems that it's not just private business anymore. There's actually a collusion that's going on with the government. For example, back in 2013, there was Operation Choke Point, where the government was encouraging banks
so that's probably
going to
be Monday.
Platform individuals and deny them access from the economy. So how do we fight back against that problem?
Well, let me bring up that Operation Choke Point. This was
Operation
a
Choke
total
Point.
takeover. Somebody sat down and listed 45 businesses that they didn't think the bank should do business with. You can probably guess what they were: gun stores, finance companies, car dealers, and I may be the only one in Congress that was directly affected by Operation Choke Point, where I had a bank that I'd done business with for 23 years, even served on the board at some point in time, call me one day and say I need to remove all my money in 24 hours out of the bank because they didn't want to finance a car dealer or a congressman. And this happened all over, and it happened to small people. I was fortunately able to get a bank, but it put people out of work. And that was a product of what they call the CFPB, if you follow that, Warren and Iron Financial Services. And with President Trump, we were able to slow that down. Now it's building back up again, and they're going to put more people on there where small business cannot borrow money, small business can't have a checking account, they just choke it out, and then you got the big boys running it with the attitude we see, in-your-face attitude, a socialistic attitude toward the economy. And that's where we are today. And so when you talk about Operation Choke Point, you won't be able to buy a car, you won't be able to buy a gun, you won't be able to start a business. You won't be able to do anything. And then, of course, we know the government owns us, and we know the road that takes.
They're finally talking about something important.
It's a dangerous time. And you just look about a year ago now, we had an economy that had more jobs than people. How could that ever happen? Did any of us think that would happen? I didn't think so.
What are you doing
we had more
about
jobs
it?
Than people, and now this president has gone in there in 3 weeks, just gutted everything, so we can get back to where we were. But that's why 2022 is so important. We
tell
have
me
to,
what you're
we
doing
have to
about
make sure
Operation
we
Choke
get the
Point.
House and get the Senate, so we're not having these kind of conversations 2 years from now. So it's a dangerous thing, and you got to watch the big companies because they'll choke the little guy out. And like you said, the little guy is America.
That's right.
The little guy is our friend. The little guy is the payroll. The little guy is the deposit. The little guy is the one that gives you service, and the little guy is the one that knows your name. That's what we're fighting for. That's risk and reward. It's American capital.
How are you fighting for us?
So let's support them. Let's support them
Totally.
and quit supporting these other organizations.
Yeah, the importance of elections really can't be overstated. You're on the Financial Services Committee with Maxine Waters, Al Green, 3 out of 4 members of the squad. These people have so much control over who gets access to the economy, which businesses get to stay open. Tell us about working with these people. How much control do they want?
Well, it's a tightly controlled committee, as everyone has found out. Maxine Waters rules it with an iron fist. But if you look at the ideas that Roger talked about in Operation Choke Point, the idea that you can cancel people, look, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez has made the case, like no one should bank these people, right? And you would think that people that in the past have experienced discrimination, where they couldn't get a loan because they were the wrong people.
AOC has never experienced discrimination in her life.
That's a reality in our country. We shouldn't deny that, but we should fight to make sure we don't go back to that and just replace these people with some different group of people.
AOC has been pulled by her fooded dick through her entire life.
Like guns, they will try to make it illegal on the back end by debanking you, deplatforming you, and canceling you. And if right now they're doing it largely to companies and a handful of individuals. But the reality is, you can look at any number of dystopian futures. I don't know, I'm fond of Revelation. It looks pretty scary, and they want to cancel what you can buy. There are people talking about the exact same logic of that today. They want to end cash. They want a central bank digital currency that the government controls. They can see every transaction you've got. And in China, they're already doing this, right? They don't just have a credit score in China, they have a social credit score, right? So they use facial recognition, tracking, they track your location. If you got a cell phone, you essentially got an ankle bracelet where they track your location and everything. And they will say, boy, I don't know, it looks like you might have been at CPAC. Social credit score going down, for example. And
This guy knows how to suck all of the life out of the conversation that was getting interesting.
That are hoping for that vision to come true in America. So look, policy really does matter, and they know, because that's why the cast of characters you listed, the squad and some of the most outspoken folks on the left, are in the Financial Services Committee that Roger and I serve on.
Well, I think there is some cause for optimism because the very hotel that we're sitting in was almost canceled for hosting CPAC, and they just released a statement shortly before we came on stage affirming their right to host people who believe in freedom of speech. Right, so let's reward the companies that, stand up for everyday Americans and go after the elites who want to oppress us. Thank you, Congressman Davidson, Congressman Williams, Amy Wilhite. Thank you so much for doing this panel. It was a wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
it wasn't that wonderful. It was really boring. I did not find that to be great at all. So here's what I'm going to say, guys. I love doing Yellow Flash's show, but I have a guest for tonight and a commitment to do a show at 11. So what I will do is I will do Yellow Flash's show until it's time to do my show, and then I will do my show. So that is what I will do. I don't like doing that, but that's my brain was just turned off when I scheduled, so I'm not going to reschedule a different show. And if that's not what I'm going to do. Unless my guest is unless my guest Ty is unable to make it tonight, I'll double check with him and make sure tonight is good, but I'm not going to cancel the show. So catch you later, Phoenix. Let's see. Wolfgang says, vote with my wallet. I already threw that into your OnlyFans and super tweets. You do it. By the way, Genki, Gaishiteru. I don't know what that means. He also says, if we watch it, you watch it until morale improves. Okay, we got a couple chats over here. Pie Baker. I read that one. Neg Quantum says, Nick, when are you buying a katana so you can become an American samurai? I should buy a really, really nice one. Okay, here's Pete Hegseth. And the Timothy Reaper says they're really going for the weeb vote.
And I have been wearing makeup since 6 a.m.
They skipped a...
I'm not kidding. When they told me, Pete, you get to talk at 3 p.m., I said, that's like 8 p.m. for me as a morning show host. It's beautiful.
They skipped an entire panel.
But I'm so grateful to be here. And if you would all turn around and wave to the cameras, because Fox Nation is here too, and we're grateful they are streaming this entire thing. So honored to be here and be a part of this. And if you haven't come by the booth in the morning, come by and say hello to us tomorrow morning on Fox and Friends. We'll be broadcasting all morning long. But I'll tell you, it's been a lot of fun to watch all these speakers. All of them, especially the young folks. Your Charlie Kirks and your James O'Keefes and your Don Jr. How about Dan Bongino? The doers. The doers of the conservative movement that have stood up and said, we're not going to let the left come over, control, and destroy our country, which is what we know they want to do. And we stand on the shoulders of conservative giants at a convention like this, don't we? I mean, William F. Buckley, Ronald Reagan, Newt Gingrich, Rush Limbaugh.
Newt Gingrich.
Listen, we all have
The only thing giant about Newt
advanced
Gingrich is his
degrees
head.
from the Limbaugh Institute for Advanced Conservative Studies. Let's not kid ourselves. Breitbart, Levin, men
Mark
and
Levin.
women who have had an uncompromising willingness and ability to chart the course for freedom.
Mr.
You know, we call ourselves conservatives,
Have you ever
but
seen
what are we
anybody
really?
like this?
We're freedom lovers.
They're out of control.
That's
They're getting
what
on
we
my
are. We
nerves.
stand at the Conservative Political Action Conference here, remembering all those people that came before us, so grateful for this nation that they gifted us. You know, I'm
Yeah,
convinced.
Sheila, he was easily
I think
the
I have
best
the best
speaker
job
yesterday.
in the country. Because Fox and Friends gives me the job. I don't know if the title is diner correspondent, breakfast guy, pancake Pete, whatever. They fly me across the country to middle America to have breakfast with wonderful, regular folks across America. Ohio, North Carolina, Texas, Florida, here. We did one in Orlando, Dixie Bells. It was amazing. You should try their biscuits and gravy. Unbelievable. But
Wait,
what I
what?
get the privilege of doing
You got
is,
my attention
I do
now.
3 segments over 3 hours with Fox and Friends, and we're talking politics with people as they have breakfast, getting the voices of average people. But I actually get to spend 4 hours at diner tables with average Americans talking about their lives. Truck drivers, teachers, construction workers, bus drivers, nurses, cops,
shiny-ass
vets,
shoes he has on.
The people that make America work, that work hard. Who you might call them the forgotten men and women. And what did our president, Donald Trump, what did he call them? The real elites. And he's right. Do you know why he's right? Because when I sit down with these folks, I sit down with a school teacher or a construction worker or a small business owner or a cook at a restaurant or the waitress at the restaurant we're at. And they're not talking about esoteric things that the Ivy League talks about or MSNBC talks about. They're talking about the Bible and faith and prayer and their family, hard work, supporting the police, standing for the anthem, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the things that our founders understood and loved and cherished. That to me is real elitism. That's what our country is grounded in. Active, average citizens who know what really matters. Guess what? In the last time they
I
talked
don't
about
believe
the
they're
Bible at
actually
the Ivy
talking
League
about
was,
the 10th
like
Amendment.
1840. Seriously, our elite institutions have lost any knowledge whatsoever of what really matters in our country. So I'm honored to have that assignment to travel across the country and meet those people who would be here if they can, who need you as active activists to fight for them and the basic freedoms that we love in this nation, because they're watching it get ripped away from them. In fact, I'm starting a project, and one of the places where it's getting ripped away most dramatically is the classroom. It's the classroom, people. You know, at Fox Nation, I have a great opportunity to do documentaries about things I really love and I'm passionate about. Biblical history, I've gone to Jerusalem, Bethlehem, the Holy City, to talk about Israel, the state of Israel, something I'm very passionate about. I sit down with modern warriors. You know, I once had a 3.5-hour conversation with Rob O'Neill, the guy that shot bin Laden. We had way too many beers, and it was an unbelievable story. And I said, what if every American could hear that story? So I started a series called Modern Warriors, where sometimes we have a few too many beers, and then we have a conversation with vets, and we hear the real story. Well, the project I'm working on right now, it doesn't even have a title yet. It's called the 16,000-Hour War. And it's about the 16,000 hours, that's the working title, that government schools and public schools have our kids from K through 12. And how far they've gone in turning those schools into indoctrination camps for the left. 100%. And as we started doing our research, we thought, well, is this something that started in the 60s, kind of a 60s thing? No. This goes back much further than that.
Goes back to 1950s.
It's a 100-year-old project of progressives And what's the first thing they removed from the public classroom when they had the opportunity? The Bible.
The Bible.
You talk to anyone, you talk to a progressive today about Philippians, and they say, is that a team from Philadelphia? I mean, they have done everything they can.
This guy's
to
cringe
rip
as shit.
The Bible, prayer, God, the 10 Commandments out of our schools, because they know that's the basis upon which free people stay free. The mixture between Athens and Jerusalem that our founding fathers understood so passionately. They went there first. Now they're at the point, over time, once they've removed that, they've removed the classics, they removed basic arithmetic. Math is now racist. Now they start asserting their agenda. Critical race theory, 1619 Project, 1776 is evil. The narrative is America is an evil, evil country. Stolen from Indians, built only on the backs of slaves, and therefore completely illegitimate. That is what your kids, if you're not paying attention, are being taught directly. Every single day. And you might say, well, I live in a nice neighborhood, I pay my property taxes. All right, my public school's got a new gym, I really like the teachers, principal's a nice guy, my community's a little bit more conservative. Nope. Wake up call time. It's your school too. And it might be your private school. If you're not intentional about classical education, Christian classical, Catholic education, homeschooling, whatever it is, your kids are not going to get the views that you believe in. And if I had $1 for every person that I met at a diner who said, well, I raised my kids to be patriots, to be capitalists, to love freedom, to love our founding, to love our country, and then I sent them off to so-and-so university and they came back a socialist, I'd be a very rich man. You have to fortify them now. If you don't fortify them now, you will lose them. We are in the fight of our lives, and you've heard that from a lot of speakers today. And people outside these walls, some of the press that are covering this, they don't understand the attachment that conservatives and freedom lovers have to Donald Trump, to the former president.
Oh my gosh.
They don't get it. They think it's some sort of a misinformation, cultish thing, cult of personality. Oh, they love the bravado. That's not what it is. I'll explain why we love them in one military analogy. I was a platoon leader in Iraq. I was an infantry platoon leader in the Army. And the one situation you know is the most dangerous situation that you don't want to find your platoon stuck in is what's called a near ambush. So you're walking through a neighborhood and you walk into a near ambush, meaning the enemy has the high ground, they're concealed, and you're stuck in what's called the kill zone on the X, and they've got you pinned down. Rifles, grenades, everything. You're right there in the kill zone. You don't want to be there. You're dead if you're in the kill zone, for the most part, unless you act, okay? The battle drill for being in the kill zone of a near ambush is definitely not crouch down and hope you survive, because that's never going to happen. Your only option is to immediately seek cover, immediately pop your grenade, throw it, and then charge toward the enemy that you still can't see.
Don't
That's
throw your
only
grenade
option if
and
you wanna
charge
survive.
with the grenade.
This is all metaphorically, of course, for the media out there. Right? Caveat necessary. It's your only hope. All right? Well, Republicans for decades, for years, have sat in the kill zone and said, just kind of like us. We're okay. We're not that bad. We're okay. We're nice behind our podiums, dressed up like this, hey, everybody, we're going to cut taxes just a little bit more. It doesn't work. Donald Trump said it's time to throw the grenades and charge at the enemy. That's why. That's why. You want a leader that believes in you, that listens to you, that listens to the people at the diners and understand what they love about this country, and then is willing to actually fight for it. And what happens in a near ambush if you seize the initiative and charge at the enemy? Pretty soon they have to pop out of the tall grass, out of their concealed positions. Now you're on the offensive and they're screaming. And what do? They just scream, you're a racist. Right? They call you names. They expose themselves for the fake news media that they are. They come out and just say, you're right, we are socialists. It's exactly what they do. We know who they are, and Donald Trump has exposed them, which means we have to have the spine to follow through on that fight, because what we're defending is not difficult to defend. It's the flag we love and the freedoms we cherish and the faith we have and the families we want to protect. I am out of time.
Thank
But
God
God bless
you're
you.
out
Fight
of time.
every single day. Do not wait for Election Day. Do whatever you can in your school board, in your classroom, in your community. The left has the positions. We have the principles. We need to take the positions back as well. And damn it, take the high ground. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. God bless you guys.
Oh, God. That was really, really boring to me. Sorry. Felipe Move, he masked me for $2. It's the gingerbread men.
Hi, everybody. My name
Nope.
is Eduardo Bolsonaro.
Goodbye, Eduardo Bolsonaro. I don't know who you are, but you got a burner in your portrait back there. Looks like we've got an update on tonight. Ty and I are going to reschedule. We're going to reschedule tonight. That was my complete brain dead moment. Instead, I will be on Yellow Flash's show for the duration. Speaking of which, I saw Yellow Flash there in the chat. Come watch Yellow Flash's show. It is so much fun. Seriously, so much fun. I'm not a guy who likes to back out of things that I plan on doing. And it was my complete mistake to schedule a show tonight. I wasn't thinking at all. That's on me completely. Ty very graciously accepted the reschedule. So we will do the Ty Beard stream very soon. And also, we will be back on tomorrow for CPAC through the Trump speech. That will be happening tomorrow as well. Flash, you're in the chat. Can you link your channel? Is it just Yellow Flash 2? I don't know what your custom link is. Post-traumatic stress disorder is a real thing, and please take the high ground. Read his book, Nick. He's a war hero. Gratitude caused by information gathered and facts transmitted. Gossip bad. I don't know anything about that guy. His speech was boring. I know PTSD is a real thing. You don't have to confuse me or convince me of PTSD being fake. Flash. Savior of the universe. Felipe Movie says, hey, Nick, how are you? I thought you turned the masks off. Just checking. I would never turn the masks off, Felipe. Bolsonaro's trying to make it easier for Brazilian citizens to own guns. Good. Emperor's Rest says, if this is the level of talent and energy CPAC has to offer when Republicans just lost an election, then I have no hope for the party. Entirely out of touch. There's been some good. There has been some good at CPAC, but I think a lot of them are missing it. Wolfgang Deo says, is punishment more CPAC? Hot dog boy. I ate that. I ate the entire package of meat. There's only 6 ounces. I cannot wait for this sous vide roast I made tonight. The Thuggy, then you gotta come. You gotta come at night, buddy. You gotta join the nighttime streams for that. That's the nighttime show. Speaking of which, Monday night, if you guys missed it, my new best friend, Mr. Miller from South Dakota, the weird soy-filled, profanity-laden moron, since I covered the Thunderfoot case, he will be prominently featured, as he left me apparently 8 voicemails, I think, just by a glance, yesterday.
Kevin McCarthy was in the back saying that. I don't know. I see some good candidate there. I don't know, right?
I watched him out front. I watched that passion get down there, and I'm thinking, what district can I run him for?
Oh,
Speaking
no.
of that,
Don't put Pete
Election Day
Hegeseth
was
in Congress.
rough in
No.
some ways, really rough. But in other ways, it really gave me great optimism for the future. And the greatest story of election night was getting so close to getting that gavel from Nancy Pelosi. Did it shock you that you got that close?
We got closer than anybody thought we could get. They said we were going to lose 20 seats that night. No one said we'd win seats. My dearest friend, who's a hardcore Republican, said the best we could do is lose 10. But this is the little secret. You know why we won that? President Trump worked on all these races. And let me give you a little secret.
McCarthy, you
And a
kind of
little facts, 'cause
waffled
I
on
want you to
Trump.
tell your friends, especially your liberal friends. This is the first time since 1994 no incumbent Republican lost. We beat 15 Democrats. And you know who the 15 Democrats lost to? Conservative women and conservative minorities, each and every one of them. And what happened, even when President Trump was sick with COVID, he called me this night in the hospital. He says, Kevin, I got to keep doing this. Because we couldn't do the rallies, right? He would do
Yellow
these
Flash
rallies
says have
over the
Ty
phone
watch
for
redo of Healer.
and he'd have the candidate on, then he would talk, and it would turn out the votes. And that's what shocked, because all the polls said we'd lose, but Election Day, the voters said, no, there's a new path.
Awesome, awesome.
I mean,
And,
sort of.
I have to say, these two gentlemen probably won't like me saying it, but I say it on a regular basis because it kind of puts you on the spot. But I think we have a great chance of getting the majority back.
Not a chance. We're going to get
There
the
you go.
majority back.
There
We're
you go.
5 seats away. I would bet my house.
Oh,
Listen,
do it. Take the bet.
We were
Wait, your
31,751
personal
votes.
house. You're
My
not betting
personal
the
house.
house, yeah.
Don't tell my wife, but I would bet it. Listen, do you want to retire Nancy Pelosi?
Hell yeah.
Do you want to end the socialism in this country? Win the House, 5 seats, the closest. This is the smallest majority the Democrats have had in 100 years. We could do it.
Jim Banks, by the way, both of you have great scores with the American Conservative Union.
Felipe
You have,
Mube's just
been a
masking me
great
now.
champion up there in the
His
House.
is probably even higher than mine.
Yeah, it's a tinge. It's tinge. I was trying to be so careful.
Dex
It's
Luther says,
higher.
I know you
By
need
the
a
way, lot of
blowtorch.
these
Just
people
get a
we've had
lighter
on
and a
the
can of
stage, Mike
hairspray
Pompeo
and
had
some
an
blowtorch.
outstanding
That's a bad
record in the
tasting
House of
steak.
Representatives. Ron DeSantis, someone I call now America's governor.
America's governor.
And I guess what I'm learning from that is when you see conservatives get put in positions of power, what you realize about the conservative philosophy when well executed, it just makes a lot of sense. What is wrong with these colleagues of yours on the other side of the aisle that I hear them talk and I'm like, where did they grow up? Like, where did they learn this stuff? Is it shocking to you?
Yeah, you got to wonder, where do they come from in America where they don't like America like we do, right? That's what I love about coming to CPAC. I'm reminded every time I come to CPAC why we're the right party, why the Republican Party is on the right side of history. We hear a lot about the cancel culture these days and identity politics.
We hear a lot about
say
the
if you identify yourself as an
cancel
American, you
culture
belong in the
these
Republican
days.
Party.
Yeah, that's right.
Period.
You know, I thought about, I chair this group called the American Conservative Union. I love the name. I love the name because the left thinks we're a union and they always invite us to their parties and then they find out we're not that kind of union. And then I love the fact, because I love the idea of being a conservative, but I don't know what your response is to this, but sometimes I think that like the conservative word isn't as important because we love America and it kind of stops there. You agree?
Agree wholeheartedly. You'll define. And
I love
Jim
America.
is
Do you
an
love
amazing
America?
individual.
I
This
love
is the type
America.
of American you want. He runs the biggest conservative group in Congress, Republican Study Group. He's a veteran, served in the Navy in Afghanistan, and he serves his country today because he believes in the exceptionalism of America. And that's what defines his difference.
Have you guys heard of America? It's this place. We love it.
Yeah, I almost wonder if we could think about the way the press likes to say Republicans are fractured. Here's the truth, and you all know it, not all of you are Republicans in this crowd, is we're actually getting everybody who just doesn't like communism, socialism, and Marxism. Would you agree?
That's totally true. Let me tell you, this week a poll came out. I'm going to brag on him a little bit because he just bragged on me. The most popular Republican figure in Congress today is Kevin McCarthy.
He is?
Let me tell you who the least popular Republicans in the party are today.
Liz
They're
Cheney.
those few, very few, Matt.
They're stittering out there. I just want you to know.
There's very few Republicans. The least popular in our party are the ones who want to erase Donald Trump and Donald Trump supporters from our party.
Just name them. Name them.
Let me tell you, if that happens,
Coward,
we won't win
name
back
them.
the majority in
Name
2022. We definitely won't win back
Names.
the White House.
We know
in
Liz Cheney.
2024 if we
The other
erase
9
Donald
names.
Trump. But you have a
Name the
leader
names.
right here. I'm the
Name them.
conservative leader.
God, you suck.
And
Name
you and I
them.
both know, Matt, and for decades, the conservative leader fights with the Republican leader. Not anymore, because Kevin McCarthy is the right leader for the right time to win back the majority. He's going to be the best Speaker of the House we've had in a generation.
Good guy.
Kevin would like
name
you to
the
keep
House
talking.
members.
I'll give you the rest of the. I yield the rest
Look,
of the time.
I didn't come here to suck up to Kevin McCarthy because I tell him the truth.
We
at
know
times,
the
too.
senators. We know
Let
the
me tell you-
senators.
I
Name
want to tell you the truth.
House.
It is great to be in Florida where you guys are normal, you're open, I don't have to wear a mask anymore. That's so much better than California.
Did you guys like it when Kevin McCarthy said it was the right thing for Donald Trump to be at CPAC? I don't know what your response is to that.
Did you guys like it when Kevin McCarthy said that Donald Trump bore the responsibility for January 6th? Ask him
and we're
that.
getting closer. The other thing we were just talking about backstage is, and we talked about this with Ambassador Lighthizer and with Senator, oh my God, it's escaping me. The new senator from Tennessee. Come on, help me. Bill Haggerty.
Tuberville.
Great man.
Oh.
I got a lot on my mind, folks. There's a lot going on. What we were talking about is the fact that this new Republican Party, this new coalition is what I really call it, we're the ones focused on the working man and woman, the forgotten men and women.
We're these guys,
so
right,
woke,
guys?
and
We're
we're
these
focused
guys.
on the actual
We're these
workers.
guys, aren't we, guys?
That's exactly
Guys,
true.
we're
There's
these
a new
guys.
poll that came out.
Don't you guys
and it
remember
literally
us being these
says
guys?
the
This panel
Republican
makes
Party
me want to
grew
die.
with the blue-collar worker. Because it was a forgotten man and woman that Donald Trump listened to the voice that no one else would listen to. And we're never going to forget those people. And that's what we're focused on. Look what happened this morning at 2 a.m. Nancy Pelosi put about a $2 trillion bill in. There was a vote on the floor. She put a tunnel in Silicon Valley that has nothing to do with COVID into the bill. We wanted to take that money and give it to the kids to get them back in school.
Give it to the kids, the
It's an
children.
easy discussion, right?
Give it to the
We want
children.
people back to work, back to school, back to health. Pelosi wants to put more tunnels, more waste, and the Democrats voted for it. It's a clear place. Who's standing for the American public and who's standing for corporations? It's the Republican Party today, and it's what we're going to be tomorrow and in the future, and that's why America is going to be stronger, because we'll put America first.
Yeah, Matt, that's exactly true. Donald Trump taught us many things. More than anything else, he made the Republican Party the party of the working class for the first time since Reagan. He changed the political paradigm. The Democrat Party today is the party of multinational corporations, of big business, of Wall Street, of Silicon Valley.
China.
And they're the pro-China
China.
party, putting American workers last for the interests of our greatest adversary and Wall Street interests ahead of the interest of working class, working men and women in this country. I grew up, my dad is a retired factory worker. He made axles all of his life. He identified as a Democrat for most of his life. He didn't like a lot of the Republican leaders until Donald Trump. He was for Donald Trump, but we have to keep voters like my dad in the fray. And under Kevin McCarthy's leadership, under my leadership, we're going to continue to be the party of the working class for a long time to come.
Look, there's something really true out there.
It's true.
I don't care if you're conservative, liberal, or what else. I do not know what the Chinese party
China.
and government has on the Democrats, but it is so powerful. It is so powerful. It is scary.
And half the
They
Republicans,
put Eric
bro.
Swalwell on the Intel Committee. I've been in a briefing, just myself and Nancy Pelosi. Anyone that's ever heard that briefing would not have him on that committee and would question would even keep him in Congress. But
Say
that's
it.
what's happening in the
Say
Democratic
it.
Party.
Say it.
What's the first thing
Say it.
that Joe Biden does? He calls the Chinese she, and he placates to them. He says now what they do on human rights, oh, it's okay, it's a cultural thing.
I can't even see the
He won't
masks
stand up for what
that
they're doing to
Felipe
our
is dropping.
universities.
I can't see
He's
him.
not. China wins that election if Biden gets in. That's the problem what happened. And I don't know what they have on the Democratic Party, but it's powerful. And we need people like Jim Banks that was part
Why don't
of
you just
the
say
China
it?
task force that has a plan to actually
If I'm running
stand up to him for the
CPAC,
next
I'm giving
century of
Kevin
the
McCarthy
Americans.
15
Great
minutes to
video.
just
Good
summarize that briefing.
So let's get to this
Tell me
question
about
of
Swalwell. Just say it.
This radical policy that's hitting the House floor and hitting the Senate floor.
It's not
shocking to
not
all
going to
of you.
be
We've been all
classified.
Kind of numb
He's talking
since
about
the
it now.
election, and then you start seeing, well, the Democrats
Say what
be
it
as
is.
radical.
I
in
hate
their
lying
policy
and
proposals
implying.
as they told us.
Worse.
And we are always such nice people. We say, oh, come on, they're going to not be that way. And then it starts coming. And so radical on this most recent COVID bill, they can't even keep their own members together. Losing members from Maine and stuff, that must be interesting. Are they starting? Do you see a chance that maybe in the House it's almost impossible because Queen Pelosi is too tough and she keeps them together. But if you can make the rhetorical points in the House, maybe there's a couple senators that are beginning to realize that being a socialist isn't so good at the ballot box.
The only bipartisan vote last night was against that COVID bill.
That's right.
Less than 9% of it had anything to do with COVID. It was all a waste. But what else is happening here is when you put a bill out, you'll see the HR number. They reserve the HR 1 for the most important bill. You know what the Democrats have? HR 1 is to take over our entire election system. What they've done is changed the rules in Congress that have never been changed before to take away the right of the minority to even have an amendment because they're afraid of our idea. Jim Banks is fighting this with the Republican Study Group. You're the very first one that came out against that election.
And we have a bill. The Republican Study Committee introduced a bill, the Save Democracy Act. I hope you'll take a look at it. Almost half of the American people today don't trust our elections after the fiasco
for good
that
reason.
happened in November.
Felipe Move
We're
says,
trying to
last
restore-
one,
it's a-
take
we have
care,
a
Nick,
moral
since I'm
duty
banned
as
from YouTube. I
Republicans to
grew to kind of
restore trust
dislike it.
in our
Too
election
much
system.
time
Let me tell you,
wasted buying.
HR
You
1
got
would do the
banned
opposite, and that's
from
what the Democrats
YouTube?
are going to ram through the
Aw.
House next week.
And if I could give,
Later,
and I'm sure
man.
you both
Sorry
would
to
agree,
hear
if I
that.
could
Join me
give
on
you
Locals.
one charge in leaving CPAC, it would be do all
Locals
you can.
hosts their own video
to Any
content.
member that we have any influence over.
We'll be growing over
to
on
explain
Locals
to them that
soon.
It's unacceptable to have this unconstitutional power grab on elections, so that what we saw this election will be what you will see every single election. And we have to fight it. Now, in order to fight it, we got to pick up more seats. We started talking about politics. Let's end this conversation by talking about politics.
Let's just end this conversation.
I stand corrected. It's not if we get the majority, it's when we get the majority. Tell us your blueprint for getting that done.
Listen, we're going to continue to do exactly what we did in the last election. We elected more Republican women in the history of America before, just last time. We're going to continue to build in every other district. But if you look at history, there's only 5 seats to win the majority. Next election, we have redistricting, where we do a census every 10 years. They redraw all the lines. You know who loses seats? All these left-running governors, California, Illinois, New York. You know who gains? 2 seats in Florida, 3 in Texas. History says the party in power, whoever wins the White House, on the first off-year election, on average, loses 27 seats. In 2009, I was the deputy whip and I was the recruitment chair. It was taking us 40 seats to be able to win the majority. Nobody believed we could. You know what happened that election? We beat 63 Democrats. So let's not settle for 27. Let's double that number and make sure we have it for the next 10 years.
Well, I think we should give a warm CPAC welcome to those champions in the House of Representatives who are fighting the socialist agenda. We appreciate what you're doing, Mr. Leader, Mr. Chairman. Keep up the great work, and thanks for being at CPAC.
Thank you all very much.
Upper below average. I haven't set a locals is actually free, but they also have paywalls for various things. I haven't set them yet. Like I said, my locals is currently in beta.
Santo, and I'm the
But you can imagine the entry level locals for me will probably be $5 a month, which is what my Patreon currently is, because the point of locals for me is to undo and get rid of Patreon and Subscribestar. I don't want to be on them. I don't want to have stuff spread in like several different places. So once my page is up and running and I've figured out the pricing tiers, it'll probably be around the same, that $5 a month for the entry level. And locals is like a mix of a private Facebook group and Patreon. That's the best way to describe it, although with allegedly no censorship. So, you know, you can have all the wrong think opinions you want, but Patreon is like just me posting or whatever. Locals is like an interactive group where people can post and comment and the community gets to interact itself. I'm actually pretty excited. I think it'll actually be a very fun change. So we'll see. Wolfgang Deo MFers says, we are already in a screwed up situation. If there's bad money spent, then spend good money. The money is going into the economy, which needs defibrillation. The damn kids are going to work off the mistakes. Let's spend good money. Sheesh. Why do you want off Subscribestar? Patreon, I get though. Subscribestar, literally just convenience. Subscribestar's been fine, but I don't want to try and interact with a fractured community spread across several different places. I don't like it. So I'm hoping we can build a good community on locals, and it'll be like, you know, YouTube show will be here, obviously. And then once locals gets live streaming, I'll be multi-streaming to YouTube and to locals at the same time. And we'll make sure that everything is all cool. I used to multi-stream to not D Live, the one before D Live. Whatever it was called. I used to multi-stream. We'll do it again. And then
CPAC, we love being here.
Locals will also allow me to post exclusive locals content.
Nothing more under
stuff you
attack
can't
today
say
than
on
women's
YouTube.
sports. So we're going to have a great conversation here with two heroes of mine. Let's get going.
These are heroes of yours? Okay, so these are my pronouns, our first place, and winning.
Linnea, so you're a female athlete, NCAA Division I. What's been your experience with sports? Have you had to compete against any males? Like, tell us your story.
Stream Me was the other one.
The vast majority of my time in NCAA Division I athletics, I didn't. It wasn't really an issue until my senior year, which had been my fourth and last year of eligibility in the NCAA. My coaches called me over the summer of 2019 and let me know that an athlete that I had previously been seeing competing in the male category was now going to be competing in the female category against me, myself, my teammates, and every other woman athlete in the NCAA. And it was really just a discouraging moment for me to hear that someone that had been running not only 10 seconds faster than me in my event, but running a world record time for women previously as a male, now competing against us as females, was really just an interesting kind of situation, and it was really hard to, understand.
No, it's incredible. So, Rhonda, you're a state legislator in South Dakota, and you've introduced legislation on this issue. When did you first become aware of it, and why did you bring forth this legislation?
Well, I think the awareness, the first term that I served, there was a bill that was introduced that failed. But this year, when it was put out there was a bit of a pause, but then there was an excitement because this is important. We live in America, and our freedom is important.
Live in America.
Our girls are important. I want to make sure that people know that.
No, that's exactly right.
DCV Titan says, I love it when these morons fail to realize that you're just going to monetize their stupidity for all our enjoyment.
These
Looking
threats are
forward to the new
nonstop.
batch.
They've been going on for the past 10 years, and progressives have been making progress across all 50 states. What is female sports going to look like in 10 to 20 years if we don't stop these guys?
I feel as if women are going to be watching their own sports from the sidelines. We're no longer going to be wanting to compete in sports where we don't feel as if we're competing on a level playing field. The reason that I decided to speak out about something like this is because fairness in women's sports is so important to me. And if we're allowing biological males that possess physiological advantages over biological females to compete in the female category, we're no longer going to be interested in competing and being a part of sports, which is such a big part of my identity, as well as other females across the nation as well. And so if we continue to allow this to happen, things like Title IX are just going to be reversed, and women aren't going to want to be in competitive sports anymore, and it's just going to completely go against what we stand for. And so it's kind of upsetting to see.
It'll be men's sports and also men's sports.
Yeah, thank you. Please, give her applause. So I'm going to go back to you real quick, because I think that people take what they see on TV, sports and everything for granted. And they don't realize how much work goes into it.
I take it as a
Can you just
burden.
tell the
I don't give a
audience,
shit
everyone
about
that's
sports on
tuning in from
TV.
across the country, what's your daily training routine look like? I mean, you got to work hard, right?
Yeah, and so I had made a comment about my last season of eligibility, which would have been last year. Because of COVID, I have been able to extend my eligibility, so now I'm a fifth-year grad student using my last season in the NCAA. And so I work full-time now. And so I'm waking up at 5:45 in the morning. I'm going to practice for 2 hours. I'm then driving to work, where I work all day, and then I'm doing online school because that's the world we live in right now. And I'm spending the amount of time that a typical person would at work, but I'm also doing the same thing just because I want to be as good as I can at my sport. And so to know that I'm sacrificing things that other students don't have to sacrifice, like as silly as this sounds, never had a spring break. That's a time where I'm either training or competing. I'm not going out on vacations with friends. I'm not doing any of these things because I'm sacrificing as much time as I can because I'm dedicated to being the best that I can in my sport. And so I feel as if women shouldn't have to be forced to compete against people that have a different biological advantage, like I said, because it's just going to make us not motivated and not want to we're not going to want to stay in the sport that we love so much.
So Rhonda, you're somewhat of a champion on this issue. You've introduced legislation. You're taking on the media. You're taking on all these crazy people that are passing this legislation. And your bill in South Dakota just passed the House, 50-17. That's a huge margin. That's a big win, right, guys? But at that same time, the same week that South Dakota's doing the right
Women's
thing,
track and field, okay.
the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. passes the Equality Act, which would destroy girls' sports by letting boys compete against them. What would you say to Nancy Pelosi and all of the Democrats who voted for the Equality Act?
You know what's weird about her?
Right?
She looks better on the track than she does on stage.
You know, I think that if we look at the Equality Act,
Usually it's
for what it
the
means,
other
it's
way around.
Equality. You look at women's sports, and the fairness goes right across. If you're equal biologically, if you have the same level of strength, you have the same level of endurance, that's equal. Just because you might identify as something else doesn't make you equal. So we have to recognize equal for what it is, and then the Equality Act can work. But we can't make it mean something it doesn't.
Right.
That's what'll work for these girls.
Prove it? Just Google her. Her name is
Linnea. The thing about this issue
Linnea
is it's
Saltz,
so treacherous,
S-A-L-T-Z.
right? I mean, you take a step out in this arena, and the media immediately tries to brand you as a bigot or a hateful person. So I spent the whole day with you today. You don't seem like a hateful person. What would you say to transgendered athletes who want to compete and want to do their sports? Do you hate transgender people? Is that why you're doing this? Or do you just want to, tell the audience?
Just kind of piggybacking off of what Rhonda said, is that there's no part of me that doesn't want to be inclusive. Obviously, I'm looking for proposed solutions that would create inclusion for everybody, but not at the exclusion of biological women. We can't just have...
Her first name is Linnea, L-I-N-E...
We use
L-I-N-N-E-A.
inclusion, but people don't realize that by being inclusive in that sense, it is exclusionary to people like myself. And so we don't want men's and co-ed sports, we want men's and women's sports, and that's why there is separation of sex within sports as well. And so I think that gender identity doesn't erase physiological advantages, and that's just something we have to remember.
All right, Rhonda. So at American Principles Project, we're polling nonstop. We're a political organization. So we found that this issue of not letting boys compete in girls' sports is like an 80-20 issue for the good guys. Right now, there are 24 states that have
that woman a baby.
this legislation similar to yours that would save women's sports. Why isn't it 50? Like, what's holding these other legislators up? Why aren't more states introducing this legislation to protect our daughters' opportunities?
I guess I'd like to say that it takes wisdom, it takes courage, and it takes an exercise of common sense. And the fact that there are 24 states that are doing it, let's let that be encouraging. Let's let a momentum build up. In our House, it was 74% of our people looked at it from a common sense perspective. And if people will just do that and recognize that there are differences, that's what's going to carry it, and that's what's will protect these girls. And just as Linnea said, it is not exclusive. It is inclusive for everybody if we just let things go back to how they were and the way Title IX was set up, that there are differences. Let's recognize the differences and treat equality, apples to apples. That's what we're trying to do.
That's right. What would you say to a legislator or a politician who's like on the fence and hasn't really been speaking out about this? What would be your advice to them?
Well, they could talk to their families. If you talk to fathers, mothers, grandparents, they want their girls to be able to compete. It's a dream, you know, to be able to challenge yourself to your personal best. And no one will be able to do that if you're not competing equally. So if they would talk to the people in their districts and their states, they're going to find out that this does matter. It's a very silent majority. And then also, if you don't have any grandparents or kids, take a look at it for yourself. The research will hold it. It'll prove it.
Yeah, I think that's right. So we're almost done here, and I just want to say, if there's anyone out there in the CPAC audience that wants to get engaged in this fight, they want to protect their daughter's sports, text America to 313131. We'll get you signed up, engaged. We'll get you involved in your state legislatures. We got to get this across the finish line, and we got to get this. We got to get it done. Thank you. All right, Linnea, closing thoughts. What do you want to tell the audience?
Just that you need to listen to people like myself that do have stories, because as you've said before, that when you come out and speak about things like this, people just all of a sudden come up with all of these different negative titles as to why I'm talking about it. But what I experienced is what I experienced, and you can't devalue my story. And I just want to be able to be an advocate for other girls that are, like you said, being the silent majority, because we're afraid to speak out about it because of the negative repercussions we may have. But there are a lot of people, based on your poll and just based off conversations that I've had, people are on our side. And it's all about being inclusive, but like I said, making sure that women aren't being discounted either.
That's right. Rhonda?
I think there's an underlying message in all of this. Sports is important because sports builds confidence. Sports builds self-discipline, perseverance. People that are involved in sports go on to succeed in a lot of other ways. It's important to see that. But the underlying message here to me is that if we allow males to compete in girls' sports, we're telling those females that they aren't important. And what is that going to do to our future? Women have risen to.
Well, to be fair, a lot of people could use to be told that they're not important. Just about everybody.
We have women congressmen. And they have done those things, and largely in part because of sports, because what it did for them. So if we take that away from them, we're telling them that it's not important anymore, and it takes hope away. On the flip side of that, if you have males who are competing against females, and they're winning because they have a physical advantage, we're telling them that it's okay to be superior and almost to bully. And I don't think that's the message we want to send to any child in this country.
Or, hear me out, end school sports.
Linnea, Rhonda, you guys are two heroes to me, and I'm sure you're going to be
Do
heroes
sports
to
in
the entire
individual
CPAC
leagues.
audience. Thank you guys so much for this conversation.
And do it that way instead. Don't make school about sports. I mean, I know if you get rid of sports in school, you get rid of like a lot of school. I'm okay with that. Let's see. Dean Domino says, remember CPAC invited Jared Holt and other far-left journos while barring people on the right? There you go. Wolfgang says, Nick, I am your father. And look at all these characters I get without supporting YouTube. Please, please, someone tell me this does not support YouTube. It doesn't. But, well, I don't think I will need all these characters. I just wanted to help improve morale. No, Streamlabs has no character limit. And also, well, I mean, it doesn't have a progressive character limit like YouTube. And also, no Streamlabs money goes to YouTube. Anonymous say, did someone say salts? Yes. Wolfgang says, if you were born with a schlong and are not a hermaphrodite, then you're most likely a woman. And as such, you need to stay in that designation. If the doctor's messed up, fine. However, if you are XX, you're in XX sports, XY sports, period, spicy. Oh, Christy Noam.
Hi.
Many people would say, govern me, mommy, Noam.
Good afternoon. You all look wonderful. Well, it is such an honor to be with all of you here today. My guess, oh, thank you. Now listen. My guess is that a year ago, most of you had no idea who I was. But unlike the DC media, I'm sure that you all at least know that there are two Dakotas, and that I'm the governor of the warmer one.
Just say the better one.
Now, I'm here today to share some of the lessons from my state. I think the main question that needs to be answered this weekend is, why does America need conservatives? Now, the question of why America needs conservatives can be answered by just mentioning one single year, and that year is 2020. Now, everybody knows that almost overnight, we went from a roaring economy to a tragic nationwide shutdown. By the beginning of 2020, President Trump had created 7 million new American jobs. We had the lowest unemployment rate in over half a century, and unemployment rates for Black, Hispanic, and Asian Americans reached the lowest levels in history. More than 10 million people had been lifted out of poverty and out of welfare, and all of that changed in March. Now, most governors shut down their states. What followed was record unemployment, businesses closed, most schools were shuttered, and communities suffered. And the U.S. economy came to an immediate halt. Now, let me be clear. COVID didn't crush the economy. Government crushed the economy.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
And then, just
What's
as
wrong with
quickly,
her
government
arms?
turned around and held
She's
itself
actually
out as the savior.
got
and frankly,
defined
the Treasury
arms.
Department can't print money fast enough to keep up with Congress's wish list. But not everyone has followed this path. For those of you who don't know, South Dakota is the only state in America that never ordered a single business or church to close.
Whoa! Whoa! I mean, are you serious?
We never instituted a shelter-in-place order. We never mandated that people wear masks.
Heaven exists on earth?
We never even defined what an essential business is, because I don't believe that governors have the authority to tell you that your business isn't essential. Now, South Dakota schools are no different than schools everywhere else in America, but we approached the pandemic differently. From the earliest days of the pandemic, our priority was the students, their well-being, and their education. When it was time to go back to school in the fall, we put our kids in the classroom. Teachers, administrators, parents, and the students themselves were of one mind to make things work for our children. And the best way to do that was in the classroom.
I mean, can you look at how shocking it is to just not shut things
Now,
down?
in South Dakota, I provided all of the information that we had to our people, and then I trusted them to make the best decisions for themselves, for their families, and in turn, their communities. We never focused on the case numbers. Instead, we kept our eye on hospital capacity. Now, Dr. Fauci, he told me that on my worst day, I'd have 10,000 patients in the hospital. On our worst day, we had a little over 600. I don't know if you agree with me, but Dr. Fauci is wrong a lot.
Ooh. See, this is what we need. Thank you. More of this.
Even in a pandemic, public health policy needs to take into account people's economic and social well-being. Daily needs still need to be met. People need to keep a roof over their heads. They need to feed their families, and they still need purpose. They need their dignity. Now, my administration resisted the call for virus control at the expense of everything else. We looked at the science, the data, and the facts, and then we took a balanced approach. Truthfully, I never thought that the decisions that I was making were going to be unique. I thought that there would be more who would follow basic conservative principles, but I guess I was wrong.
Called out.
Ask yourself this question: how far will people go to enforce mask mandates?
Did Greg
Once
Abbott
you start
stand up for
lockdowns,
Texas?
How long can you sustain them? In South Dakota, we had some cases in March and April, but the virus didn't really hit the Midwest until late fall. Should we have kept people in their homes from March onward? Of course not. You know, it's important to ask these questions. We have to show people how arbitrary these restrictions are, and the coercion, the force, and the anti-liberty steps that governments take to enforce them. Often, the enforcement isn't based on facts. Justifying these mitigation efforts has been anything but scientific. Now, many in the media, they criticized South Dakota's approach. They labeled me as ill-informed, that I was reckless, and even a denier. Some even claimed that South Dakota was as bad as it gets anywhere in the world when it comes to COVID-19. That is a lie.
Ooh.
The media
flat out lied about South Dakota.
The media did all of this while simultaneously praising governors who issued lockdowns, who mandated masks and shut down businesses, applauding them as having taken the right steps to mitigate the spread of the virus. At one point, I appeared on George Stephanopoulos' Sunday show. I don't know if you watched that.
Sure.
No, you don't? Shocker.
Don't. She's got that.
He
She's
had
got that
just
Midwest.
wrapped up a segment with New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, where he asked Cuomo to give me some advice on how to deal with COVID. Now seems like a really good time to remind everyone of what Governor Cuomo was doing in New York. On March 25th, Cuomo ordered COVID patients into nursing homes, and he prohibited the staff from testing people before admitting them. 9 days later, he pushed legislation prohibiting nursing home lawsuits over COVID deaths. 6 days after that, he prohibited nursing homes from sending COVID patients to the nearby Naval Hospital ship or the field hospital, both of which were essentially empty. Now, 8 days after that, the first deaths started to show up. And on January 28th of this year, the New York Attorney General announced that Cuomo and his administration significantly undercounted the number of COVID-related deaths in nursing homes by as much as 50%. To make matters worse, they tried to cover it up. Now that is the media's COVID hero. And by the way, he also earned an Emmy And he wrote a book on his COVID response. So who really needed the advice? Again, in South Dakota, we did things differently. We applied common sense and conservative governing principles. We never exceeded our hospital capacity, and our economy is booming. We have the lowest unemployment rate in the nation.
Damn.
We are #1 in the nation for keeping jobs, keeping businesses open, and keeping money in the pockets of our people. The people of South Dakota kept their hours and their wages at a higher rate than workers anywhere else in the nation, and our schools are open. America needs conservatives at the state
That
and
face
at the
with
local
no
level.
mommy governor
But we also
girlfriend.
need conservatives at the highest level of government too.
Damn
In
it.
America, we have government of, by, and for the people. Our founding fathers established our national constitution, and the people of individual states crafted their own constitutions that place specific limits on the role of government. Those limits are essential to preventing government officials from trampling on people's rights. The people themselves are primarily responsible for their own health and their well-being. They are the ones who, entrusted with expansive freedoms, the free will to exercise their rights to work, worship, and to earn a living. No governor should ever dictate to their people which activities are officially approved or are not approved. And no governor
Damn.
No governor should ever arrest, ticket, or fine people for exercising their freedoms.
Yes. Thank you.
Governors and members of Congress and the president have a duty to respect the rights of the people who elected them. But it seems these days that conservatives are the only ones who know what that means. Personal responsibility is considered a God-given gift in South Dakota. Personal responsibility is not a term that conservatives have abandoned. When I was preparing to come speak with you, I came across some fascinating remarks that were made back in 1962. Listen to this. The Declaration, above all else, was a document not of rhetoric, but of bold decision. The Declaration unleashed not merely a revolution against the British, but a revolution in human affairs. This doctrine of national independence shook the globe, and it remains the most powerful force anywhere in the world today. That's fantastic, right? Those are the words of Democrat President John F. Kennedy. Is there any wonder why Ronald Reagan often said, "I didn't leave the Democratic Party, it left me"? There was a time when both political parties clung to certain fundamental principles. But today we seem not to even share the most basic ideals. America needs people who will stand up for these fundamental principles. America needs conservatives. It's easy to look back on 2020 and remember all of the issues that we had with COVID. But COVID is only one piece of a very problematic puzzle. It certainly showed us how deep the divide really is and how thin the barrier is between freedom and tyranny. But there was a worse movement that was happening in 2020, and it's an ongoing problem. Across America these last several months, we watched an organized, coordinated campaign to remove and eliminate all references to our nation's founding and many other parts of our history. Rather than looking to the past to help improve our future, some are trying to wipe away the lessons of history, lessons that we should be teaching to our children and to our grandchildren. Now, this approach focuses exclusively on our forefathers' flaws, and it fails to capitalize on the opportunity to learn from their virtues, and they had many of those. By discrediting the individuals who formed America's founding principles, they create doubt, and then they can remake America into a very different political image. It is our job to help explain why this is wrong. Remember, America wasn't founded for the personal gain or personal power of men like Washington. Adams, and Jefferson. The signers of the Declaration of Independence put their lives and their sacred honor on the line, and they affirmed people's God-given freedoms. Still today, the Declaration of Independence is one of the most important statements of purpose ever written, and not just because it serves as the justification for our independence to the entire world, but also because it has led to our prosperity, and it's inspired many other nations and peoples to seek freedom. We the people.
She's killing it, man.
We the people have consented to a government that will serve all of us equally, a government that will protect and uphold our God-given rights, as well as the fundamental rights enumerated by our Constitution. It is our duty to renew our commitment to these ideals and to pass them on to those who come after us. These ideals cannot be dismissed as the opinions of flawed men. Our founders had their flaws, certainly. But to use those flaws to condemn their ideals and the greatest constitution that the world has ever seen is both unjust and it's self-defeating. How many of us can even live up to our own ideals? Without the words, the beliefs, and the sacrifices of those few, the world would not have a ringing example of true freedom. To attempt to cancel the founding generation is an attempt to cancel our own freedoms. Let's always remember, America is good. Freedom is better than tyranny. We are unique. We are exceptional. And no American should ever, ever apologize for that.
Wow. Bravo.
We should illustrate to the world that people thrive when government is limited, and people's ingenuity and their creativity is unleashed. We should also remind the world what happens when tyranny and oppression are allowed to thrive. These days, too many are embracing China, a nation that crushes freedom of speech and religion. China literally places religious minorities in internment camps. China responded to the COVID virus by trying to cover it up. And one of their mitigation strategies was to weld doors shut to lock families in their homes. Friends of China are not friends of freedom. Make no mistake, America's leadership is needed in the world. So now let's have a really candid conversation. Everyone in this room and those listening at home, they know that America needs leaders right now. Those leaders need wisdom. They need the confidence to stand up for our principles and a will to act. Those leaders need to be conservative. We have a lot of work to do in the coming months. What may have worked in the past is not good enough anymore. It's not enough to say, vote for us because your pocketbook will be bigger, or because we'll cut your taxes and reduce the regulations, or because we'll fight against abortion or Obamacare or whatever else. I'm not saying that these things aren't important. They are among the pillars of what we believe. But conservatives must lead the nation away from borrowing against our children's future. We must put an end to the accounting gimmicks used to deceive people. Joe Biden has been in politics for 50 years. At that time, our national debt was roughly $450 billion. Today, that's pretty close to what we pay in interest on our national debt. Everyone is to blame. We have forgotten principles that we once held dear, and we must more closely articulate to the American people that we are the only ones who respect them as human beings, that we are the only ones who believe the American people have God-given rights. We are not here to tell you how to live your life, how to treat you like a child or a criminal because you go to church or you defend yourself. Conservatives respect people as individuals. We don't divide people based on their religion, their culture, or the color of their skin. We don't shun people who think for themselves. And we understand that every single person is different. Each person deserves the opportunity to build his or her life without some self-important government bureaucrat telling them what they can or what they can't do. We don't have the media on our side. Conservatives must be smarter than progressives. We must know our history. We must know what works and what doesn't work. We must think through the issues, and make no mistake about it, conservatives exist to fight for America and for every single American. Now, for those of you who are disappointed about the election, I am too. Remember, incredible innovation, though, it took place after Goldwater's 1964 landslide loss. It took the creation of many institutions, including the American Conservative Union, the National Right to Life, the Heritage Foundation, the Manhattan Institute, Concerned Women for America, the Federalist Society, Family Research Council, and among others, it took many to change hearts and to change minds. It was institutions like these that helped bring about the Reagan Revolution.
Stop focusing on those organizations as they are today. She's not talking about how they are today, guys.
Than ever before. So what can you do right now? It's really simple. You can be bold. You can show up. Debate these ideas. Persuade your neighbors. This pandemic illustrated that many politicians have a totally different vision for government than what the founders laid out. It was once said that the left takes its vision seriously, more seriously than it takes the rights of other people. They want to be our shepherds, but that requires us to be the sheep. Let it be heard loud and clear from us right now. We will not be sheep. So I'd like to close today with a story. My dad was a cowboy. He was the toughest person that I've ever known. Ever since I was a real little girl, I just wanted to grow up and be like him. Now, he died in an accident on our farm when I was 22 years old. And a couple months after he was killed, I finally got the courage to go out and clean out his pickup. Now, all of you who have a farmer or a rancher in your life, you know that they often live out of their pickups. Everything important can be found in the cab. Their wallet, bills to pay, tools, you name it. And if you need to find something important,
Mike T, stop spamming, you piece of shit. Oh my God. The only rule is don't spam. That's it.
A couple of months after Dad died, I knew that where that pickup was, what was in it, and that I needed to clean it out eventually. But those months had also
go be
been
boring somewhere else.
Hundreds of questions. What
Find a bunch of
seed should we be
bleach and
planting?
drink it.
What field should we plant first? What's the price that we need to sell our calves for to cash flow the cattle operation? And I didn't have those answers. I remember wishing over and over again, if I could just ask Dad. If I could just ask Dad one more question. And frankly, I was running the business, but I was daily faking my way through it. I had no idea
I just want to cure his
how we were going to keep
COVID.
the family business going without my dad. And I was determined, though, that we weren't going to fail. So that day, as I carried a box out to the pickup, I knew it was time to clean it out. I stuck my hand down into the console in the middle between the chairs in the front seat, and I started to put items in the box that I was taking out. So the first thing was a pliers. How many of you know what a pliers is?
Oh.
A Baby Ruth candy bar. I remember
Gross.
that was his favorite. Notebooks, pens, tools. And then I found a little tiny tape recorder. It was the kind of tape recorder that a doctor dictates into. I pushed the play button, and immediately I heard my dad's voice. He was talking about seed corn varieties, which ones had performed well on certain fields that we owned that went with certain soil types. He spoke about how we'd had such a wet year the year before that resulted in poor crop yields and damaged grain. We had had a tough harvest, and he went on to describe what kind of variety choices he would have made differently, what he thought might work better for the spring that we were anticipating ahead. My eyes started to fill up with tears as I realized I was learning information that was going to be helpful to me in making crop decisions. I looked down into the console and I saw several more tapes, almost a dozen of them in all. And one by one, I put them in the tape recorder sitting there in that pickup, and I listened to my dad's voice talk about the cows, weather, markets, and what to do if we were ever caught in a tough financial situation. Inside those tapes were the answers to so many of the questions that I had had over the past several months. Over and over again, I had said, if I could just ask Dad. And here in my hands were all the answers that I needed, straight from him in his voice in the palm of my hand. Now, in that moment, I felt a strange sort of peace settle over me. I know Scripture talks about a peace that passes all understanding. It was almost at that moment as if God was saying to me, I will provide, stop worrying, you will be okay, your family will be okay, I've got this. I had the answers, I just needed to get to work. Now, Dad was always the hardest worker that I knew. He led by example and he led by action, but that day, what changed everything was his words. I made a decision that day to be like my dad, a person of words, but a person of action, because both matter. That's why I ran for office. My mission is to make South Dakota a better place to live, to do business, and to raise a family. One of the reasons I care so deeply about these issues is because I want these things for my family and for every single American family. I believe South Dakota has been an example to the nation this past year. People used personal responsibility to protect their family's health and their way of life, while the government respected their rights and their freedom. And we are working together to create new
Just put her
opportunities and a better
profile up
future
against the
for our
profile
kids.
of Kamala Harris
We
and
took
she
the
wins an
American
election.
path. Let me close with this. As conservatives, we often forget that stories are much more powerful than facts and statistics. Our stories need to be told. It is the only way that we will inspire and motivate the American people to preserve this great country. We must go into this fight for freedom with our eyes wide open, educated to the tactics the liberals will use, yet totally pure in our motives. This isn't about us. It's about our children and their future. It's about the nation that we're going to pass on to them. It's about telling their stories over and over that remind us why America needs conservatives, now more than ever. So thank you for all that you do. America is blessed to have you on her side. God bless each and every one of you, and may God bless the United States of America.
Killed it. Absolutely killed it. She killed that speech. That was great. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right, let's that's where I'm going to stop watching for today. I have a couple of closing thoughts on it though. She did what James O'Keefe did. Do you notice this? Do you know what she did? She didn't ask you to do anything. Nowhere in that speech was, I need your help. I need you to. Please send your vote. Please just donate. Buy my book. Never once did she do that. She said, here's what I did in South Dakota. Here's what I did. Here's what I did. Here's why. Here are the principles why that matters. Here's where I learned these principles. Now, here's how we're going to do it going forward. And by the way, thank you for everything you're doing. Not you need to do more. Not you need to do more. Thank you for what you're doing. She, without asking for people to do something, she told them everything to do. Why is this so hard? This is what I was talking about at the very beginning of the show. I know there were not many of you here when I started because there wasn't like a scheduled stream or anything. But I started and I talked about yesterday. I said it's a lot of people trying to put on the suit of populism. They're trying to put on the suit of populism. They're like, this doesn't fit right. It's uncomfortable. It's not tailored for me. It's the difference between a guy like Trump, a guy like James O'Keefe, and a woman like Kristi Noem is that they got it. They already got it. They know. So they're not, look, I need your help to figure out populism. I need your help to help you. No. The people are we're already out here doing our thing. Now, we might be doing the wrong thing or whatever. I don't need you to sell me on why I'm doing something and then ask me to, or why I should be doing your thing and then ask me to do it. No, just tell me what you're doing. And if I look at that and I go, you know what? I was doing this, but maybe that's not right. Maybe I should be following what this person's doing. Maybe I should join that thing. That's how you organically build growth. That's how you organically grow movement and ideology, is by showing what you're doing and how it's working. Not by trying to sell people on lines and thoughts and say, well, if we can just get to this, then we can do this thing. We're tired of it. We're tired of that. We're tired of being told how you're going to eventually use our money, our time, and our talent to give us something. Don't tell us how you're going to do it. Start doing it, and then let us join up. And until Republicans can figure that part out, until they can figure that part of populism out, they've missed all of it. Trump's a little bit tough on this because Trump is narcissistic. He is. That's not a criticism. You don't get to be where Trump is without being a little narcissistic. But people mistake that narcissism for Trump only being a cult of personality. Trump has his cult of personality. That's the narcissistic aspect, plus a national stage. That's there. But Trump didn't win on that. Trump isn't a cult leader. Cult leaders don't grow that size. Trump is organically doing American. That's what Trump was doing. He's doing it at this high level. He's a billionaire, blah, blah, blah. But he's also eating KFC. He's also putting ketchup on steak like some sort of reprobate. He's, in a lot of ways, normal. I was talking to Ty last night, and he described it this way. There are precious people. There are precious people. These are the upper class or whatever. And then there are blue-collar people with a whole shitload of money. That was Trump. Trump's whole apartment in New York was lined in gold. Like literal gold leaf across the entire thing. It looks ridiculous. It looks like you gave some, small town kid $100 billion and said, design my apartment. That's why Trump was popular, is because he, despite having that narcissistic streak and all of that stuff, he's also doing American. And he felt quintessentially middle class despite being upper class. Kristi Noem's a completely different animal altogether there. But what she's doing there is saying she wasn't doing anything revolutionary. Do you know what she didn't do in South Dakota? Anything. And that is exactly what was needed. That's exactly what was needed, is to not do something. We didn't need anybody to address the illness. You know, you provide information, you provide the healthcare services, you make sure that people understand what's going on. Sure, we don't need new laws and new regulations for everything that happens ever in our lives. You just sometimes want someone to sit there and go, okay, I see. Well, what are we going to do about it? Work. People are going to go to work tomorrow. Kids are going to go to school tomorrow. Businesses are going to open tomorrow. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to just be American and do American. That's it. That was the solution in South Dakota. If you want to know a secret, that was the solution in every state. Only one picked it. Not even Florida, not even Texas, not even Oklahoma, not even Wyoming, not even Montana. Only South Dakota. And that's what she put on stage today. She did it calmly. The room was silent while she was speaking, except for when they needed to applause. She didn't need to yell. She didn't need to ramp up that energy. She didn't need to do anything. She just put it down. It was magnificent. Magnificent speech. She absolutely killed it. And if Republicans, if you have any question on what to do, look to Kristi Noem, because she figured it out before all of you. For all the Kevin McCarthys, look, if you just vote for us, we're going to get it done this time. For the gun control, or the anti-gun control group, well, we really screwed up last time, which is true. Glad they acknowledge it. But, you know, the next time we get the majority, then we're going to go after that National Firearms Act. Guarantee you they won't. I guarantee you they won't. But Kristi Noem had the sensibility to understand you just let America work. Because that's all we want to do. Most people. Like, I know many of us, we hate our jobs. You hate the grind. You hate all that stuff. But at the same time, what you really want to do, though, is get up, go do your thing, collect your paycheck, look for opportunity, go home, do your escape, whatever that may be. Better yourself, fulfill yourself in some way, build a family if that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. You don't want to be told you can't go to work, because if you can't go to work, you can't improve yourself because you don't have the money. You don't want to sit there waiting and wondering if Congress is going to pass a check. Can you imagine? Think about these assholes. They engineered a system in which we are begging and watching for them every day to see if they will deign to give us some scrap of money. The whole of America is watching Congress every day to say, are they going to pass it yet? Are they going to stimulate us yet? Are we going to get stimulated yet? They've created a system to give themselves all of the attention in the world, all of it, when all we want to do is not remember that they exist. The best Congress on earth is the one you forgot existed because they didn't mess with your life. Kristi Noem figured that out. And until the Republicans in Congress figure that out, whew. Anyway, that's my closing thoughts on day 2 of CPAC. There's a couple super chats, then we'll wrap up the show. We will be back for day 3. And the way I'm doing this, guys, I don't have it scheduled out because I'm doing CPAC when I wake up. That's when. So that's when it'll start. Watch for the announcements on all of the social media places and here on YouTube as well. So Yellow Flash is at 9 p.m. Central Time, 10 p.m. Eastern on Yellow Flash 2's channel. I will be on there tonight. It'll be great. Okay, couple super chats. Charlie Peterson says, hey, Nick, if I buy a 40K starter box, can I pick my Marine chapter? Do I have to go with the blue boys on the box? How do I know what minis are what? No, standard Marines, you can do them however you want. You can do them whatever color you want. You'll have to buy a rule book for them though. So you don't have to do the boys in blue. There may be some specialized units and equipment in there. I don't know. But you don't have to paint them blue. You could pick any chapter. A lot of them have very, very similar rule sets and very similar equipment loadouts outside of specialty units. So you're probably fine there. Patrick L. says, what I've learned so far from CPAC, we need more James O'Keefe, Kristi Noem, and samurai futurologist Gemki-san. Yes, exactly. Razimbot sent something in like Russian runes. I don't know what those even are, but thank you. Wolfgang Deo says, no one is important. You are absolutely not important. Nick is. The viewer is not. Sorry, viewer, that's life. I'm not important either. We're not. We're just people. Wolfgang says, Kristi Noem is a walking billboard of reasons to move to South Dakota. Absolutely. Says, Nick, Abbott cannot stand for Texas, you ableist. Look, he should try harder. Super Iron Bob says, nummy, nummy, bleachy, weechy in my tummy wummy. Wolfgang says, sorry, Nick, but not all of us have the balls to do things without asking for help. Then again, it's just the usual grift that we never caught before. Those asking for votes will do nothing. The C in CPAC is for cuck, tiger uppercut. And finally, Wolfgang says, Arizona went on to the bandwagon, but the citizens just ignored it. So thankfully, Ducey was a cuck. All right, guys, there you go. Hope you're enjoying these shows. Thank you for watching, as always. We'll see you tonight on Flash's show, hopefully. If not, we'll see you tomorrow at CPAC number 3. Have a good day, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more a love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour